me know you're here, 'cause all of these lines are being crossed over the atmosphere. I need to know things are gonna look up, 'cause I see us drowning in a sea spilled from a cup. And there is no place safe, no safe place to put my head. I can feel the world shake from the words that I said. I'm calling all you angels. I'm calling all you angels. I won't give up, you don't give up. 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 I need a sign, let me know we're here, 'cause my TV set just keeps it all from being clear. I want a reason for the way things have to be. I want a hand to help me build up some kind of hope inside of me. I'm calling all you angels. Yeah, calling all you angels. When children have to play in silence so they don't disappear, or private eye soft merits lies 'cause we don't talk for years. And football teams are kissing queens and losing sight of having dreams. The world that what we want is only what we want until it's ours. I'm calling all you angels. Yeah, calling all you angels. I won't give up, you don't give up. Calling all you angels. I won't give up, you don't give up. Calling all you angels. I won't give up, you don't give up. Calling all you angels. I won't give up, you don't give up. Calling all you angels.
Stop sharing, Bonnie. Hey, y'all. It's good to see all of y'all. Get back into it. Oh, I'll have to write that down. And I love folk music. All right, y'all. It's Monday. So, let's see. I think it was yesterday. I was going through. Pat, good to see you. I was every so often I'll just go to a channel and see what's up, see what they got playing. Hey, Jen, good to see you, sweetie. So yesterday it was Algorithm's turn. Algo, if you're listening, thank you. If y'all have been to Indies, he's up on panel a lot. He's Batman. And so I'm going to share a couple of his videos really quick. They're short. And then I want to talk about that. And then There's a lot going on, y'all. um, I did post one of his videos on my community page. That's one that I hope y'all will check out. But okay, here we go.
You hit on the third leading cause of death in the United States, and I'm sure most of us could figure it's either heart-related or cancer or diabetes, things like that. Can you clue us into what that is and why?
Yeah, okay, and thank you for asking that, because this is the 10,000-pound gorilla in the room that nobody's talking about. The third leading cause of death, as published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, is MD-directed treatments. This means you go to a medical doctor, an MD, he gives you a treatment and you die from it. According to the United States Department of Health and Human Services, 15,000 Medicare patients a month are killed by MD treatment, and nobody goes to jail. A handful of terrorists fly 2 planes into the Twin Towers. 3,500 people die, and we go to war. But 15,000 people a month are killed by medical doctor treatments, and we don't bat an eyelash. This is because we have been, I don't want to say brainwashed, that's not the correct term, but we have been, for the last 100 years, kind of led into this false belief. You know, I think it was Marcus Welby that started it, that the medical doctor is king and knows everything about everything. And really, you need to just shut up and follow your medical doctor's advice. Most people in the United States have no idea at all of the history of the evolution of medicine in the United States. In the early 1900s, it was a relatively level playing field between the chiropractors, the osteopaths, the homeopaths, and the MDs. In 1915, 1920, there was something called the Flexner Report. The Carnegie Corporation funded this man named Abraham Flexner. He went all around the country, and he went on stagecoach and train and horseback. This was before the interstate highway system, right? Took Flexner 5 years to do this. He went all around the country and did an inventory of all of the medical schools that prescribed drugs. He brought the list back to the Carnegies, who own drug companies, and then the Carnegies and the Rockefellers gave millions of dollars of free money to the medical schools and hospitals in the United States that were prescribing drugs. That was the beginning of the end. After the Flexner Report, there was no more level playing field in the United States. And the MDs started a juggernaut that's taken off. Most people in the United States think that the predominant medicine here, MD-directed pharmaceutical medicine, we think that those guys are top dog because their therapeutics are better than the homeopaths or the naturopaths.
So I really don't make videos anymore because what's the point? People don't listen. They don't do anything about it. a couple of you out there do, and good for you. But for the most part, we're just spiraling deeper into the abyss as a nation and a society and as a species. You got people out there that actually believe a young boy or girl, or an adolescent boy or girl can make a decision that they're the wrong gender, which doesn't even exist. XXXY, chromosome, simple. But now we've descended to this level of stupidity where Trump and the king are talking about the U.S. becoming a Commonwealth associate. It's sheer nonsense and insanity. And I know you guys love Trump, and Doge is doing great, but it's not. It's the other side of the coin controlling you and your mind. So that's all this place is. We live within the mind of God, Creator God. And we have little minds, and they've been hijacked by. Got me. Oh, it's probably windy. I'm gonna have to do this. They've been hijacked by whatever it is, the dark force, the archons, the devil himself, the light bearer. Who knows? I don't know. But when you see the sky like this and the world's not outraged, the literal world, like everybody in the realm should see this and say, what the fuck is this in my sky? But they don't. So that's why I don't make videos anymore. If I find something really cool, then maybe, but it's just more being pissed off. So good luck, Godspeed. Space is fake. So I really don't make videos anymore because what's the point? People don't listen. They don't.
Alco, if you're listening, I hope that's not true because we do enjoy your videos. You're a good man. Hate to hear that. I understand the frustration. Totally understand the frustration. So, that's good, Jen. Oh my goodness, where do I start? I have seen the scientists and whatever they're all called from all the foreign countries. I think I shared it with y'all. Yes, Marshmallow Man. And I have seen them taking samples of what's coming from the skies. We've seen what's in it. We've seen all of it. All of it. So what do we do? What is the solution? I'm telling you, the only thing I can see is getting our republic back the way it's supposed to be. And the only way I see to do that is through the assembly. Just like Sean's been up here talking, just like Dee's been up here talking, D-Dog. I see you if you want to turn your camera off. It's up to you, Marshmallow Man.
You
Okay.
see me seeing you.
There he is.
Yeah, I like that
Mm,
medication one.
Good to see
Hold on, let
you.
me turn my camera off.
Yeah, I like that medication one. They certainly like to diagnose everybody and give people medication, and they like to
Because,
prolong diseases.
exactly. And yeah, it just causes more problems. And then they give you more medicine to counter the problems that it caused in the first place. And you just end up in a 21 prescriptions later. Hey, Al, good to see you.
Like, don't get me wrong, I do believe in not that I do, but there is mental illness to a certain degree. Okay. Sometimes it's very noticeable to like, what do you really you suffer from depression or this or that or the other, right? Because you
Right.
look totally normal. So yeah, it varies, right, for mental illness. And
And
yes,
why?
some of it does help, but like you said,
Right.
Bonnie, there's the side effects to it, right?
Yes. Hey, Dee. No, we're not saying why bother. We're taking a stand. Darn it. Dag nabbit. Whatever you want to say.
Damn it, D. Get up here and tell us about it.
Yeah, Dee, you might want to join in on this one. It's a, and you know, but so why is that a mental illness, though? That's my question. Why wouldn't we be depressed seeing everything that is going on? Why wouldn't we be anxious knowing what is going on? I mean, that doesn't make you mentally ill. That makes you human. That makes you, oh my gosh, you've got feelings.
And I'm going by what the doctors say.
I know. And that's the last time I went to mine was right after my parents passed. And I said, you know, I don't know if this is working so well right now. And so he offered me something for 7 days and I said no. And I said, you know, my goal is to get off of this one prescription that I'm on. And so why would I want to add another? No. I have avoided going to see him. I was supposed to go for an annual in January. No. The end of February, I think. Well, everyone knows what happened in February. So no way am I going to go to him and him tell me, oh, you need this or that because of what happened. I'm just waiting before I go to him. Let me just turn off your background noise and that might help. Marshmallow Man. Oh, I can't do it when you're muted.
Oh, that did it. Whatever you did worked.
Yeah, I think it's just because I'm Canadian up here.
No, it's
The
not.
north.
What?
The
You're
north.
Canadian?
Yeah.
Who allowed the Canadian on the panel? Come on.
I'm more. My dad's American now. He's a dual citizen, and I consider myself. I've always considered myself an American. Because I believe in a lot of your Constitution, your amendments, your the right to bear arms, your right to self-defense, stuff like that, right?
Hey, Mary, good to see you.
If somebody breaks into my house, I've got the right to defend myself by any means necessary within
But
reason.
they're trying to stop that.
Yeah, like here in Canada, I can't just shoot somebody for breaking into my house, but in America, you can.
Only in certain places.
Yeah, don't quote me on everything. I'm just saying, lack of better terms, right?
Yes.
The chances of you in America getting away with shooting somebody for breaking in your house is a lot better than here in Canada.
Yeah.
Like
So
I've
can
got
I
a big, I got a big guard dog, right? And I know he'll bite somebody for breaking in my house. Do I care? You know,
and Shackle Spirit, good to see you.
do I
So
want that to happen? Not really. But if it does happen in the off chance, I'm glad I got that dog.
yes. And sometimes dogs can be very, very protective.
Oh, I've got a, if anybody knows what a Great Pyrenees is, that's
Yes.
what I've got.
You ever heard of a Georgia Bulldog?
I've heard of the bulldogs, but I also know there's different breeds of bulldogs.
Oh, yeah. Go dogs, no matter what kind it is.
Hey, Cola, good to see you. So, Marshmallow Man, since you're in Canada,
Yeah.
do y'all get civics, American civics, in your schooling
What's that? American Civics.
that would talk about the Constitution and teach you what it is and everything? A lot of Canadians that I have seen seem to know our Constitution better than most Americans.
The only thing I know would be from what my dad has told me over the last 10 years. You know, because he's Canadian, like born and raised in Canada, but because of a hip and shoulder replacement, he moved out to Scottsdale, Arizona, and he's told me stuff that from Scottsdale, Arizona, that he can have guns in his nightstands. If somebody comes onto his place, if he feel now, if he feels his life was in jeopardy, he can defend himself with. If they've come in with guns, at least he can use his gun. Um, you know, stuff like that, right? But as far, and I haven't been in school for over 30 years now. And I remember them teaching us a little bit about America, a little bit about China, a little bit about the world, right? But nothing too distinctive about one particular place in the world.
Okay. I remember Canadian Patriot, I think was her name, and she was, boy, she would just spit it out there like, and I'm like, whoa, she knows more about this than I do. I need to work on that. And so that's what I'm trying to do.
I try to speak as freely as I can about myself, and whether it's right or wrong, I don't want to sit here and say I don't care. I know there is some right and wrong to the right and wrong. You know, do I want it to happen? No, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yes. And yeah, that's not anything anybody wants to happen. It's the same thing with, we don't want to go to war. We don't want any of that. But this thing about Trump talking to the king about becoming Commonwealth to the crown, I think that's why we had a Revolutionary War. It's
Yeah.
not a good thing. And I have been really hoping that, and I know a lot of people see a lot of good things, or they believe they see a lot of good things happening, but I'm seeing it just kind of looks like setting up for the world agenda.
It is. It is. You know, because you got Russia, you got China, or Asia, we'll say. Then you got America and Canada, right? And they're all trying to grow bigger in a way. You know what I mean? And but I know, like, do I agree with Trump? Yes and no. Would Canada, Mexico, and Greenland and the Panama Canal um, be better off as one whole thing? Yes, but at the same time, Canada wants to keep its sovereignty. You know what I mean?
I
So
understand.
there's got to be a little bit of, for it to work truly, under one thing. I believe it's got to work where Canada gets to keep their thing, but also help. They take away the border and it's one, but Canada gets to keep its "O Canada" anthem, and America gets to keep their anthem or their song of the country. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But in the end run, if you look at it geographically, right, Canada, Mexico, and the States protecting that one island, that because it's one island, right? Protecting that from all edges of the water, right? Would it be better? Sure. You know,
I don't see it as better. And I'm sorry
I'm
to
just
disagree
saying,
with you.
I'm
I
just saying from China, from Russia, and I'm not speaking bad about them. You know what I mean?
right.
I'm
So
just going from a societal viewpoint.
so if we're allies, then that would happen. And we have been allies. So if we put it under one thing, we're still doing the same thing over again. There's going to be a king or a whatever over all the land. And so I don't think that that's a good way to go about this. I think Canada should stay Canada. There are good people there. I know that a lot of Canadians don't want to see that happen. And I can understand that. If Mexico all of a sudden said, well, we're going to take America and Canada to be ours, how would we all feel about that? Wouldn't be.
Like, don't get me wrong. There's always two sides to the coin. You know,
Yes.
I'm always open and always looking at the other side too. You know.
Well, I have no desire to become part of Mexico. They have a whole mess of problems down there.
Well,
Hey,
I
Lauren.
agree with you. I agree with you on 100. And I've seen stories of the southern border for you guys, right? Where
Yes.
it's been nothing but problems.
Yes.
So I do agree to a certain extent.
Yeah. They are. We have ships down on the coast for the border. They have over by El Paso. There was an attack on the Mexican military, and so this is it's not getting any better. If anything, it's escalating. Yeah, it's just not good.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like from the manufacturing point, not the problems.
And I understand that. And from what I understand, we already have a treaty in place for Canada, United States, and Mexico to do the trade of goods.
Yeah.
So it's already in place. Why would we need to start changing things? It's
Yeah, like with Canada and the States, right? We've been partners for so long, doing so much trade. Our automobile sector, right? Back and forth 5-6 times,
yes,
and we got also Alberta or whatever, the unrefined oils that go to the States to get refined.
yes, and this was long before the last president, whoever said that, but we've been doing this for decades.
Yeah.
Every president signs the treaty reinstating it, but I think I could be wrong.
To
But
me, either way, it doesn't matter.
yeah,
For the most part, right? Like,
and I see people saying Canada couldn't make it without the United States. I see Canadians saying the United States couldn't make it without Canada. And we shouldn't even be thinking like that. It is, we have been trading for decades, like I said, and I think everyone has paid what they need to pay for whatever is being traded. Or if it's an even trade, then money shouldn't even be involved.
Not even to include parts of like really close to the border. Some of our people go over to work in America, and I'm sure America comes over to here to work as well too, right?
Yes. And I have a friend, her husband works in Canada, and he'll come home for a few days to a week and go back up to Canada and work.
Yeah, because I remember something about when the Red Dragon was going around for a couple of years and we were forced to be home. The medical workers crossing the border, right?
Yes.
Like
in the valley here in Texas, they would always come and work in the valley and work for the ranchers, work for, whoever needed work, because the pay here is better than what the pay is in Mexico. And that has been, I don't know if it's falsely, but people started saying, oh, you just have them because it's cheaper labor. Well, it may be cheaper labor a little bit, but how many Americans are willing to go down there and do that? How many, I don't know. But that's I really miss the workers in the valley, because then they would come up here and sell us, they would have truckloads of produce or fruits and sell it to us right off the truck. They would go around and buy our vehicles. If we had a car that we wanted to sell, it didn't matter what was wrong with it. They would do a buying spree on our vehicles. and you would get a good price for it. All of these things have stopped because Mexico is being controlled by the cartel, flat out. And so they're not able to freely come and do the things that they used to do, is what I'm seeing.
Okay. Whatever that noise was, it stopped. I don't know if y'all could hear it or not.
Yes, I could hear it. And
Yeah, it would be me, the Canadian internet.
John Dunning, good to see you. Jen, good to see you up here.
Oh, thanks for
Yeah,
having me. Hi, everybody.
I've heard about that cartel, how sneaky they are when they go they dig tunnels under the ground from like one store that used to be like a KFC, and then in the States, it's another McDonald's, and they come up to the floor.
Mm-hmm. There's tunnels big enough for military equipment. When we had Hurricane, I think it was Hurricane Katrina, and that was the first time in forever that they allowed the Mexican army to come into the United States, and they went to help with that. I don't know if anybody else remembers that, but that was a big deal to me that they were allowed to come in. Of course, they came in across the bridges, but still, I do know that there's tunnels that they could drive their military equipment in.
You mentioned about the Trump and the Charles having their meeting about, whatever they're talking about or whatever they want to do. I mean, ultimately, it's just pushing us closer to a more unified one world establishment, I guess. But I mean, those things have already been in place, really, if you really think about it. But
Yes.
it was today in 1765 that the British Parliament passed the Quartering Act, mandating that colonial authorities provide housing, food, and other necessities for British troops stationed in the colonies, a move that fueled colonial resentment and contributed to the growing tensions leading up to the American Revolutionary War.
Yes.
Wow.
So it was martial law then, but from Brit.
And of course, we're many decades, many generations removed from that, but are we really?
Yeah.
You remove all the smoke and mirrors that they give us,
Yep.
Well, I appreciate whoever did the rain dance. We got some rain here on Georgia today. So I
Same
appreciate
here.
that, whoever you are. I love you. I love you a lot.
We got some last night, and it was much needed. It had been months. And
Even with all the junk that they pump out there, because we know they pump junk. We don't know exactly what or to what levels really, but I mean, the plants and nature, it definitely needs that natural rain,
yes.
the nitrogen, whatever naturally comes in there. I know last summer it was brutal. The only time we really got rain was when it was attached to a hurricane.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. Yep. John, there you go.
I appreciate that, Cheryl.
So I have a commercial to sell with you. To share with y'all.
Don't be selling us no commercials now.
No.
I got the premium, so I wouldn't have to deal with commercials. Now you're going to sell me one? Yeah.
But
Commercials used to be like funny and entertaining, but like now a lot of them are just bizarre, you know? You're, you're more confused. You're like, what exactly are they trying to sell me here? You know?
yeah,
I feel less likely to buy your product now after seeing this ad. What do y'all have going on?
Yeah, just like the doctor telling you, oh, we're going to give you a couple of shots. And I go, I'm allergic. Wake up the next morning and you look like you were had sunburn and you got a headache and you're like, you call the doctor and like, oh yeah, you're having an allergic reaction. Okay. Well, I told you.
Yeah.
Same thing.
and she
Oh,
tried to tell them ahead of time, and they wouldn't listen. Imagine.
exactly. Yep. Yeah, and I go tomorrow and I am scared. So, yeah. So I'm trying to talk as much as I can now because I don't know if I can after tomorrow.
It's already
Well,
been handled.
I'm glad you came up, and yes, it has.
Oh,
It's already been handled. Ain't no need to fret or worry.
Let me see. Where's that
thank you.
commercial? Y'all are not going to believe this. You're just.
I know it's easier said than done, but I think we need to make it easier done than said. Just got to do it.
I'm still trying to get over the hurricane and tornado situation.
And you're in Canada.
Yeah, I'm in Ontario. Just
Oh.
the end of, just barely the end of Tornado Alley,
Mm-hmm.
and we've had a couple of touchdowns, not many. Like where I live, in the last 10 years, I've heard of 2 touchdowns here. Not near me, but like touchdown, boom, it's gone, right? But still, all that wind and water and whatever else along the shorelines, and I can't get over that. Like, I'll
Yeah.
take this. I'll take the freezing rain and ice build up, on the hydro lines and the snow any day.
Yeah. Well, and that's something else I wanted to bring up is the Carolinas are burning because of well, I don't know if it's because of debris, but there seems to be a lot of debris left from the hurricane
Oh,
that's
yeah.
making it hard to get into to fight the fires. It sounds pretty bad. And so all at the same time, got the Carolinas on fire. And that's the same thing that was happening here last week was the high winds, the drought, all of that's just fueling it. And so then from Texas to Florida, we have severe thunderstorms, and that's what hit here last night. We had 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Mhm.
Hey, Nicole, good to see you. And quarter-size hail. Thankfully, the hail didn't hit me, but it was close. And then Great Lakes to New England getting winter alerts and severe weather in parts of the Midwest, Ohio Valley, Southeast, and Gulf Coast. And so I'm blown away that I'm hearing people getting snowstorms. We're sunny and 85 degrees here today. And it's the end of March. I don't know. Just all seems really fishy to me.
It's the global warming.
Oh yeah,
You know,
you want to talk
global
about
warming.
That's what my
you want
daughter
to talk about fishy. Here where I live, our snow banks from like the snow plows and where I've thrown snow off of my driveway, it was like 7 feet tall.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that at all.
All right, and but for the most part, it might have been knee height to waist deep, where nothing has been like from snow throwers or plows, right? And we had it gone, most of it gone in about 2.5 weeks, melted, right? And me and my neighbor does property. I work for him. He does property maintenance and snow removal. And we both thought that the snow would have been gone late April. Like 2.5 weeks, it was melted. Like very, like where I threw the snow off of my driveway, snow's still there, right? But everywhere else, that was like knee height, waist deep, gone.
Yeah. Well, I think I heard that Wisconsin was still having snow, and possibly Michigan.
Yeah, Carl said he was still getting a bunch.
Yep.
Y'all keep the snow up here, and we'll try to keep the hurricanes down here. We need to come to some type of agreement.
Yeah,
I thought that's what the Mason-Dixon line was for.
We're still getting snow. Like last night, we got maybe a 1/4 inch of snow, but it was half melted by the end of the day. So it's that time of the year, spring, where it'll snow one night and be gone the next day.
Colorado having snow. I don't know where Prepping 101 is. Yeah. I've already got my tomatoes and cucumbers are really popping. They're not producing, but they're really growing. That rain last night really helped.
Yeah, I've got my tomatoes, peppers, some garlic, and some other plants that we can grow here in Canada in my green room. We got to wait till May 2-4 weekend to plant that stuff, at least. Because up here in Canada, where I live, we got like 2 months of growing season.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of, I'm trying to get them producing before the heat. The heat does have an effect on what grows during the summer.
I heard some places in the States, or further south you go from Canada to the States, in our winter months, like right now, you're able to grow tomatoes, lettuce, some of the cooler crops, right?
Yes.
And then when it gets to hotter, you can grow like peppers and other stuff, right? So
yeah.
it varies, right, from where, because here in Canada, for like 6 months of the winter, we're covered in snow and can't grow nothing.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Okay, I'm going to share this commercial with y'all. See what y'all think about this.
Good. I'm feeling kind of hungry. Maybe this will tune up my appetite.
I don't know if you'll be hungry after this.
I got a Batman picture to show you after that.
I love it.
Did I just watch? This is the weirdest, probably the most disturbing commercial I have ever seen, and it's not by some small company. This is KFC, one of the biggest fried chicken chains in the world, and yes, this is actually by them, for people questioning, and I'll show you proof after. But let's take a look at this commercial, and yeah, it speaks for itself. Getting some culty vibes. Yeah. Sacrifice. Chicken. Okay. So this is like a culty ritualistic thing going on in the woods. And it looks like they're worshiping the golden egg, just like in the Old Testament where they worship the golden idols. Already super weird. And then this woman takes him into the gravy. Gravy because the name of this is called Believe in Gravy. So she takes him into the gravy. And then, I mean, the bubble stops. So he's clearly unalived. And she raises him out of the gravy. And it's a fried piece of chicken. Now we see here on the page of this that it's actually KFC UK. So this is the UK branch of KFC. And it has all the commercials here. And I just realized it says Believe Part 2, All Hail Gravy. So there's got to be a Part 1 something here that we need to see. Here we go. So let's see what Part 1's all about, I guess.
We'll be chatting to the Minister for Artificial Intelligence about recent accusations that he's not real.
Just don't gay anymore.
There's that golden egg. Is that the same girl as the first one?
In light of recent events, it begs the question, what can we even believe in anymore?
What is this? I mean, that one is more on the funnier side, but the one we just watched was weird. Look, call it clickbait, call it a joke, call it the truth in plain sight. This is weird. As a restaurant, you shouldn't be playing with cannibalism and mocking baptism. This is super weird. And look, you have the golden egg. So they're all clearly worshiping that. Someone is getting baptized in gravy and coming out as a cooked piece of whatever the heck it was. So to me, this is taking it too far. And the fact that this is the UK version kind of, I don't know what to think about that. I don't know if anyone watching here is from the UK. If you saw this on TV, let me know. Now, just really quickly, It's probably some massive brand, but yeah, Yum Brands. Who owns Yum Brands? Yeah, so Vanguard and BlackRock, God, they own everything. You know, here's the thing. Nothing surprises me anymore, especially when these two own everything. But when they start putting it in our faces, it kind of pisses me off a little bit because it just means that they're so powerful that they just don't care. And this is all just entertainment to them. And yeah, their clickbait's working. I'm out here making a video about KFC. Now, I don't know how someone's going to want to go eat KFC after this, unless you're into some really weird things. But man, we are living in some crazy times right now. What in the cannibalism did I just watch?
Yeah, there was a lot going on in those videos for sure.
I think that, you know, my old man and my grandpa owned a meat factory. And let me tell you something. That was some satanic stuff.
Yes, it was.
Because there's my old man, I remember seeing the first kill floor when he was maybe 5, 6 years old, and I cried. You know, and the truck driver I was with wasn't my dad, but it was one of my dad's good buddies at the time. And he hugged me and my dad when I got back to the plant. My dad, he told my dad what happened, and my dad explained to me that he said to me that this is the way we do it, because we're human beings. We're not necessarily the top of the food chain, but we are sophisticated and we do things in a sophisticated manner. And in the wild, they animals like wolves, whatever, do it in a certain way, and anything else, it's not right. What I seen was not right.
No. That's
Are you familiar with the term the golden egg or the golden goose?
Yep.
No, but
It's a Aesop. It was an Aesop fable about a farmer whose goose laid golden eggs. At first, the farmer, you know, he was excited, you know, he was appreciative, you know, but eventually, the farmer became greedy and he killed the goose because he believed that why wait on these eggs to come out when I can just kill the goose, open it up, and just get all the unlimited supply of eggs and just be done with it. You know, I don't have to feed the goose. I don't have to nurture the goose. I don't have to take care of the goose. I can just get all the rewards. But he found out quick it didn't work that way. You know, not only did he not find any gold inside, but he killed his way of getting his golden egg. And
Yeah.
how true is that by today's standards, even still? And this fable was written allegedly thousands of years ago. You know.
Hey y'all.
Hey Chuck, good to see you.
And the
I
whole
can
like,
relate. I
Hey,
can
and
relate to
Hudson.
that because you know I got I don't have them right now, but I did. I had laying chickens that laid eggs. Once they slowed down to stopping, I dispatched them and put
oh
them to
yeah, yeah,
sleep. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But
yeah. Once they reach their life cycle, yeah,
you know, but I didn't dispatch them when they were in their prime of giving the eggs. You know what I mean?
oh no,
It's
So I
awesome.
can relate to that to an extent.
The whole symbolism that was in that is like he was saying. And even if it's a commercial, how many times a day are people going to be seeing that play? How many
yeah,
times a day is that going to be normalizing it for people or the children? Look at how the children are going to look at that. Oh, look at the big golden egg. That's the one we want to find on Easter.
yeah. And I think it definitely could have been a a pun or a jab at maybe Christianity or Easter. Of course, the commercialized aspect of it is, the Easter bunny and the eggs. Religious meanings is a lot different, but you see how all the people just came down and they lifted that man and that woman up to high exaltment, and then they went down to the waters, and the guy got baptized almost in a way, as above, so below. But when it was a sacrifice in a way too, because like he said, he pointed out there were bubbles like he was breathing, and the bubbles stopped, and she lifted him up out of the waters, and the transhumanism had become complete. He was no longer a human.
Thank you. You
Um,
explained it much better.
Even in the first one, the first part, it takes jabs at the AI, and you see the woman at the laundromat kind of glitching out, and then you see people just walking down the street glitching out. I mean, we see that now in real time.
Yes.
Shoot, when TikTok stopped working and people couldn't log into TikTok for the weekend, or people were losing their minds. There was reports of people actually calling 911 and saying, "Hey, I can't log into my TikTok. I can't post content. What's going on? Save me, help me."
Yeah.
We see this in real time, the mental breakdown, and people think we're so far off from it, but it's hard to see that you're actually in the waters until you step back a little bit. You don't realize you're already in it until it's already happened.
Yeah, heaven forbid. I'm only 45, and I remember being a kid and Nintendo being out. You remember
Yeah.
Nintendo?
Yeah.
Game Boys, right?
Game
nothing
Boys.
seriously technology that way. Remember the computers back then too? You remember cell phones being as big as a suitcase or
Yes.
bolted into your cars?
Yeah.
Now people have 2 or 3 cell phones clipped to their hip at one time.
Yeah, but yet here, 30 years later, I'm talking on a cell phone, on StreamYard, on Bonnie's live stream, on my cell phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Talking to Bonnie, and the rest of you is, God only knows where the rest of you live. But Bonnie, what, you're in Texas? Here, I'm in Canada. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who would have thought that stuff,
I know. But
yeah.
I mean, so it's great that we've been brought together this way, and still don't believe it was by accident. But at the same time, it can be used to promote evil, do evil. A lot do.
Oh,
that goes with anything. Just about anything.
Any soapbox can.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Can you what?
Can I say something? What
Of
I saw in
course.
that? Well, the first video with the golden egg, the first from a woman's perspective, I saw the female, she's the one that gives birth. And then in the second video was the rooster. And what's the rooster? Cock-a-doodle-doo. And how everybody, it was a combination of male, female.
Yeah.
Is what I saw. And it was, I see things on a different, I don't know. The female has the egg, the male has the cock-a-doodle-doo, and it just, the way it went together was
The
really
whole
awesome.
transhumanism aspect, maybe.
Right. It was out of bounds.
And this is just a commercial selling chicken and sides. This isn't a pharmaceutical commercial. This isn't, it's the people selling fried chicken.
I used to work for Brown's Chicken in Chicago.
Yeah.
Ready for a picture?
Yeah, let's see it. What you got?
Uh-oh. Okay. Hope it works.
Let me see here.
Let me see if I can.
Oh, now we found out the true identity of Batgirl.
Wait. Okay.
Check it out.
That was in 1997 at Halloween. That's what I wore. Batgirl.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, well.
cool.
I'm going through pictures, sorting stuff out.
I understand.
Oh my gosh, kind of takes you back.
Soylent Green on display.
Man, just imagine if Pfizer made a commercial like that, That's just Chick-fil-A making, KFC making stuff like that,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Man.
I saw that and I said, no way. And I love dancing. I mean, at first when I was like, oh, this is cool dancing. Okay. Okay, now it's getting a little weird. And
yeah,
what Cheryl said a while ago, humans are, we don't know what we're eating or something like that. Well, we've heard.
Yeah, that's true.
Similar stories.
Yeah. We thought they were just urban legends until you hear everybody start saying the same thing.
I would agree with that to an extent, what we are eating, because you ever notice, for the people that do gardens, you ever notice the stuff you grow in your garden opposed to what's in the grocery mall?
Yes.
Oh,
You
yeah.
ever notice how if you grow ginger, how much smaller your ginger is than in the grocery malls?
Yes.
You ever notice how apples and pears are roughly the same size? You ever notice those kind of things?
Yeah.
And that goes with, and same thing with the chicken or meat. You ever notice it's about the same size? You don't get a fluctuation.
I'm gonna get out there. I'm locking up.
Oh no, Chuck. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your weather's okay over there.
Love you, buddy.
Darn it.
It's Texas for you. It's too big. It's like 5 climates in one state.
Yeah. And I think that they are making sure that well, even what we've seen them do with the chickens. You grow a chicken, a meat chicken, and you do what you need to do to it. I heard you, Chuck. Sorry about that. Take care. But then when you go to buy a whole chicken, look how much plumper it is. Like, that they're putting something in it.
Oh, yeah.
Feeding them something to make them bigger. So that with the produce too, they're doing something to make it bigger, spraying or coating it with something to make it shinier. Here's another new shiny thing. Eat this, it's healthy. Whatever.
It's like I'm pretty sure y'all seen the Costco chicken video. Pretty sure y'all seen that. That's how a lot of those big box stores, they sell those chickens that come in those awful plastic bags. And the turnaround from them is like 6 weeks. The chicken is genetically modified, and from the time it's birth until it's usually packaged and consumed is about 6 weeks. It's genetically designed just for that simple purpose, just to be a big box microwavable heat bag chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen it a while back after they process them. They after their the heads are gone, when they're in the processing plant, they shoot stuff into their bodies, and it's disgusting.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to be excused for a second. Y'all got this?
Allegedly.
I'm not going to talk about no more food. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, no more food. I'm not even hungry anymore. I'm going on a diet.
Right.
Going on a diet till breakfast.
I'll be right back.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's nothing that we don't all see. I mean, it's there.
Yeah.
Took
I'll
an
be
accidental nap today, man. I feel a lot better.
Yeah, like I said, my dad's worked in the meat industry for most all his life, and my grandpa for half his life, and I've been around it for 45, probably 30, 35 years now, right? And I've had farmers, like I live out in the country, like where I can go like a kilometer or two down the road and buy off a farmer, and my father's had farmer stuff as well too when he does come over, and he even notices a difference between the stuff he sold to the stuff that I get now.
Oh yeah.
All the way around, it's better, the stuff I get. Because it's not necessarily, I don't want to say it's grass fed or grain fed or whatever, right? But it's just, he says it's I don't want to say processed, but for lack of better terms, like someone said, they were injecting something into them or whatever, being processed. Okay. It's a lot better than the stuff he got as a company, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like even something as simple as the egg. Like the egg was shown in the video. You if you want to see the most obvious difference, go get you a big box store egg, crack it open, put it in a bowl, and you get one that's farm raised locally or your own chicken egg, and crack it open, put it in the bowl, and it's just dramatically different.
Oh
Even
yeah.
the egg itself, the shell. I mean, you can tell the difference.
Oh yeah. No, I wouldn't say, I don't know about the shell too much, but I'll tell you, having an egg a day old, like pull it out of the chicken coop today and then have it for breakfast tomorrow, it's a lot better than the store bought.
Oh yeah. As long as you don't wash it and remove that natural biome, I mean, you can leave it on your counter for a little while. You know, you only got to refrigerate it once it's been processed and you remove that natural biome off of it.
Well, I have one for you. What? There's 7 other women in this building, and I get farm fresh eggs. 4 dozen for $10 from a
Oh
farmer
man,
down.
nice.
Yeah. And they're brown. And when these ladies saw the eggs, they were like, "Ew, we ain't eating them." And I'm like, "What do you mean? They're the best eggs. Well, why aren't they white?" And I go, "Well, they're brown, natural, organic eggs." And they would not eat the brown eggs. They wouldn't even try them. And I'm just...
They don't know what real eggs look like.
Yeah, and they're all older than I am. 76, 73. I mean, all these ladies. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I was just blown away. Just,
Eggs like that are so much richer and fatter, and the color's even different, you know?
Oh, so good. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that too. Yeah, people have had false food or not real food or something fake for so long, and they see something real and they just totally deny it because they think that's the fake one.
Mm-hmm. I got it. It was 1 year. I can't. I've been trying to think of what year it was, but I had 1 dozen that had double yolks in each egg. One
Mm.
dozen, and I was wow, how lucky. And then I had twins, but still, just there are no coincidences.
That was the year of fertility.
And I was talking about getting chickens to my daughter,
Do
and
it.
she said, I will not eat fresh eggs. I just don't like them. And I said, what's wrong with you? And but the other kids, they're like, yeah, we'll eat them. So I'm still gonna get chickens.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I seen this video, this couple, I forget where they were at. I saved it or sent it to myself, but they built this huge chicken coop and they've got it's like a whole chicken habitat in there,
Mhm.
trees, plants growing that the chickens could eat on, but they even got like regular birds, like parakeets and other birds that live in there. They've got it all built up and protected, It's pretty cool.
Turning guns. Good to see you. So Jen, do you want to expound on your surgery, or you're good? It's up to you.
Yeah, I have nothing to hide. In 2013, I had my uvula removed, which is the thing that hangs in the back of your throat. They cut that off because I had a cyst on there, thinking it was cancer, which it was not, thank God. So tomorrow they're doing another surgery to go down my esophagus to look for more cysts. And then as they're down there, they're going to see if I have an ulcer. Just stress from my village, of course. And as they come up, then they're going to put a balloon inside the tube that's already down my throat and expand my esophagus. It's called a balloon expansion. And I had one about 5 years ago, and it hurt so bad. It felt like somebody sat on your chest, or there was like right between your breastbone, like somebody it hurt so bad. The expansion, because they want to make sure that, But yeah, that's what I'm having tomorrow, and I have 3 hours to eat whatever I can.
Oh, goodness.
Before surgery tomorrow, and I'm a little scared because we don't know what they're going to put in the shots, and I always sign my name, and I put no CV shots, and I document it, and I take a picture, and they're like, why are you doing that? And I go, well, I'm protecting myself, just like I told you about those 6 shots they gave me in the shoulder on the 12th. I told her I'm allergic, and she goes, oh, well, come on, just try the shots. I tried them, and the next day I woke up with a headache so bad, and my face looked like I was in a sunburn, like I was from Florida, and my neck, I was burnt red. And she said, oh, yeah, you're having an allergic reaction. I told you. Why don't you doctors listen? We know our own bodies. We've, been around long enough to know, and you turn around and think, you're 30 years old and you think you know me from umpteen, no.
Right. We do know our own bodies.
Right. So my fear is if they put something accidentally in the shot or something, I'm just, yeah. But I know prayers are with me. God's right next to me, sidekick. So I'm,
That's right.
That's
The healing hands are just going to be right there with you.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am a little nervous, but,
I know. Do you have anyone going with you?
No, just God.
Yeah.
But that's the doctors for you, right? At least up here in Canada, there's very few doctors, from what I understand, and it's just easier to write a prescription or do this or do that and move on to the next person.
Yeah. We're just cattle.
Well, just like my arm, I fell, 31 months ago, and 19 months ago I had surgery and my arm still doesn't work.
Yeah.
I've seen so many doctors. I'm a pin cushion. It just, Get, it's a $65,000 prosthetic arm, metal shoulder, and everything that does not work. Well, Miss Fredericks, I don't care.
Apple Dumpling, good to see you.
Huh?
I was just saying hello to Apple Dumpling. Sorry.
It's okay. I just, you keep going, and you get on your knees and you cry to God and say, just take the pain away, and you keep going. So
That's right.
I
And I'm
appreciate
proud of you.
Huh?
I'm proud of you. You have kept going, and you kept a good attitude, and
Yeah, laughter's the best medicine, and God right next to you, and all you friends, everybody here. You guys have all been supportive of me. You and Dee and Echo, everybody. You guys have all,
yeah.
been right there with me.
There's a message from Echo to you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm ready to cry. I am a little nervous. Because you don't know what they're going to do to you in there,
Well, and that's my stepfather. He's had that where they stretch it. He had that done a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do it anymore. I guess the problem solved itself, but I can remember he would just be eating or drinking something, and all of a sudden get me to the hospital, and they'd have to stretch his esophagus. But this sounds like a different procedure than just that.
Yeah, they're not stretching it. They're just making my esophagus bigger so that food can go down. And it also pushes the discs back from in my spine, kind of, because my discs are protruding and coming into towards the back of my esophagus and my back. So it'll push everything back and kind of widen it. And that's what hurts. It hurts the front more than the back.
Right.
Yeah. So
because it's pushing those bones. Yeah.
Yeah. But I am a woman that can do it.
I'll be thinking about you all day tomorrow. And I am. And
oh, thank you.
You can't talk, but text.
Okay. I'll try to text you. I know I'm going to be like, I'm taking a medical bus there. I mean, I have a very large family, but no one's available. So I'm taking a medical bus. And I don't know what kind of condition, if I'm going to be laying down or sitting up or what. But yeah, I'll try texting okay, or just press the letter K or something, or H for home or something, or something. I'll try, because I know when you come out of anesthesia, you're not,
Oh, yeah. So they're not keeping you overnight?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well,
just like my shoulder, it was in by 10 and out by 2.
And they're going to bring you back home?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, because around here, if you go in for something like that, they won't do it unless you have someone to drive you home at least.
Yeah, and being the oldest of 10, it's like you have so many, and I have 5 kids, and everybody's busy, I appreciate all the well wishes and the prayers, everything. I see everybody in chat, and I see all of you. Thank you so much. I love you all. Thank you. Oh, P.S. And Ben says hello too, and he misses you guys. He's just taking the back seat and concentrating on himself. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be crying.
You're
just
okay.
scared. Guys, you guys are my rock.
Love you, hon.
I love you guys too.
So, we talked about before how how evil can be let in, and sometimes it's watching things or you know, it's like that once you see it, you see it thing. Once you know, you know. So I've been seeing a lot of things lately that have disturbed me. Excuse me. So I'm going to be more careful of that. But I don't know why. I was just sitting here today and I was thinking about if I were the devil. And so I just started writing a letter to the devil, to Satan, whatever. And didn't mean for it to rhyme, but it kind of does. And I don't know, it may be corny. Do y'all want to hear it? It's up to y'all.
Why not?
Okay. See if I can get through this. You came into my childhood in the form of a man. You can't stand us elderly because we know your plan. We are just a mere flesh and blood people, but we know how to pray. You create stronger weapons against us because we bind you away. You riddle our lands with hatred and disease. You try to destroy our homes and make friends and family enemies. You've corrupted our military, using our sons and daughters. They go in with bravery to serve, to be sent to senseless wars for slaughter. You've corrupted our government, You've corrupted our government, our schools, and our churches, but we continue to pray and keep God in our searches. One by one, we are taking a stand. The righteous and brave will once again have this land. So step aside, you demons, and go back to hell, for love and God in our hearts will dwell. You have no power here, and we have no fear. We will stand till the end for all we hold dear.
That was awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Appreciate you sharing that with us.
And that's where I'm at, is taking a stand. I am evil is not going to win here, no matter what. And it is so true. We are just flesh and blood people. So they must fear us if they just keep creating these mass destruction weapons against us. But here we are. We're still here. Keep standing. Keep living life. Love. Love conquers all. Yeah, John.
Beautiful.
So I always try to keep my face towards the sun. No matter what, the shadows will always be behind me.
Absolutely.
And you feel better too. Unless you're a vampire.
Right? And That's every day I go out at least 20 minutes, just sitting in the sun, just soaking it up.
I couldn't imagine never being able to feel the warmth of the sun or raindrops, Couldn't
No,
imagine.
that's why the thought of the going underground cities is not appealing to me.
Oh, well, I'd be one of the first ones to go nuts.
Yep.
They'd probably be short tunnels too. They wouldn't be tall tunnels, so I'd have to duck and it's just, yeah, get me out of here.
Yep.
That's like little Timmy. He was wondering where babies come from. So y'all probably heard this joke before. It's an old one, but he went and asked his dad. He said, "Dad, where do babies come from?" He said, "Well, son, God created Adam and Eve, and they had children, and those children grow up, and they had children, and so on and so on." The little boy said, "Okay, that makes sense." So he ran in the kitchen. He said, "Mom, where do babies come from?" He said, "Well, son, one time there were only monkeys, and those monkeys slowly evolved and grew up and became us." The little boy went back to his dad and said, "You lied to me." He said, "No, son, she was talking about her side of the family."
Here you go.
There you go.
Yep. I don't know any monkeys in my history. Too many history. Oh my goodness.
On a different note, on the 10th of March, I did have I had to see a spinal doctor to see if anything was connected with my shoulder. And I stopped at the Wisconsin Historical Society. I don't know if I told you, Bonnie. And I touched the Wisconsin Constitution from February 1st of 1848.
Wow.
And I got to make a PDF, and I gave it to my Wisconsin Assembly. We had a face-to-face on the 16th, and they were in awe. And it was so, and I was crying as I was, I was going to touch it, and the guy, just looking at it, and he was showing me how to do it and how to scan it. And I started crying because I just filled with honor and pride and just looking at it. And you had the 14th Amendment on there. And he goes, "Man, you can't be crying while you're scanning this." And so I had to, gain my composure. But it was so wonderful to film it. And I got he did not let me wear gloves. I didn't have to. He just did not want me to cry on it. And it was so wonderful. Just had to share.
That is awesome, Jen.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's it. We've got to get back to the Republic.
Mm-hmm.
No
Yeah,
party. We've seen elections don't work. I don't know how we're going to fix that, but I'm inclined not to even vote.
Yeah.
And twice I voted for Trump. I'm not saying that. It's just I don't see. I think it's going to go however they want it, no matter how many people vote.
Yeah.
And I was all for it, telling it, make sure you vote. We can't just hand it to them. But something's got to change. And I don't know how we can get it to change, but I know God plays a part in this, definitely. I know that
Yes,
I know
God,
He's carrying me through this right now, but at the same time, I know that I need to be active in my part. I need to be active in what's going on around me, not only in my county, but in the surrounding counties. Excuse me.
Definitely got to plant those seeds. God's going to provide the weather and the ways to nurture those seeds, but we still got to plant them, you know?
Yes. Yes, Lauren, for right now, but we also have the power to rebuke him and send him on his path. Behind me, Satan, you have no power here.
And I look at it like this in a way, you know, a thief is not going to break into an empty house, you know. If the devil or some entity's coming after you, you have something of value they want, you know.
Yeah.
It's one way to look at it.
No, it's not. D. Oh, your county. I thought you said your country. Okay. You know, and I've seen one person stand and then two more stand alongside them, and then one more, and then three more. And that's how it happens. We just got to keep, every time they think they knock us down, another one stand. Just like they did with the flag when they were being bombed with the ships. They didn't let that flag fall down. Courage is contagious. I like that. That checks out the spirit.
It's like I don't know if y'all have ever seen the movie called V for Vendetta. Basically, it's a movie about Guy Fawkes, if y'all are familiar with that. But in the movie, he says, behind this mask, there is more than just flesh. Beneath this mask, there is an idea, and ideas themselves are bulletproof.
Exactly. I know. And when I first watched that movie, I got a little upset when he.
Are you seeing the movie?
Yes.
It's a good movie, in my opinion.
I have the mask.
There you go.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that mask is based off of Guy Fawkes. Pretty interesting story.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I haven't heard that story. Guy Fawkes.
Guy Fawkes. It's Fauks, I believe.
Yeah, for the past 34 months, I've been fighting my village to stop 7 things in this village to protect our future and our extended future. And I've met maybe 5, maybe 6 meetings. But after every 3-minute speech, I ask them if they have any questions, and they say, no, you can sit down. And I turn around and I look at them. I say, do you kneel to God or do you kneel to greed? And then I sit down.
There you go.
Every single meeting, I got them recorded too.
Yeah, hold them accountable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they have 4 notices and 2 affidavits, and I'm still trying to get my Wisconsin assembly together. We have 11 people, and we need 15 to hold my village accountable. And it's hard when nobody, they don't think it. You're trying so hard to tell people about the future, or not the future, the past and your rights and the Constitution and the Bible, and trying to show them everything. And they just look at you. Yeah, some see what's going on. Other people are like, what? And you're, okay. It's back and forth. So, yeah.
It's rudimentary, my dear Watson. It's rudimentary.
Yes. They call me the harasser because I harass people. I go, no, I'm not harassing you. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
Are you harassing?
Y'all don't have no problem putting me on notice and sending me notices to my dwelling.
Yeah.
And I try to put y'all on notice, and it's a ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they even switched lawyers because they know I'm going after their bond.
Yeah, they get quiet as a church mouse. Y'all were just yapping, talking about the taxes y'all were just going to impose. Now y'all are just quiet as a church mouse.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff's going on, so it's all good. I see what's going on. They're working behind the curtain, like Oz,
Oh, don't look behind that curtain. Don't you dare.
Yeah. I already know what they're doing. I don't have to look. Oh my gosh.
I'll hit you with the Men in Black flashy thingy. Ma'am, please look over here.
When back is the government been working behind the curtains?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hello, Black Watch.
Evening. How is everybody?
Hello, Mike.
I'm good.
Hello, Mr. Blackcoach.
Top of the evening to you.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
Don't. Isn't that Minnesota or something? Don't you know? Don't you know?
Thank you, Cheryl. I have, like I said, 5 kids, and I got 11 grandkids now, and the 12th one is due in June. I don't see any of them, but hey, God is good, and we keep going.
That's right.
That's
Your
it.
family is growing, but that's what we do it for. Whether they're talking to us or not, we stand for the future generations.
I'm leaving a legacy like you, Bonnie. We are leaving legacies.
That's right.
Whether they know it or not, hon. We are leaving legacies.
You remember the song Leader of the Band? Living Legacy is a lyric. You remember that song?
Leader of the pack? Is that what you said? Or
Leader of the Band.
the
leader of the band is dying and is growing old. His songs run through my instrument, and his blood runs through my soul.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Blood goes through my instrument. Na, na, na. Oh my gosh. Good song, Black Watch. Oh my gosh.
Leader of the band is dying, and his blood is going cold. Yeah.
But I can see where younger people are getting it. We have Garrett here in chat. I think he's the youngest that I know of. And What Live? There's
allegedly.
There's people who will carry on when we're gone, I believe. And my daughter surprised me. Taking a class with me yesterday.
That's good.
Yep. And
I thought you were going to say she's going to tell you you're expecting. Well, that's a surprise.
I'm expecting that won't happen.
I thought it was a vanilla wafers.
It takes 2.
Sorry, man. We've just consumed a lot of vanilla wafers. That's all.
Okay, if the vanilla wafers do that, then that's a possibility.
I was listening in. I was on a panel, but I was listening in. I think you were talking about Alberta. They had to hang and quarter that woman. She wants cessation, the premier. Ship her down there. And I don't want to change the thing, but I was listening. I was on a panel. Yeah, right.
Alberta. I think I went to school with a girl named Alberta.
Alberta.
Yep.
Mhm. Her brother was named just Al.
Al. Just call me Al, right? Just
Yeah, Al in Alberta.
Al. That's a screwed up problem.
So the mother could just yell Al, and either one.
Yeah, it's just Al. They all come running.
Yeah.
Alfred, Al, Alberta,
Yep.
Althenia.
I knew a lady that named her twins Paul and Pauline.
Why?
Well, she had like 17 kids, so I guess she
Wow.
started running out of names.
And she was still in the A's? She was still in the A's? No, that's, yeah, still in the A's.
She made it all the way down to the P's.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I mean, it's a blessing if you can handle it and do it. Man, 17 kids.
So what other hobbies did she have? 7.
Knitting, I'm sure.
God.
So what does this mean?
Huh?
4225 is approaching very fast. What's going on then? What do you know, Lauren?
You're coming up with a lot of songs, aren't you? What's going on?
Thank
What's
you.
going on?
I was going to tell you what. You know what happened in 1387 on this date?
Please tell me.
Absolutely nothing. Nobody did a damn thing. Everybody stayed at home and went on their Xboxes.
Thought it was your bar mitzvah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, of course.
Hey, Black Watch. Do you know that who sings skin-dyed jeans and a motorcycle jacket?
Is that you, Jan?
Liberation Day.
No, I just wanted to know the group who sang that song.
External Revenue Service.
I did see there was supposed to be some big announcement. I think it might have been the 2nd. Of course, you don't want to do any political announcement on April 1st. They're just going to assume it's just a joke, being April Fool's Day.
Right.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
Yeah.
The 4th, DJT is supposed to be speaking also on the 4th or something. I don't know.
I heard DJ T staying at home. Nobody invited him to the party.
Every country which was under British rule has an act of independence in UK Parliament except the USA. Interesting.
I got a few additional facts for you. Immigration applications to England have gone up 40% from Americans since he took office.
And the
Frying pan into the fire, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Carolina, good to see you.
I brought my leathers out to California, but I don't know if I showed D or not. My assless chaps.
You got to document that now. I mean, that's just on right. We already know the true identity of Batgirl, Truth is out there. But have any of y'all ever heard of the term paralindrum dates?
I don't think so.
Palindrome. Pretty much it's a date that's read the same forwards as backwards. I don't know. I find stuff like that interesting. But anyway, this year in May, the paralindrum dates, it's pretty much the entire month of May is in a paralindrum date. All the way from May the 2nd to May the 29th, the date will be read the same forward as backwards.
Oh, wow.
Used to collect banknotes were palindrome, what you're talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3,
Yeah.
3,
Yep.
2, 1.
Yep.
Ladder notes. Well, not
Mhm.
exactly. Ascending, descending ladder note. Palindrome.
Yeah. I've heard of that too.
They didn't sell well.
It's interesting because we have those dates, sometimes annually, but for it to be a whole month, usually it's like a week, but almost the entire month of May is that way.
So Honey's saying Britain, the Crown, never sealed the USA's independence legally. Trump is exposing that if you are to become Commonwealth, you will truly be independent.
There goes that idea.
I don't know.
That was a good idea in theory. Doesn't work. Which, by the way, we don't belong to the Commonwealth other than by choice.
So would that make Canada an uncommonwealth?
April the 17th, 1982, the British Crown died here, for the most part, and the Canadian Constitution came in, which was a collection of previously passed laws and our Charter of Rights and Freedom.
Well, from what I understand, the DC and Disney and the bar are all still under the Crown. And so when I was looking into things about land titles and stuff like that, it was saying that the United States owns all the land of the United States, that we don't actually own any properties. So if it's to get DC out from under the Crown, I'm going to back to him, but I don't know.
If you look at our federal land, who owns this? It's like when this Canadian Forces Base closed. It's a Canadian something corporation, which is an arm of the government that owns federal land. I'm sure you have the same thing.
Yeah.
The question was, who owns it? Used to call it Crown land. It's the same thing. It had nothing to do with Britain. Who owns Crown land? Not the government.
It does. Well, it originally started from the Crown. Who owned it? Like you go back to I think it was the 1906 census, and even then, after so much had changed, it still showed that by the Crown, by the landmass, Britain still owned a fifth of the world's land. Even then, it's broken up and chopped up then, but even to be considered a commonwealth means you had to have been under some type of crown or some rule at one point. And whatever they did with the documents, however that may be, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But we all were. Why argue the point? If you go back in history, there was a king or queen that owned it. Crown. Doesn't matter how far back you go.
Honey says it becomes a legal act. Once an act of independence is signed, it's been completed for all countries, but never the USA. Still keeps saying. Well, that's true too, turning guns.
I mean, besides the King of England, I mean, currently allegedly in the world, there aren't any female monarchs. Since the one in I think it was, where is it? Somewhere in Europe, maybe Dutch. That lady stepped down, and of course, when the Queen passed, I mean, and, you know, everybody knows King Charles, but I mean, literally, I mean, how much longer does he have left?
Well, it'll pass to Andrew.
Hey,
Of course,
Cindy.
those people are just figureheads, if nothing else. You know, they have some input, but I mean, they're not the end all be all. They answer to someone.
Elizabeth had the Queen Elizabeth II, a yacht. They took it from her. They couldn't afford it anymore. That was decades ago.
Yeah,
It's going on and on and on and on.
I just buy a nice pontoon boat.
Probably. Or one of those swamp boats.
That wouldn't be allegedly. That would happen.
The truth.
I spent a little time, I was curious. The Buckingham Palace, how was it built? Very interesting. Henry VIII, that was a rose garden for him. And somebody put up a white wooden thing, you know, and it kept going and going and going and going. Till there was a castle.
Yeah, they just kept adding on to it.
Yeah.
I think it had a few fires over the years, but yeah.
Yeah. They sure did. But you know what Henry VIII said at the end of it? When it didn't get built? I never promised you a rose garden.
Good song. I love the sunshine. Sometime. Good song.
Oh, goodness, Ann. That's wow. Who knows?
Guess why they called it the White House? It was painted white.
The royal family is owned by the bankers. They infiltrated decades ago.
Do you
And
ever wonder?
them.
Do you ever wonder what would happen if
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
you ever wonder what would happen if it never got shot?
Is it just me, or can y'all hear?
Does
No.
seem a little low.
You ever wonder what would happen if JFK never got shot?
I can hear ever wonder. Let me see if I can.
You ever wonder what would happen if JFK never got shot?
I still can't understand you, Marshmallow Man. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll go down and come back up.
Okay.
A good idea.
Were y'all understanding? Is it just me?
No, it was a
He
little
said,
distorted.
you know why JFK was ever shot or something. It wasn't 100%.
We need you as a code breaker.
Was that a wind talker? Was that a wind talker?
Could be.
Yeah, yeah, Navajo Indians, code talkers.
Windbreaker.
Well, I should say goodnight to you guys. I got 2 hours to stuff my face, and then I can't have nothing to eat. How's that song go? What was that? Carol Burnett used to sing. Oh, I was just singing it in my head. Now I'm together. Have a song or sing a song. Yes.
And she pull her earlobe or her mother.
Comes a time we have to say good night. Something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
Let's say good night to everybody.
Oh, have a good night, Jen.
Good night to you as well.
No
I
worries.
probably won't sleep, but you know. But anyway. All right. Well, thank you everybody for the prayers. I love you all. Thank you, Bonnie, and everybody. I will talk to you soon.
You can't go. I just.
Well, what you got the 5 knuckles a coming.
Forget about it, eh?
What am I going to do with all this popcorn?
Sell it to the neighbor. She has no teeth.
You're going to talk to me. Hey, Chibani. Pick up the cannoli on your way home. Okay.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Arrivederci.
All right. Thank you again. Bye, everybody.
Take care, Jen.
All right.
Love you.
Did you validate her parking pass? Oh, nut. She's going to have to pay $20.
Taste. Hey, Blue. She's a sweetheart. Yeah, it seems to be the bankers owning everything. Dee
Hi, honey.
and Marshmallow Man back. Hey,
Ah.
Dee.
Yeah, you ever
Hello,
wonder
mates.
what would happen if JFK never got shot?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, it's better.
Yes.
Did he say wonder what would happen if he hadn't been shot?
Yeah. And that's a good question.
I think LBJ would have imploded with his ego. Poof. For sure.
Mhm.
Him and his brother had a lot of grand ideas.
Yeah, because you think about it, he got shot. Trump nearly lost his life, and I don't know the correlation between JFK and Trump, okay? But that's a statement for anywhere in the world, whether it's the States, Canada, or anywhere else.
Well, Reagan, they tried to take him out too. I think they've tried with all of them, but those are the ones we were let know.
You remember watching the video when they tried to shoot Reagan? That guy had so many Secret Service guys on top of him and back limousine. It's a wonder he could move. Or did they ever get him in the back of that limousine quick?
Yeah, well, too bad one of them shot at him.
Sat on him, he jumped on him.
Monty said one of them would never have been in Vietnam.
Yeah,
That would
I
have been
agree.
That's true.
That's a good point. Maybe not a lot of wars.
taken
You
on.
had Lincoln, you had Garfield, you had McKinney, and you had, of course, Kennedy, and then Teddy Roosevelt. What was it? Teddy Roosevelt, Reagan, and of course, Trump. They all allegedly had assassination attempts.
Yeah.
We had a National Guard guy try to kill Trudeau, Justin.
Oh, wow.
He didn't get past, the pipes of the cement in 2014, and he wasn't home anyway. I guess he's going to spend a few years thinking about that one.
He's not a very good assassin, that's for sure. Dumbass.
I
You have to go there when someone ain't even fucking home. What's the matter with you?
Yeah. Who
You're
hired this
pretty
guy?
stupid. I mean, I'd like to think I could do better than that, you know?
They hired Paul
You know?
Blart Mall Cop.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I just saw a video, slow motion of that, and it looked like the driver put it over his shoulder and shot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What are we
So,
talking about?
JFK.
Oh, okay.
Or did you mean Reagan? I'm sorry.
no, I meant JFK.
Yeah. Yeah. Was there
Nothing
some new
against.
footage that came out? Was there a new video that come out, or was that just resurfaced? Or seemed like there was about the driver just come out a month or two ago. That angle. I don't know.
Could be. It wouldn't surprise me. Or all the stuff that disappeared will never get seen again.
Nothing against the video footage of JFK or anything like that. But you know how black and white and how, I don't want to say crappy, the videography was back then, but how it is as it is today. So I'm not saying it wasn't the driver. I'm not saying it was. You know what I mean? But you
Right.
notice how it could have been any other way. You know what I mean? Could have been the
Yes.
driver. It could have been the guy from that suppository building. Whatever the case might have been, you know?
Yeah.
Been aliens.
Yeah.
Intergalactic Federation, you know, who knows?
Well, and knowing what they can do with film nowadays also.
Oh, yeah.
Gray says the film was doctored. You know what is said about Mars?
What's that?
What? Well, leave us hanging.
Did she get abducted on live stream?
Didn't happen.
What happened? Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh,
That was a close one.
military auxiliary.
Gmail Merkel, good to see you.
Is that one of the words you're not supposed to say? Otherwise, they take you away. That's
No,
Oh, yeah.
military auxiliary radio system. That's what Mars stands for. Military auxiliary radio system. The Starlink. The claim is our minds are going to be blown.
Well, and that's what I have seen is the connection of the towers that they've put up all around me. They're all over the world. The lights have something to do with it, and
Oh, they do. I promise you they do.
the satellites, and it's like all supposedly to connect and cause something.
Did you know it was yesterday in history? In 1983, the U.S. President Ronald Reagan introduced the Strategic Defense Initiative, aka Star Wars.
Huh.
Well, you know, that movie Contagion talked about how
Yeah, that's a
the
good one.
towers were, yeah, somebody was telling me that when COVID first happened, and I didn't believe her. I'm like, you're freaking crazy. I thought she was nuts, but she's like, no, the 5G, and it's going to affect people who took the jab because they're going to have nanotechnology in them, and it's going to control them. And I'm like, you're freaking nuts. Now I don't think she's so nuts. I don't know. They tell us all this stuff they're doing in movies, you know.
I know. And why is that? And who's connected with it all? It's that one organization just keeps coming up, and I mean, even with the
You are a
war,
bug.
every single war that's happened, everything, they keep coming up.
Who, the Freemasons?
No,
Didn't
Who?
China come up
Satanics?
with? Didn't China come up with that 5G stuff first?
Probably.
but
When it all first came out with the shots for the pandemic and that, and 'cause I heard something about the shots for the pandemic and the 5G and stuff that too, you know.
no, I'm talking about the chia without the H. But
Yeah. Oh, that was funny. That was a good one.
What did Marshmallow Man just say? Because there was something I was thinking to that too at the same time I said that.
China coming up with the 5G stuff
Oh,
first.
that's right. Okay, so it's my understanding that the United States created the social system thing that they're using in China and sent it to China to be tested on their people first. Do you think that's possible?
They're definitely doing it. Wherever it originated from, it's definitely happening.
Yes.
I think China's in the Asian area, we'll say, is really good on the technology. So they create a lot of things for our cars, cell phones, whatever. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're trying it there first, and the state's backing it or someone's backing it.
Like Stephen King, he wrote a book called Cell. It's a pretty good book. Eventually made it into a movie. The movie was okay. Like it's like where the opening scene of the movie is people's in the airport, and make a long story short, everybody that's on their phone or connected to their phone, they start glitching out, almost like zombified. And the one guy that didn't glitch out, he's wondering like, why is everybody freaking out? And he realizes because he don't have a cell phone, and he only finds one other person in this entire airport that didn't have a cell phone.
Wow.
It's a pretty interesting movie. Well, book, and they made it into a movie. It's called Cell by Stephen King.
And I kind of saw something about that we're already, but they said infected.
Oh yeah. If nothing else, is mentally embedded. Like I said earlier about when TikTok crashed that weekend and people couldn't get on there, people were calling 911 because they needed help because they couldn't do their TikToks.
Freaking wussies. Give me a break.
I'm telling you, I mean, it's just that's just the mental part of it. That's not even the infection part of it, the deep infection.
I wish there would be a 10 days of darkness. I really do. Shut all this shit down.
Yeah, that would be the surface calling the cops. That would be the surface. It's just the tip of the iceberg of the infection.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just the beginning of the breakdown. You know, I mean, it would be difficult for most people, but for the people like that just directly depend on it and don't even realize it till it's not gone, it's going to be tough on those type of individuals. It really is, you know. Try to be optimistic and positive, but at the same time, I could see what happens in real time in these short little events or excursions or tests.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying I believe it's going to happen, but I do wish that it would, just because
Yes, that was the movie with John Cusack.
people just keep, being fed so much bullshit. They don't look for the truth. I mean, I was like
Yeah.
that. I didn't know a lot of things were this out of whack for a long time. I had no idea how screwed up the world was.
Yeah.
I wish I could go back to that sometimes. Life was beautiful all the time.
Before we knew anything.
Yeah, before stupid COVID, and it really changed people forever. I mean, they just they will not snap out of it. They're just in a continual trance every day, afraid
Oh,
of so many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Spanish flu is the last, from what I understand, I could be wrong, the Spanish flu was the last real big thing that happened on the face of the earth, right?
Right.
We didn't have a lot of the stuff we have today, including people, right? So it wasn't as bad, shall I say, even though it's bad. Now, you add another 100 years, technology, internet, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, this, that, and the other. And it's right there. You can taste the blood matter right there. Remember when COVID hit, I was watching a bunch of new stuff. And I'm sure some of it was fake. But in China, they were bolting and welding the doors shut to apartments and stuff like that. And imagine that happening in the States or here in Canada,
They did that shit in Minnesota. They were locking people in their own homes, walking down the street, yelling through a bullhorn, and spraying people with freaking projectiles. That was Tim Walz, stupid ass.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was some shit happening that should have never happened in our country. It happened right here in my town too. To me,
It's happening in real time, John Dunnan, I believe.
Yeah, people are nuts. They're nuts.
Yeah, here in Canada, we had the plastic, like, the hockey glass that you can see through for hockey games. We had that between the cashier and the person that wanted to pay for whatever in grocery malls, pharmacies,
How funny is that? They put up penalty glass.
Yeah, yeah, and they had arrows. You had to walk this way down this aisle. You had to walk down this way
How
down
dare you go down the wrong way?
Yes. And then
Don't you know germs go this way, not that way? How dare you go down the opposite way?
For about a month, I had to have my mother, because I've got certain issues. I had to have my mother come with me everywhere I went. Not because I don't have a license, but that was one of the reasons. But because I couldn't, I understood that things had to be a certain way, but I would just not care. I couldn't care less, right? For being looking on the floor to see to go to one way. My mom had to pretty much. I remember being a kid, and she had one of those. I was bad for taking off in the malls, right? So she had one of those leashes tied to her waist with me, and that's what it was almost like. Not that I would take off on her, but no, you're coming, and we got to go this way. You just got to go this way, because I wouldn't pay attention out of not caring, lack of patience, and it was like so frustrating. It was like out of a sci-fi movie or something.
Yeah,
it really is. It's like that from a kid when you go to school. They tell you, single file, stay in line.
Yeah,
No, little Timmy, don't talk to the guy behind you.
Yeah, and for the first time, even looking at it today, 45 years of my life, it was the first time that I ever felt like I had been controlled, not just, I don't want to say by my parents, but by society, by the government.
It put it into perspective, kind of.
Yeah, by controlling us any which way that they could.
2020 vision.
You know, and it wasn't like oh, I screwed up and I got grounded when I was 6 years old kind of control, right? Or you can't have your bike for a week, or you know what, you got to go do a timeout, you know, control. You know, this was something different.
Go stand by the penalty glass. It's even more insane when you think about it that now that we're half a decade removed from when all that started. It's been 5 years already.
I know.
And people are still, I don't want lack of better terms, okay, screwed up from it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is short-term effects. We haven't even begun to see the long-term yet, in my opinion, on certain things.
I just saw a video. It was today of these people. They're holding signs and they're saying death to the unjabbed. They're saying it's got all this stuff saying you will be forced to do it one way or the other. And it's like, no, I don't know. I mean, that's the first time, well, all through school, you had to get them to go to school. But I guess it's not the first time with that you were forced to get vaccines. But I know.
It's just a problem when they remove the consent factor, you know?
Yes. When
Or
they
when you
said,
start saying, oh, look at here, look at this cheeseburger and these fries. Look at here. You come over here and get you one. You can get you a cheeseburger and some fries too now. Don't miss out.
yeah,
And they put this stuff on TV and they think that they're winning or they're doing something. I mean, it just makes them look insane, I guess, in my opinion.
the lottery tickets. Yeah.
Yeah, lottery tickets. Yeah, come get you some lottery tickets. Don't you want it? Man, that's all somebody's worth is a cheeseburger and some fries. Not even a good cheeseburger at that, you know?
Right.
Dirty rascals. The only time I ever found a really good cheeseburger was, and this is aside from homemade cheeseburgers, was Wimpy's.
But you had to wait the next Tuesday.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I remember I was working in the city in Brampton, Mississauga area, and Wimpy's just came out here in Canada or in that area. And we went there, and their burgers were to die for. And they were huge, and like I could barely finish it.
Oh, yeah, I bet. It's a good burger.
So what did you think of Hurricane Hazel? Did you like her? Mm-hmm. No, she was the mayor. She was the mayor of Mississauga.
Oh.
That was a real hurricane. Yeah, hey.
Like 60 years or something.
Buy that for $1.
No. She was quite the Tasmanian devil. She got things done. Hazel McCallum called it Hurricane Hazel. Wish there was a Hurricane Hazel.
Thanks a lot. There probably will be now this season.
There you go. The only one to hit Toronto. Thanks to the Ohio Valley.
Nope. Wow. EH is a guy named this year, so you didn't predict that history. Won't be today in 2025.
Allegedly.
Yeah, we know that, but it's the kids. the kids that are raising the kids. They've been brainwashed or something.
Things can be fixed, but at the same time, we have to definitely acknowledge the damage that was done for sure. Not like you just want to like dwell on it or fearful of it, but you have to acknowledge it. Like children, they learn a lot of things at an early age. And just I think about it when all the children had to be masked up, or even their instructors were masked up, or their parents and everybody. Children at an early age, they learn a lot by seeing people's mouths move, the way their muscles react, facial expressions. And people still, I mean, now we still see people doing it. Whatever their beliefs are, that's on them. But the impact on the children and future generations, as far as cognitive ability, communication skills, I think there's going to be a big decline in that in certain areas.
Yeah,
But that's just my opinion.
I think it's going to have an effect on them.
Oh yeah, I'll agree with you on that there, because kids are very impressionable. Sweet and innocent as they are, they're very impressionable, and they learn a lot through visual stuff.
Like sponges.
Yeah.
And Pat, I want to tell her they are a private entity. She can fight that. She can fight it all the way. That is, we use everything you have ever heard in YouTube against that.
Is CPS?
Oh yeah, it's getting weird enough now, fellas.
Is CPS like a children's aid, like a children's
Yeah.
thing for taking away from adults?
Yes, they take
that's children's aid for up here in Canada, and the same thing. The teachers or the schools will look for. I don't want to say look for any reason, but if the kid gives the teachers any reason to think otherwise, they'll call them up, no problem.
They will. That's the biggest crooked money making ring. I won't say it all. That
the thing.
There is, yes. And they purposely look for any little thing. And hello, Virginia. And yeah, they'll try to get them. And their goal is
all the kids got to say is my parents give me the strap, and even if it's just indiscipline, you know what I mean? We're not talking just hauling off and beating the kid. I'm talking like the kid's got to do something wrong to get the strap a little bit, right?
Right.
Because I grew up getting the strap. I'm 45, right? But the kids today call up the children's aid or CPS or whatever. Boom, the kid's out of there.
Yeah.
Shit, I remember my parents leaving me back in the early 80s. My parents would put me to sleep, would put me in the car in the driveway with one of those baby monitors and leave the car running, because that's the only way they could get me to go to sleep for some unknown reason. Do that today?
Yeah.
It's out of there.
Yep. Okay. Truth or dare. One time, I mean, you used to run in the store and run out, leave your kids in the car, right? I had a pickup truck. 2 oldest boys were in the back of the truck. 2 little ones were in the front. I just ran in for something, was at the register, and the lady said, "Is that your truck?" And I looked, and it was backing up across the street.
Oh, like man.
Small town, no traffic. But so those 2 little ones One was up there in the seat with the steering wheel, and the other one was down there with the gas pedal and brake.
Oh, they wasn't playing. They were out of there.
They were in trouble.
Boiled again.
You left the car running?
Well, yeah.
Ooh. Kids like to imitate.
Hey, Rabbit.
Could have said to the woman when she says, "Is that your kid?" Says, "No, that's my chauffeur."
I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
Took the keys out from then on, but even still, taking the keys out, they still did lose. Who did we lose? D.
I knew my dad could leave me in the car with the car running, and I knew better not to touch anything unless if he said so.
Right. And even with it not running, one time coming out of the grocery store, put all the groceries in the truck, put the kids in the truck, go back to take the basket because I'm not one to leave the basket just sitting out there in the middle of the parking lot, thinking I was doing a good deed. Start going back to my truck, and I see these white things stuck all over the windows, and I'm not even going to say what it was. And I was like, oh my dear God. You never saw anybody move so fast to rip those white things off the windows before anybody saw them, and I'm sure they did, but kids
That
are
sticky
good.
notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
My kid, I don't know if my kids were different, but they were just, they were something else. The things they thought of.
Yeah, I was something else. Like my parents would let me have four-wheelers, dirt bikes, and skadoos, right? And my old man would leave the keys hanging or in those things, right? But I knew better not to touch it until he said, "Yeah, if you do your chores, you can go and play with it." If he wasn't there, or he had to be there when I was on it. But the stuff I pulled on those things, I don't want to call them accidents. We'll call them stunts. Would give my mother a heart attack and my old man half a heart attack. You know, and that's how I got it on my parents, right? Like,
Yeah.
whatever stuff, would make me touching the keys without his permission would make me feel the back of his hand upside my head. Because I knew that was going to come if I did that. It's just not like that today with kids.
Oh my goodness, Jimo.
Interesting.
So how are you doing, Virginia?
I think she's still meditating.
Is the West Coast really having comms problems tonight?
She's still contemplating.
Is there storms over there? Oh, she's froze. He was having the same trouble.
East Coast, West Coast.
No storms. She's not a cold one.
It rained off and on here today. Nothing too hard, just a good steady rain, which we needed.
That's good. It rained for probably an hour yesterday evening, and that was it. We had warnings we had the National Weather Service warning us it was
Mm.
quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and but thankfully the hail didn't come here because I just replaced that windshield and really don't want to. I can't afford to. Can't do another windshield.
Only warnings we've been having is just a red flag, no burns.
Yeah. And we've had the fires too. Hey, Dave, good to see you.
Yeah, we've had some minor flurries today. Just nothing serious, but just enough to cover the grass.
Flurries.
Hey, Dave is here, man. How about that?
Yeah. He just snuck in there. I scrolled up and saw him. I just can't imagine people are still getting snow. It just blows me away because tomorrow it's supposed to be 90 here.
Nice. 90 this early. That's a little too early.
Yeah, well, I'm a lot further north than you, Bonnie.
I know. Well, and that's what I told my daughter. Okay, I don't have the my car is getting washed tomorrow. It better.
Yeah,
We're
that's
going
one
to
of the
be in
things
the low 80s tomorrow.
Yeah, that's one of the things we look forward to up here in Canada because of all the salt and calcium they put on the roads. Wash that stuff off the cars.
Yeah.
They have to wash off all the pollen down here.
Yeah, it's pollen and, well, whatever that mud stuff was that came down.
Fog.
Yeah, it's still on my car. So that's good.
Careful.
Yeah, I'm not touching it.
You're not supposed to feed that stuff after midnight.
That's what my daughter said. She goes, "Why are we going to the car wash when we got a water hose right here?" And I said, "Are you going to get out there with a bucket and a rag and scrub it?" "Well, no. You can just rinse it off." And I said, "Nope, that's not it."
Yeah, decontaminate that offsite.
That other panel I was on, the woman's in Oklahoma with the fires.
Oh, rabbit, I've never seen dirt come out of the sky. But I'm sorry, Black Watch, what?
The other panel I was on earlier, the woman's in Oklahoma with the fires. She said National Weather Services have been cut, destaffed.
Someone else let you up on their panel?
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I snuck in when they weren't looking. They said, "What's that running up my pant leg?" And I says, "Get out of my way."
You said, "Ooh, it's a tingle."
Yeah.
You want to go outside? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, no.
Goofy girl.
Somebody's snoring.
I don't think so.
Sounded like it for a minute.
Well, maybe Marshmallow Man is snoring. Are you snoring, Marshmallow Man?
No.
No, he's not.
My
Wildlife,
dog
are you
is snoring.
snoring? Wildlife is muted. He can't be snoring.
No.
What's up, Roots?
Nothing, honey.
No.
I was lost in the interworld for when I first got here. Like I could hear everyone perfectly, and I said something a couple of times, but then I could tell that nobody could hear me because my little icon wasn't jiggling. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, you went interstellar on us.
She always interstellar. She lives there.
I felt something on my shoulder.
Right?
She lives there.
Dude, have you ever been sleeping and it feels like someone kicked your bed?
Oh,
I hope not. Especially because it's just me here.
Yes,
No,
or
I'm just
sit
saying.
down on the end of it.
Mhm.
Yes,
hell no. Uh-uh.
I
it
hope she put that
happens.
on me.
Dude, it's something. It's a weird thing, man. I've had it a couple of times where it feels like something kicked the side or the end. And I do have pets, you know, but it wasn't like my cat, because my cat was probably laying in my side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you'd have to own like a puma or something.
Yeah.
Did you hear Tucker Carlson sharing that story a couple months back about how he was in his bed sleeping one time and he felt it plain as day, like something grabbed his leg. He woke up, he had marks on his leg and everything. I have definitely heard more than one story like that,
Oh
dude.
my goodness. Okay,
Yeah.
then I'd be a little upset. But so far, mine are just kicking the bed or sitting on it, not touching me.
Yeah, I've never been grabbed, but
Jerry.
something where it just seems like the bed just like moved, like got
Yes.
literally
Part
like
of that.
into it.
I know
Thanks a lot.
what you're talking about. I
It's
just figure it's one of my family coming to be with me.
Yeah, I think that sometimes too. What if it is family or, I mean, this was a couple years ago, and I've had a grandparents pass and or friends or something, and I wonder like, I wonder if they were just like nudging by. I don't know, because I wasn't really scared, but it woke me up.
Yeah. To be honest, I feel like people that are believers in God and heaven and that, like, we know that people go on, you know, and
Yeah.
they're not there anymore. But then what if they don't want to go to heaven? I mean, you know,
Right.
and they just kind of hanging around, because I do think that that happens, but I don't think it's a good thing. Like, I think it's like in the movie Ghost, you know, remember that scene when where
Yes.
the bad guys, they go down the sewer and the good guys fly up to heaven. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
terrible, but it is kind of like that in my mind. Like, there's not that many good spirits down here on earth. I really only believe the Holy Spirit is the good
Well,
spirit,
that
but
one guy just wanted one more cigarette, whereas in the subway, just one drag.
Just one more drag, man. Just one drag.
Oh, shit. That was a scary scene though, man, when they all start going down the sewer.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's, I mean, that could be, but don't you think that if a person is in need of that comfort, that they would be allowed to visit? I'm not saying permanently, but
Yeah, but
just
we can't comfort them. They're in the spiritual realm and we're here in the
know
flesh. I mean,
that
they should
they're
be
here.
helping us. They
That's
should
what
be
I'm
helping us.
saying, that they're here to help us.
Dead spirits, dead body spirits. I don't
Well,
know.
I think you're
They're
right
not
that some
dead
get
bodies.
stuck, but I do think that maybe some tried, you know, I've heard a lot of stories of husbands and wives that they were married decades, and you know, the wife there'll be something like, I don't know,
Okay.
some little flower that pops out of nowhere or whatever. You know, there's darker ones that are in a loop, like they're stuck in a loop, but can't rule out a comfort tap.
For sure not. I mean, I guess in my mind I rule it out in that it's them. I think sometimes God just sends those, like a butterfly or a bird or whatever, that was really special to somebody.
Yeah.
But I definitely, you know, when you read Revelation, if you read it with the post millennium reign in mind, the reincarnation thing is legit. Like, we could really literally be in a purgatory here. We literally could be in a hell here. Like, I don't freaking know. And I ain't pretending like I know, but all possibilities are open, barring not not believing in Jesus Christ. I mean, still the rock, same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Doesn't matter what freaking timeline we're in. But all that other stuff, deja vu, reincarnation, I'm not ruling that out. There's no way. I mean,
Like a
It's
loop.
definitely fascinating for sure. Like if you're
could be.
reincarnating, I've always wondered how that works. Like in order for it to work in a way, you'd have to have you'd have to be able to remember something, or something would have to be brought over from that last period or that last reincarnation. I guess for it to work. If
Well,
not,
see,
you
Well,
would just be doing an endless cycle.
what if that explains deja vu?
right.
Could be.
That's what it feels
Mhm.
like, doesn't it? Feels like you lived it, not just dreamed it. Feels
Right.
like I
I've had
remember
moments like
this.
that before. I mean, honestly,
Mhm.
I have where I felt like I've did this already, or I've lived
Hmm.
this moment.
Yes.
Hmm. The revelation I'm speaking of is the before. There's a group of people that it's before Christ. They died and they didn't, or during the millennium reign. People, they don't die. There's a group of people that doesn't die, but then it's like they have to,
Mhm.
So I don't know. We don't know. We don't really know.
No, I
We
don't
really
think we're
don't.
meant to know. But I know that when my grandmother's mother passed, she
Mhm.
was so tore up about it. I mean, she was sick. Like her mouth was all ate up. She was just sick, like going
Mhm.
to the doctor sick. And she said not long after that, she was standing there doing the dishes and she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turned around and looked, nobody there. And she
Mm.
swore it was her mother.
Yeah. I
She's
would not argue with somebody that wasn't real for them at all, or
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
even think that it wasn't. And I would feel like it would be almost an evil thought to doubt somebody that had that experience.
Mhm.
it's beyond my understanding, but yeah, I acknowledge it
Exactly.
the same.
We don't understand the spiritual realm. We don't have a good handle on it at all. The best I can do is, when Frodo puts the ring on and everything gets like gray and,
Yeah,
like
the
super
grass head.
intense. That's the spiritual realm. And I'm definitely praying in it and worshiping God with music and prayers and hoping and trusting that those are doing something, you know. But
Right.
we don't really see it. I mean, sometimes we do see it. We see it in answered prayers, whether it's yes or no. And we do, I
We
know
see it in its
prayers.
fleshly form. We see it by things we
Exactly.
could touch and absorb ourselves. You know, we can feel
Yes.
certain things aren't right. Like
Right.
we've all had that feeling that something wasn't right about being in a certain situation or a certain person or time, and then lo and behold, you find out, yep, I definitely shouldn't have been there, and I'm glad I wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you learn the hard way and it's too late and you fucked up and now you're going to pay consequences. And, that's mostly my experience. But
We learn from that, hopefully.
yeah.
see if I can pull this up. Oh yeah, there we go.
Doing pull ups
This is
over there. You working out?
All First Kingdom. Hi, honey. I love you. Good to see
Hey,
you.
all.
I almost
how
said hi to
awesome
you if
is
you were
that?
lurking.
Oh, check that out.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
would
I
honor
said.
anybody's experience that says they, like Anne here. Okay, Dad, I know you're here. I mean, that's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Beautiful butterflies on the flowers at the store, and I was out there taking pictures,
Hmm.
almost letting me pet it. It was
Wow.
like
When was this?
today.
Whoa.
Isn't that
That's
awesome?
nice.
That's beautiful. The blue on the bottom is nature. The butterflies are
Yeah,
freaking amazing.
Wow, that is a beauty. I just got
that's
it.
what I was trying to get a close up of
Hmm.
the blue down there.
Wow. Is that a monarch? They call those ones monarchs? I think that's a monarch butterfly.
I think so, but
Yeah, I think so. Who knows? We got a butterfly buff here, don't we?
It's just
Blue
how
butterfly.
fascinating
You
and
should know
beautiful
that.
nature is. What the
Mhm.
caterpillar calls the end of its life, the master calls a butterfly. Huh? How beautiful is that?
It
Interesting.
is. Another favorite one I've got a packet of cards for. I bought them. I still got the one left. I want to keep it. It says there's nothing in the caterpillar that tells it it's going to be a butterfly. It doesn't
Oh,
even know.
Doesn't even know.
Doesn't
that's
even
Doesn't know
know.
it has that power in it.
Right. Or no
rabbit.
control. It just metamorphoses. It just happens.
So how much
Yeah,
more could we become or do and we know?
Exactly.
How could we metamorphosize or alchemize our own life, our own world, our own reality?
well, the symbolism there is the transformation requires the cocoon,
Mm,
and sort of
that's true. Wow.
We all
kind
have
of
to go to our place of solitude sometimes,
A prayer
yes,
closet.
kind of like hermit.
our quiet place.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's
Um,
weird is looking at that butterfly, the dark black like stripes and stuff. They're pretty symmetrical, but when you look at the finer details on the left and right, they're not the same. Even the
right.
Man,
yellow tips on the end of the wings, they're
Mm-hmm.
slightly different, but the stripes, it's the best word I can come up with, they're
Mm-hmm.
pretty much mirror images. I don't know what that means. I'm just looking at the butterfly, but
Mm-hmm.
hmm.
And they're so
rabbit.
delicate. Their skin,
Mhm.
their flesh is like powder. I mean, if we just rub it, it can hurt them so much. It's amazing, and they can just fly around. But they're beautiful. Butterflies are beautiful. I love them.
Rabbit said it's a swallowtail.
Oh,
swallowtail.
swallowtail.
There you go.
Thought he was
Interesting.
talking about a bird there for a second. I didn't even realize he was answering my question. An
What was the
eastern
question?
Eastern tiger
tiger
swallowtail.
swallowtail.
Yeah,
How can I change the world? I start with myself. Right on, John. Right
Mhm.
on.
Go.
exactly.
Activate
Midas
conquer.
touch.
Mm.
Ah, Jerry, I love you. You are an awesome patriot. If you're talking to me, I think you're talking to me. I don't know.
What
Am
if
I the only
Jerry's
G
really Jerry
here?
Seinfeld?
Jerry rocks, man. Once in a while, man.
Uh,
You
Jerry
cut out a
Seinfeld's been
funny.
here this whole time and we didn't know it.
Right.
Oh my gosh, the other day I've been waiting
I
to
have them in Missouri.
say, I'm going to say this sometime again, but the other day you were on What Life with somebody, I don't know whose show you were on, and somebody said, wow, What Life, I think it was Mike B. He's like, he's so full of wisdom, and where do you get it from? Do you remember what you said?
This is all alleged.
I think that was at Carl's.
He said, you remember what he said, where he gets all his wisdom from?
I can't even remember now. I don't know
You
where half
can't,
of this
it
stuff
was
comes from.
so quick and freaking damn funny. I laughed out loud and so like a belly laugh. I was
Yeah, I said high end fortune cookies.
yeah.
That's right.
Timu's got a sale on them, high end fortune
Uh-huh.
cookies.
It was
Stock up
so
on them
damn
now.
funny. Oh my gosh.
All for his kingdom. Good to see you.
So funny. George Costanza. Yeah, whenever I think of that pig, I always think of him wanting to have sex and eat a sandwich at the same time. Do you remember that
Oh
episode?
my
It's
goodness.
like, you freaking weirdo. Who does this? Like, you are such a sick, twisted effer. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
You never saw that one, Bonnie?
No, I just read
Okay.
Al's next comment. I don't
Oh,
think it's a myth.
yeah, probably not a myth, Al. That's funny.
Oh man, I feel sorry for you guys quitting smoking. My mom, when she quit smoking, I don't know how many
Good to
times
hear
I've
that,
said to
though.
her, just have a cigarette, okay? You know, when someone's like, I just want to die. I don't even want to be here anymore. I hate life. You know, it's just like, smoke a fucking cigarette, okay? Just like, I'm sorry you're so miserable. Just enjoy your life until it's no
Smoke a
more, you
joint.
know?
Smoke something.
Yeah, it's
You know,
horrible that I would say that to her, but
just relax.
when they're suicidal and just like hate and everything around them and I know how that is with my mom. I didn't feel that way when I quit smoking, but I didn't smoke as long. I think. I mean, I quit cigarettes in the 90s. Pot, I take breaks all the
Like
time.
detoxing, you know, it really is, you know.
Yeah, it is no joke. It is no joke. It's very intense. It obviously plays with our emotions. We're satisfying and stuffing down a lot of shit with every
Of course,
puff.
the longer we do it or consume it or do certain things, when we stop, the worse it is, you know.
Yeah.
So it took years to lead up to that point, and we're trying to get away from it in a week or 2 weeks or a
Mhm.
month, you know. It's tough.
Oh, it's like being fat. I gained a whole bunch of weight now, and I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm in my 50s. It's going to take me so much more. I mean, I've done
Allegedly.
this up and down thing, and it's so disappointing. It's like, yeah, well, all those buttercreams you freaking ate, you know, when you didn't need them, you know, now you need to not eat to balance it out. And plus, how much plastic and petroleum do I have in my body? I mean, I'd like to blame the food industry for some of my weight problems, but I know I can't blame it all, you
Yeah.
know. So
Yeah.
it's a similar. I think we all either struggle with food or smoking, most of us, or drinking.
Or
Those are
alcohol.
probably the top three.
Well, I don't drink, so I got that licked.
That's no.
Yeah, that one was easy for me to quit, but smoking, and you know,
John,
I just enjoy it.
I
It's
like smoking too. I really do. I love hearing that lighter flick. I'm like, ooh, firing up a stogie. I know. And my mom, you know, she smoked in the car, in the house. So I'll be around people all the time, and we'll go out in my sunroom, and I'm just like, you can just smoke out here. It's fine, you know. It doesn't bother me. Or in my car, I'm like, you can just smoke. It don't. It's like home to me, you know. It doesn't bother me, um, but it's not like I love it. But I just want them to feel comfortable. It's like whatever, you know. They got pretty ostracized there for a while. It's like you go 25 feet away from the building. It's freaking freezing cold out. They're out there trying to
Yeah.
smoke a
Don't you
cigarette.
smoke shame me? How dare you smoke shame me?
Exactly. I thought that's so shitty. I mean,
I had one of
oh
those
man.
go by me the other day when I went shopping with my friend, and we were at a natural foods store, and so I was waiting for my friend to come out, and I was standing at her truck smoking a cigarette, like at the front of it. The wind was blowing so hard that day. I mean, we couldn't keep anything, nothing was staying still. If you set anything down, the wind would just take it off. It was
Night
blowing.
firefly.
This lady came out of the store and she was walking behind me. She was probably 10 feet behind me. But as she got behind me, she starts coughing.
Yeah, the dramatic
And
cough,
I
right?
said, "Are you kidding me? Really?" And
Oh yeah.
my friend
The
said,
dramatic cough too.
"You really said that to her?" And I said, "Yes, that was ridiculous. There was no reason for that. It was
It's just people want to just be
outside in the wind. Come on."
Mhm.
Hey,
Oh, they probably got a whiff of it though. You know, they probably got a little tiny something something, and oh my gosh, secondhand smoke! I'm gonna get lung cancer now. That's people.
yeah.
Yeah, attention seekers.
Roll your own, no additives. Yeah, right on, Jerry.
It's like I
Do
got
you
the
roll
chance
your
to.
own, Roots? You smoke cigarettes, don't you, Roots? Or no?
Yep.
Or should I?
But I switched to, I went from Cools, because I'm a cool kid, Cool Miles, the blue
Of course.
box.
Oh, snap. You're still a menthol girl? Shut up.
Yes, but I do roll my own now. And I mean, look, in Washington State, cigarettes are like $14 a pack.
Damn.
So I get, I went through a bunch of different tobaccos and I tried a bunch of different ways to blend them or whatever. This is pretty good. I would say the good stuff, and a lot of people are aware of the good stuff, but it takes it down to like $1 a pack, and it's kind of a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. You
It's
cannot
good for
justify.
menthol smokers.
You got menthol for roll your
Yeah.
own?
Yep.
I missed you showing it. I'm sorry. What
Oh
does it
yeah,
look like?
it is, and it's a good. It's actually a good brand.
Let me see.
There are other
Oh, wow.
non-menthol of good
Right
stuff.
on.
The good
Oh,
stuff.
that's cool.
The
So
good
it's
stuff.
pipe tobacco, but you roll cigarettes with it.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I
Yeah.
talk to a lot of people that roll. This is what they all use, and it does say pipe tobacco.
Yeah.
But this is what they use, and there is a big difference. As far
I'm
as
sorry, ladies who are quitting.
right,
I'm really sorry. Yeah.
But as far as just feeling, if I have a normal cigarette now, I feel like
gross,
I'm
right?
floating. Like the chemicals and it's just weird.
Yeah.
You know?
They're nasty. Freaking. I used to love drum. I rolled my own. I never got into top, but I liked drum, and then I would do American Spirit. And drum. I remember I ran across somebody a few years back, and they were rolling up. And I was like, can I have one of those?" And I wanted to roll it and smoke it, and I could do that with a cigarette. The first few years I quit, I would have a cigarette on Thanksgiving night for like 4 or 5 years. And every time I did it, I felt like shit. I got a headache. My stomach hurt. So I just quit doing it, But I like to tell myself I can have whatever I want because I can, it has to be a mental victory first. It has to be, I am choosing, like you girls, I'm so proud of you, All First Kingdom and Echo, because it is hard, and we've all enjoyed smoking together in the back rooms, and I miss it. I do enjoy smoking a lot, and I thought, man, this year I'm going to grow CBD and THC, and when harvest time comes, I know I'm going to want to like celebrate, So I don't know, we'll see how that goes. But I can make real good edibles too. And if you eat enough edibles, you're like, "Oh, there's no way I could smoke anything right now. I'm so freaking on
Could
cloud
infuse it into
nine."
the butters and the oils and cook certain
Yeah.
dishes with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm fine. I don't need to smoke, but I do need that to keep my nerves tapered down, or else there's no telling what would happen, you guys. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Lots of happen. Uh-oh, did I lose you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Shut up.
I got to
No,
meet
you
my great
cannot.
grandmother on my mom's side, and I remember as a kid seeing her. She had her pipe that she smoked, and she also did what's that stuff called, snuff. It's like she had a snuff can, and she dipped like a cinnamon stick down in there, get a little snuff, and put on her lip.
Wow. And
I remember-
Garvey, you can do cookies. One of my favorite recipes for edibles is called Almond Joy Energy Bars, and I think I got them off of Pinterest.
Oh, you saw that.
They're so freaking good. Oh my gosh. Almond Joy Energy Bars. And then there's also Lemon Bites Energy balls? Balls. They're
There
balls,
you go.
y'all. They're balls. And
Of
they're
course.
good. The lemon.
Yeah, I make my own edibles over here.
Ritzy cracked me up. I heard that. Her exhaling and laughing. Super funny. Yeah, lemon energy balls. They're like lemon coconut or something.
Yeah, because growing up here, growing for that stuff up here is perfectly legal now.
Where's
And
up here? Where are you at?
in Ontario, Canada.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
So I
Is it
make my
really?
own. Yeah,
Nice.
and so I make my
Recreational
own
or medicinal? Just which one? Both.
recreational.
Uh huh.
I'm allowed to grow up to 4 plants up here.
Right on. Well, that's
So
awesome. I'm glad to hear that.
When they say grow 4 plants, what does that mean at one time?
yeah,
So
Yeah.
they limit it because the if it's more than that, the government wants the tax on it. That's
either
what
tax
they
it
say.
or it's considered you're growing to deal like a drug dealer.
Yes.
Mm,
So you could grow all year, you just can't have more than 4 going at a
right.
time.
I think so.
Pretty
Right.
much. I don't push the limits. I grow outdoors. So I've got
Yeah.
maybe 10 plants started, like 10 seeds.
Yeah.
Nice.
Only because I don't know what would be male or female, and I want to
Right.
keep the females. So by the end of the year, it might be 4 plants I'm going to be cutting down to take inside to try out.
Mhm.
Man, they can get a lot of pounds off of one plant out here in Humboldt. I've never done it. I'm lucky if I get an ounce, but I mean, I probably get more than that, but some of these guys, man, I mean, they grow it over their head, and it just gets
Yeah.
massive. They put them in 300 and 400 gallon pots.
Yeah.
I want to do that
Just
this year.
one plant can be huge. So even if you're
Yeah.
only allowed 4, I mean, 4
Yeah.
Christmas trees,
Yeah,
like Ann saying, you're
Right.
good.
mine.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I
Don't
don't
buy
put
that for
mine.
$1.
Right.
I don't put mine in buckets or anything. It goes. They're in containers right now. Because they're inside. But come May 2/4, I'll put them right in the ground, and they've come up to 7 feet tall.
There you
Nice.
Wow.
go.
Right on. The best I ever grew, I did it the lazy way. This guy told me just take the bags of soil, and these are 3 cubic feet bags, so they're pretty big,
Yeah.
and put some holes in the bottom of them, and I stuck the plants right in there, and wouldn't you know it, those suckers got a 3-inch stalk on them,
Mm-hmm.
and they were the best plants I ever growed. And the ones in the sunroom, I had some inside. I had to take them out because the sunroom, the not sunroom, but the what's it called, hoop house, only gets 7 feet tall. I mean, I'm not even gonna waste a hoop house with those anymore. I'm just gonna keep them outside. They're fine outside. I wasn't sure the first few years, the
Mm-hmm.
fog and stuff, but they're better off just outside. They can just really go crazy. They're a weed after all. You know what sucks is out here you have a lot of people that they're bitching about, oh, legalizing just ruined it for us, and they're just stuck on that. And it's like, you guys are not looking at this the right way. What ruined it is letting the government extort you for a 40% tax. That's what actually is ruining it. Not
Yeah.
legalizing it. People shouldn't be in jail for a plant. That's ridiculous. It's so dumb.
Well,
Times
see, I'm
change
on.
fast, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, they change really fast. And
Mhm.
I'm on the fence. I am one of those people, even though I grow a mighty fine bush. I've done it
Mhm.
indoors, I've done it outdoors. It's legal in my state to have up to 6. Um, and the reason I do not like the legalization is because what they're doing is starting to introduce where your ID is connected to your marijuana behavior, and then that
Mhm.
affects your 2A, that
Yeah.
affects
Yeah.
your so the ripple down effect, right? Let
Yeah.
alone that in the dispensaries, the taxes, they sold it here because it was going to go to education. None of it has gone to
Right.
education.
Oh,
None.
right.
Not one
Yeah.
dollar. Right.
Suck our fake, you
So
know
their
what's, you
intended thing,
assholes.
it's all money laundering. They are using that
Yep.
for
Yeah.
state money laundering, and they're
Yep.
also taking away right. If you gain a right, you're giving away 5 as it stands.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
You can't gain something without losing something, no matter what you do.
For
yep.
sure. For
The
sure.
only The only thing I really don't like about it being legal, like I like it being legalized because I can grow it and it not be against the law.
Right.
But
Well, yeah.
I will not go to a dispensary and buy it when I can grow it.
Fuck yeah, I love that.
I will not give the government any more money than is necessary.
Right.
Oh, honey, we're all in. You know what I mean? Like, good luck with that. But
It'd be like having a
I,
license to grow tomatoes, you know? That's
it's
insane.
That's
so,
where they're
it's
headed.
just, it's insulting, isn't it?
It is.
But that's exactly where they're headed. Some farmers have to register their farms in certain states. What do you have? What's in your row? And they
Yeah.
are red states too. Like this, it all leads into the same net.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your garden grow?
That's what's
No,
up.
it's even worse than that. Here in Humboldt County, I'm just seeing now in the articles and in the Board of Soups meetings, they're revoking their permits that they gave these people to grow massive farms. These people had to spend $50,000 for permits. And I knew a guy that told me
Mm,
after he paid for the permit, the county changed the zoning. They've been screwing with these people for 10 years now with these permit things. They fucking change the rules all the time,
yeah.
and all they end up doing is screwing these people with this. And these cannabis people got to grow a spine and figure
Right.
out how to assemble and legislate some shit. I just can't believe what they're willing to take year after year.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's dangling a carrot. They're dangling out a carrot.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, look over
Yeah.
here. Doesn't this look awesome? And pay
Exactly.
no attention to what we just swept out from under your feet. Or like Gma says, there are still federal implications. But I would just, in each of your states, if this comes up, because it is a hot topic in a lot of states, make sure, I guess, kind of before you say yes or no, even if you're not anti-marijuana, you might want to say no, depending on what is written in the fine print, and come up with a better plan. I'm sure that train is well taken off, and I'm speaking into the void, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that concerns me a lot. Every
Like Devil
tiny
Dog
freedom
says.
you get.
Yeah, like Devil Dog says, hemp is legal in all 50 states. People need to
Mhm.
say that over and
Yeah.
over and over to yourselves and let it sink in. We're talking about a plant here. I don't know what she said, so hopefully I'm not offending anybody, but I know that there's that attitude about it. And it's like, oh, well, is there THC or is it just CBD? How about it's a plant God made? And that's where we need to get
Mhm.
with it. It's just so frustrating
Wait till they
that,
find out that nicotine is a natural occurring substance in some vegetables.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll be smoking
Wait till the
tomatoes.
when the
they can
vegans
take your
realize
land.
that plants communicate, they're going to lose their minds because they have
Right.
souls too.
These people out here in Humboldt County are taking people's land that aren't even growing weed on it. They're telling them that our drone footage discovered you have hoop houses. Therefore, here's your fine, $30,000 a day. You can look it up on the Institute for Justice and type in Humboldt. You will see how dirty. These people don't give a shit. They just use this for an issue to extort money out of people like all the other government agencies are doing, and they're all doing it very well lately. I
So if
mean,
Yeah.
you have a greenhouse, they
yeah.
go after you.
Yeah, they went after a guy who was growing vegetables for his wife's restaurant, and they were charging him. His name is Blue, and you can look it up. I've shared it like 5 or 6 times
Oh
on
my goodness.
and they did it to him with drone footage, and he said all I've ever done is grow vegetables for my wife's restaurant. And they fought him. The Institute for Justice came here, and what happened was some judge ruled against them naturally, but they recently had a small victory in that the case is going to be heard again. So I'm following it, but they're dealing with all these activist judges too, who just want to keep people in this bullshit and paying money for everything.
You
That's so
can still,
sad.
Hey,
you,
calm
I don't
down.
know
Yeah,
about the
John.
states too much and what grows in the states, but I know here where I live in Canada, depending upon how you plant them, You can forget the hoop pipes, okay? Depending upon how you plant them and where you plant them and what you plant them with. Because when you fly drones, here in Canada, they look for the heat signature, right? So if you got them planted far enough away, and for argument's sake, pine trees are the closest thing that looks alike from the air to the ground, for the plants and the pine trees looking like, and they're far enough away, and you don't have like 150 plants, right? You're good to go.
Wow.
Well, out here it was tomatoes that they always grew them guerrilla style with. You can grow them on the ground too. You can train them. You can
Yeah.
hold down the stalks.
Yeah, you can
I did that.
scrog. It's pretty
Mhm.
sexy. And tomato and cannabis are cousins. Yeah, I've tried a few formations. It's an amazing, versatile it heals itself.
Yeah, it is a
Cannabis,
great weed.
it
It is a
really is.
great medicine. And anyone that has doubts, they should watch that movie Run from the Cure, because that'll set you straight.
Yeah.
Run from the what?
Run from the Cure.
Cure. Yes.
Yeah, we should stream it sometime. I've thought about doing it. I don't know if I've ever done it. That'd be a good one to stream.
I was curious. I was wondering what the name Humboldt meant. So I looked up who was Humboldt County named after, and it came up with Alexander von Humboldt.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we was talking about gardening and growing stuff, and one of his claims to fame is he was the father of modern ecology. You know, the interactions between human nature and the development and stuff like that.
And he never made it to Humboldt either. I have a big book by him, though. It's like hand drawings and everything, and it
Oh
talks about
yeah,
all of his adventures. It's a big, big book.
beautiful documentation of travels and stuff. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I got to read through that one. I forgot about that one. It's my husband probably tucked it away somewhere. I leave these books around everywhere. I got this newest book I got, Roots, you'd like it. It's Tartarian book. It's a big
Ooh.
old Tartarian book. Yes. Star forts and all kinds of stuff. Hey, baby.
Live long, Tartarians.
Prosper.
Be home.
The old world.
That is something else. Again, how have we let this get so out of control? With them telling us what we can and cannot do.
Mm-hmm. People's memories are short and fallible. Memory is the most shaky thing that we have in our psyche. Like,
Yeah.
it can be manipulated, it can be false, it can be where you only look at certain things. Emotions are tied to memory, so an extremely happy moment or an extremely down moment are going to be emblazoned in your memory. And generationally, as we go, I have no idea what my great grandmother's schema on the world was, and that was 100 years ago. She would have been about 17 years old. No idea. So they can, I mean, that's why history is so easily rewritten, I think, is traditions get lost in there, in that story, and that's all we have to rely on, you know.
Yes. Excuse me.
Memories are good, but yeah, we definitely want to have the most accurate ones.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be total recalled.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to remember a trip to Mars. Do it now.
Dude, no, you didn't. That was surprisingly good, Schwarzenegger, for your natural accent. That's funny.
Thank you.
I hear you, Chico.
Uh-oh.
I offended the former governor.
Now, was he Republican governor or Democrat governor?
Democrat.
Okay,
I
who?
believe so.
Whatever he was.
Because California was red a couple decades ago. So I
He might
mean,
have been, but I could be wrong.
I think you're probably right because he was connected to Schreiber, a Kennedy.
Yeah. Man, we've seen a lot of interesting stuff. We've seen the Terminator become the governor.
Yep.
Remember that was a funny timeline. When that happened and he was elected, it was on the papers. Terminator becomes governor of California.
Okay, Apple Dumpling is saying R, and
Could be.
I'm kind of wondering. I'm sifting through my very fallible memory, and I think he was okay. Southeast is backing that up, so he did run as a Republican. So he was a Trojan horse. Interesting.
I don't know, but
I forgot what year that was now, without looking it up.
Right.
The mid 2000s.
Maybe late 90s, early 2000s, or early 2000s, I would guess.
Yeah, mid to early.
no, I thought it was later than that. Well,
We're
no,
all
this
screwed up. We've all been total recalled.
it just doesn't seem like it's been that long ago. Goodness.
Oh, nothing does.
He married a Kennedy?
Yeah, Maria Shriver is
the Boston Shrivers. I think they're from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Boston
Yes,
Shrivers.
the dumpling. That's my brother. He couldn't stand him. He well, there's a whole big story there, but my brother won to say that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, thank you, Binford. I was waiting for it. I was eyeing the chat like someone's gonna say it. Damn it, Binford, 2003 to 2011.
Wow, that was longer than I thought.
I knew it was a long
It's like
time.
almost a decade.
Yeah, that's plenty of time to ruin things.
That's how long he was governor?
Yeah, dude. And think about
Man.
it, because he would have been a Trojan horse for the Democrats for sure. He was one of the first people at the start of COOF talking about, no one cares about your rights. Just do it. Sleeve up,
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. He became governor when I went into high school. I graduated in 2007.
So Arnold Schwarzenegger was like president or governor or whatever.
Governor of California.
Okay, so imagine him finishing his term and saying, "I'll be back" at the end of his term.
No, gosh.
You had his buddy Jesse the Body Ventura. He was the he was the governor of Minnesota.
Yep.
It was the governor of Minnesota.
He
got me out of there because I was talking about the aliens.
But okay, so Watt, that's another one. Are you looking at the interwebs right now? Did he run Republican also? I feel like he would have.
No, I'm just pulling dusty files out the memory bank.
No, but the thing is they both were wrestlers and they both sold out, because Jesse Ventura also, like, he left the country, moved
All right,
to
now I'm
Mexico,
Googling it.
government, and then recently he's been like, you know what, guys, just grab your ankles. I'll bring the baby oil. Take it up the ass. They're here to help. He's another one that has done the same turncoat thing, I think.
John said was in with Roger Stone, who sold military grade steroids.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
He floated in the middle.
Sorry, what was
Said
that?
Ventura said he was with the Green Party and like Independent Party.
Okay, so he's okay, independent. All right. Huh. Now, John Dunning bringing up Roger Stone. What would Roger Stone have to do with steroids? Was he a wrestler? Was he just a dirt bag? You know, I'm asking John D. who put that up. That's an interesting tidbit.
So he had a child, just one child?
Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
He had a couple of kids with his wife, and then he had a child with one of the
The
maids.
nanny. He had a maid.
Nanny.
Oh, okay. That's what they're talking about then. The maid or somebody.
Yeah, that was a weird story.
He's like a little Mexican kid or some kind of brown. Okay, I don't know if the nanny was Mexican, but she was some kind of Latino. And
Yeah.
you see pictures of that kid now, and he looks just like a Latino Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, he does. It is funny. I did see that in the Googles one time.
You know what I'm saying?
And what nationality was he?
He was
Austrian.
Austrian,
Austrian.
just like Hitler.
Yeah, it's Jerry got it. Yep.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
You
allegedly.
always, you always got to watch The Maid. Apparently, Robin Gibb had an open marriage. He stayed in England. They had a change of who handled their money. He disagreed. But there was a maid over there, and her and her child couldn't go to the funeral. And watch the maid. Watch The Maid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are
Just
you
don't
saying
hire
they had
one.
an open marriage though? Like if they had an open marriage, why did she divorce him over it?
She didn't. He died. Maurice went first. He went second. Andy was first.
I think we're talking about different people at this point.
Now the Gibb, PGs. Brothers Gibb.
Something else.
Yeah.
Take care of it. God bless you.
I was picturing the maid cutting up, making some chili and getting like the skirt drawn up and bent over the counter. And
It's way better than imagery than I was getting. I'll totally recall that image with you. I'll trade a cheesecake memory for that one.
Right. Good night.
Memory swapping. Hey, bro, got a memory I'll trade you. Back alley memory deals, you know?
Yeah, I guess we got lost there because I was thinking something different. Black Watch, my bad.
That's the yeah, Monty. The documentary we watched kind of showed that.
Okay, so you were talking about Hitler.
Well, that's what.
Nazi Black Watch.
Why do you mentioned Austrian? I just said Hitler was Austrian as well.
Okay. Yes, I gotcha.
That's
Okay.
all.
Yep.
Yeah, Monty. That's it. The greatest story never told. We just watched that.
Mhm. Well, most of it.
Yeah. Enough. I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see how it ends, to see if it gets better. I don't know.
But it is crazy to connect these dots because even what we've watched, like 2/3 of that, The Greatest Story Never Told, you can see all the family connections. You can see the political connections, the money connections, the reasons for doing what they did and in whatever agenda. And I fully believe we are in the grip of some of the people are still alive as we move forward past World War II. They're still alive, you know, or
Yes.
or their children. So you have to imagine certain people in power now, their father was some of the people we're watching about, or uncle, or grandfather, or older cousin, or whatever. You know, this is
Yeah.
multi-generational.
Yep.
Definitely.
So there's 4 women, and I can't remember who they're supposed to be related to. Some are world leaders, are in high up positions. Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't. I can see them, and I can't remember what was it about them that they even came to mind.
They're supposed to be connected to a bunch of people around the world.
Yes,
And there's 4 of them.
yes, and it seems like one was in Germany. One in New York. Guardian.
So I've been looking for the rich uncle, so I need to be looking for the rich aunt possibly. 1 out of 4. It's not good odds.
It's probably not someone you'd want to know, but
Yeah, you're right.
because it doesn't seem like it was a good person they were related to.
Like siren, like 4 sirens.
It couldn't be Hitler because he only had 1 child, didn't he?
Who knows?
Okay, when you say 4 women, so you mean, are they world leaders? Are they just celebrities? Are they, because I mean, I've heard that Angela Merkel, Judy Garland, Shirley Temple, and someone else are actually related to Hitler, like possibly nieces or little cousins, second cousins, something like that. There's a really interesting picture of Hitler with
James.
2 or 4 girls, and
see.
one of them, some say, is Angela Merkel. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about, or
Maybe, but it sure didn't seem like it was actresses.
okay,
He had 6 kids.
6. Damn.
Oompa
Lonnie, I don't know what's wrong with you.
I know,
You know what I'm
right?
saying? Rats in the ranks, John D. What is that?
Lots came to Canada mines connected to World War II. Rats in the ranks. Oh,
Rats.
another documentary.
We need a short, John. Short. Merkel, I remember you saying that a couple of years ago, Chima. I remember you saying in a chat one time that you were connected indeed to Angela Merkel. And in my head, I was like, that makes her even more interesting and gangster. And I didn't know exactly what it was. So you're saying you married in, I mean,
Who is this
so
Merkel person you're talking about? Who is she?
Angela Merkel was the, like, I don't know if it was chancellor, I'm not sure the correct term, of Germany.
It
In the
sounds
last
familiar,
decade,
like I should know.
she isn't right now, but she was for many years.
Okay, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
Decade, you know? Yes.
like a prime minister or chancellor or something like that.
Yes. some
That
position
must
like
be.
yes.
Chancellor.
And
It's an
allegedly
interesting
there's
word.
pictures of her as a little girl with Hitler, and she's like a little girl, you know, like hanging out
Yeah,
with her
she could
uncle.
have easily fit in that time period.
Exactly. Exactly.
But so is it possible that there's any connection between her and Obama and
Mm-hmm.
Who else was it? Like,
Because it
There
would
are
have
only
been
so
through
many people removed from anyone in the world, I believe, you know, to a certain degree.
Obama's mother is the key to what you're asking, Bonnie. And I think there is a possible connection there.
Okay.
Because his mother was white and his father was a Kenyan national.
Since she was talking about ancestry and stuff, did you see the article where the 23andMe was going bankrupt or some type of deal?
Yes. No, it's the CEO step down, and I think they're headed there.
Thought that was pretty interesting.
Yes, indeed. Definitely. They got what they needed. The
Yeah.
problem is they merged with some
Yeah.
other sites already, so it doesn't really matter. They're just getting rid
No,
of that
it's,
logo.
yeah.
But they already combined, you know.
Somebody's getting a severance package, you know, that's all.
They did their job. They understood the assignment.
Yeah. He understood the assignment.
Yep.
John Kennedy as a kid was Hitler.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. The Kennedy family is deeply entrenched in the mob, and you look at some political history going back around the turn of the century. Joe Kennedy and that whole mess, very, very interesting shit.
Mm.
What does that have to do with anything, Monty?
Every now and again, Monty. Not presently at the moment, but you know. You know.
I want to talk about that.
For Pete's sake.
I hear
No, I
someone.
lit a cigarette. If you heard a lighter, I did just light a cigarette.
I'm not smoking anything right now. They deeply inhale. Boy, y'all have good ears down there.
That's kind of gross. Do you think he's pressing his ear pods into the wax really deep?
Yeah.
You know? Oh,
it's like so much wax. It's like a little mini subwoofer.
Yes, the bone conduction. Extra padding for the reaper.
When I was growing up, we got a Christmas card from Nixon while he was president.
Huh.
I don't know why. I just remember it on the mantle.
And if you still had one of those, that'd be pretty cool.
Picture of his family. I'm sure my mother didn't keep it. I haven't seen it. There's some other interesting things she kept, but I haven't seen that one yet. I think, no, she wouldn't have kept that
one. Which state did Nixon hail from? I literally have no idea. What was his position before president? Does anyone know? I'm trying to think of what state he might have come from and what is
I'm sure it was California, wasn't it?
Okay, California. Okay.
As far as his whole legacy before that, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, interesting. So we got Nixon and Reagan out of California. Huh. And the governor, you know.
Let's see what we have. Wikipedia. Serving from 69 till 74. Republican. Served as the 36th vice president under Eisenhower. And also as a representative and senator from California. His presidency saw the reduction of U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, the 10-day with the Soviet Union and China, the Apollo 11 moon landing, and the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency and Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
Who, Kennedy?
Nixon.
Oh, no. Gee, I am not a crook.
But Nixon, okay, I'm watching the chat here, and I've seen a few people mention about how he was set up, and I think a lot of people who are deemed douchebags in the history books were set up. So this is interesting. You know, he's under Eisenhower. We connect into, I think he went up against Kennedy for president, but Kennedy won. Yeah, Watergate set up. Then he like resigns. Like, I'm just mentally connecting dots here. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Monty. Yeah.
And this says, let's see, Vice President, his Vice President, Spiro Agnew.
Mm-hmm.
And Gerald Ford. Preceded by Johnson, succeeded by Gerald Ford.
Mm-hmm. Right. So they installed Gerald Ford after he resigned naturally, allegedly.
Yeah. Right. Somebody had to pardon him.
No, I'm saying Gerald Ford replaced him. He was installed. Like, I think this would have all been a setup for years, because it goes all the way back to Kennedy's, which was the decade before.
There's a shorter version. Traitors to Trump. Whoa.
Careful now.
Well, I just started reading in the lines. Whoa. Okay.
No, I agree, Monty. I agree. They did set him up.
They were afraid Nixon was going to take them all down, so they set up.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Tricky Dicky?
That's Nixon, Richard Nixon. They called him Tricky Dicky.
Oh, okay.
I am not a crook. I am not a crook.
Right. Think about how much that was blasted in our faces. Like the picture of him either coming up or going down the airplane where he's
with
doing
the peace sign.
Yes.
Yeah.
Watergate thing, you know. Imagine if that would fly in today's day and age. That concept that they got him out on. I mean.
Remember the movie? My name is Forrest Gump. I see some lights in the hotel room across the way. Please.
Yeah. Yeah. He has something to do with every historical event.
Yeah.
That was a very well-made movie.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
It was.
It's a classic.
That's exactly what I was saying, Monty. So then they replaced him with Ford. Ford understood the assignment. Nixon might have bucked a little bit. Kennedy might have bucked a little bit. Reagan bucked a little bit. Trump bucks. Look what has happened to all of them, right? Some successful, some not. Attempts.
They did get the saying a little bit wrong in Forrest Gump. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never who took the bite out of that one.
Exactly.
Well, that's why they put the key in there now. You got to look on the top of the box, and it shows you the location of each chocolate, what it is. You know what to avoid. It's right there.
Do you ever know?
Like Battleship.
Yeah.
Do you ever notice they put
It's something my pecan cluster.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. B2 is that strawberry filled chocolate thing. Do not get B2.
Nobody ever ate that one.
Do you ever notice they only put those diagrams on the most cheap chocolates you can buy? We got ones up here called, we got ones up here called Black Magic, and they have that on, and it's not magical.
Black Magic.
I remember a friend of mine came over to my mom's for dinner, and of course he stopped at some drugstore, and they're all on sale for like 80% off.
Yeah, you can't give them away.
I said, you don't like my mom, do you? What do you mean? I said, I think it was called Box of Gold or something.
Yeah.
And I said, she knows they're cheap. You know that, Bob. I should take them home with you.
Did you know that Gerald Ford was not his real name?
Ooh, what's the T? What was his real name?
Listen to this. Leslie Lynch King Jr.
Whoa, dude.
Who was senior?
I thought you were going to say Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he will be back.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So where did he get assigned the name Gerald Ford?
It says, but that's what's weird. It says Gerald Rudolph Ford Jr., born Leslie Lynch King Jr., July 14th, 1913.
Maybe one was his father's name and one was his mother, but still, that changed the whole name regardless.
Right.
I heard Trump's is not his real name, not the original surname.
Come on, man.
So there. I forgot what it was now.
Leslie Lynch
It was
King,
Nicodemus.
Omaha, Nebraska.
There you go. I don't think I've ever met anybody from Nebraska.
His wife was Betty Bloomer.
Betty Bloomer. What
So
a name.
Right, Betty Bloomer, right.
Man. I can't even make this stuff up.
So his father's name was Leslie Lynch King Sr., and his mother was Dorothy Eyre Gardner Ford.
They must have put him up for adoption or something.
Okay, so the mother had Ford in her last name, but it was hyphenated, Gardner Ford?
No, it's not. Well, there's not a hyphen here, but
Gardner Ford.
He was related to Henry Ford. Wouldn't that be a interesting connection, you know?
Well, most people hear Ford, that's what they think of, more times than not.
Right? Or if they use that, Ford, huh? If Gerald Ford is connected to Henry Ford, that tightens the news even more on their, I think it was GMA that said 6 degrees of separation at most, you know.
Yeah.
So that would make him King Cord.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Kingford.
Kingford. Yeah, that good one. Yep.
We're going to power up a nice clean coal, Kingsford coal. That's what they have. Big bags of Kingsford coal. Now I know where they got the clean coal from, Bonnie. They got it from Kingsford.
Female.
Interesting. Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, and I've seen that. And if you look at pictures of Patton and Trump right next to each other, they do look a lot alike. Not gonna lie, man. They're
Yeah.
General Patton.
Yep.
All right, now I gotta look it up.
You gotta
He
look
looks
it up.
really good, y'all. Just saying.
Oh yeah, you can't really unsee it with the eyes and the nose.
The nose and the Yep.
It's weird. Naturally, a lot of things on our bodies change, but I mean, our use of our eyes can change, but a lot of times the way our eyes look don't change.
If you look at a picture of who's supposed to be Trump's father, it doesn't look anything like him. But you look at a mother plus
Oh, she's
Patton.
wild.
Huh. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He grew up in California.
Yeah. John Dunning, they do. They do hide their lineage, and the show goes on. They switch up names. That's why I think it's interesting to see where, did Ford get his name from any of his people? Norma Jean Baker turning into Marilyn Monroe makes no sense. It was just for the marquee,
Yeah. But I never knew he had another name. That was like interesting.
His vice president was a Rockefeller.
Mm-hmm.
So there you had the Fords and the Rockefellers rejoining, creating a new Kingsman.
Unreal. Yeah, and it just keeps going on.
Mm-hmm. And the beat goes on. Mother, I
Drums keep pounding the rhythm to the brain. La-di-da-di-dee.
La-di-da-di-da.
La-di-da-di-da.
Yep.
Very much so, Jerry. I guess Camel wasn't related enough.
James Richardson, Trump was Patton's son. I mean, so watch, do you think that Turdo was Castro?
Yeah, somebody in chat earlier said Castro Jr.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things, once you see it, it's hard to unsee it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talks about Trudeau being Castro's son or whatever.
I'm sorry?
There's a lot of talks about Trudeau being Castro's son or whatever.
Yes. Navy says 2 to 3 degrees. possible. So how do we get our republic back? Without war. Save our country.
Yeah, you read my mind. How do we get it back? Because it's obvious as we connect the dots and look back through history, these are the same families, the same lords and kings and their children running shit, right? So it's like we're fighting families that have always been in power. That's the true enemy, is their constant grip on it. I think that as far as getting the republic back, I think we have to be realistic. There are certain things never coming back because Pandora's box has already been opened. I think that what is realistic is we'll see a continued organization of people, like sort of like districts, sort of like balkanization in this country. The question is, how hard will those boundaries be as far as where everyone gets on the same page? But as far as also, I don't think we are each other's enemy. Like the citizens, we have different views on every topic you can think of, right?
Yes.
But I don't think we're each other's enemy. We all know the enemy is in the government. It's in the world reset that's trying to be introduced, right?
Right.
It's not me against you because I like cream in my coffee and you don't. That's where they get us, divide and conquer. So we need to stop with those divisive arguments, because then that's how they win. That's when they sit back and rub their hands together and go, ha 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 ha. Now what do we do today, brain? You know, same thing.
But we're not all about having
I
the
think
power.
we need to be realistic about what we're doing.
Yes. Where they are.
Yeah,
they want
to
the
keep us
power.
fighting each other, John. Mm-hmm.
We acknowledge they live.
That's a good one, Jima. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
True, John. But are we really fighting each other? I mean, look, even in this, okay. There are cliques. I can see that. I have asked questions and have not received good answers. But it's not like we're fighting each other. We're not. I mean, everyone here has a different view, different upbringing, different whatever. We've all had such different lives. Some similarities, but still, it seems for the most part, everyone gets along. They accept. They don't just, oh, you're full of shit, I'm never listening to you again. You know? It's
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Bye, Black Watch.
I thought that. Some scenarios.
I think the fighting that's going on is crisis actors. I think that it's people who are paid to instigate the fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And then when people that normally probably wouldn't do something see like that happen, it gives them a spark or a trigger to do something like that. They're more comfortable with it. Somebody else has thrown the first blow, you know?
Yes.
That pressure's not on me now.
Well, and that's what.
Well, that's kind of what Jerry is saying. The right is waiting for FAFO, and that's to your point, Watt. So, yeah, I think that's true.
And most all of us are willing to fight for something, but eventually, if it's a fight people want it, eventually somebody has to throw the first blow, metaversally speaking,
And I agree with that too. That
don't always mean fighting.
right.
Yeah, something about patriotism or the liberty of things or the constitutional rights wherever you live in the world needs to be refreshed from time to time.
Yeah.
And I think that might be around the corner sooner or later with everything that's going on. I think the pandemic has opened up the eyes of a lot of people, and as time goes on with what's going on in the world, more people's eyes will open up.
Yeah.
Springtime, those pine cones get opening up and pollinating. Can be that season. Just got to grab a hold of it.
Well, we need to pollinate the world with positivity and good vibes and counter the evil.
Sounds like Quincy Jones. We are
Okay.
the children. Just saying.
Well, I think what the positive is not letting shit get under your skin. People who don't agree with you or, don't have the same view on XYZ, that's not going to get us anywhere, man. It's really important for a republic to have some unity, right? What they're going to do is they're building the big threat coming in is still the New World Order. Trump is a part of that. They are building control mechanisms in various ways all around every part of our lives. The distraction is, let me argue with you because I think Steak and Shake is better than Sizzler.
Right.
How dare you? How dare you have that opinion?
Well, all the Sizzlers shut down, so you went.
Now we don't even have neither one of them, so I can't even have that opinion. They closed down the steak. Well, I think we had two of them. There may be one left, but one of them, they closed it down and turned it into a Chick-fil-A.
Oh. So maybe that's saying if everyone come together against the system with the unity we had on, I think that's supposed to be 9/11, they would be running for their bunkers. And so, but at the same time, that unity was, we felt attacked and we wanted retaliation. So, like the videos that I played at the beginning with Algo, when he's saying, there's, how many did he say? 35,000 deaths?
Yeah, I forget the exact number. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Due to what?
And people don't get furious about that.
The number 3 leading cause of death, allegedly, by their own proceedings or findings.
Who? What are we talking about?
Go back and watch the beginning.
That's the video you were talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to refresh my own memory, but yeah. I think the third leading cause of deaths by their own publications is by their own mismanagement. That's just putting it nicely.
Right.
As he's shown, but I think we're combining the two. As he's showing the
Maybe
lines in the sky, which we know what that is, and the Commonwealth that Trump is working on with UK.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I combined like 3 different videos into one memory.
Right. That's kind of
I
the
do
point of
that often, don't.
Hey,
You talking about from chemtrails?
Yes.
Okay. Now I got my bookmark fell out. I lost my
Well,
I think we started
yeah,
talking about 9/11 a little bit, though. Like, if everyone came together against the system with the unity we had the day after 9/11, they would be running for their bunkers. And then James Richardson said that's what we were told to think. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, all of us were confused when certain things happen, whether it's 9/11 or other major events.
yeah.
And we react based on what we're told to think, or, you know what I'm saying?
Or what we already know.
Identify the enemy. A lot of people volunteered for the military thinking they had to go fight WMDs that later were
Huge
admitted
surge,
to not.
yeah.
Yes.
You know?
But that did happen. J6. People came together.
Yes.
But what they did to
but
it.
they also did what they were told. Some of the extreme left did.
Some of them J6ers weren't exactly the nicest people. Just
some of them were paid to not be the nicest people, Blackwatch.
No, did you hear some of them? One got caught at a traffic stop.
Oh yeah. I heard about that.
Convicted sex offender.
Well, yeah.
Oh no, not that one. No.
I'm sure they weren't all perfect, but the majority were there to stand as one that, no, we do not agree that this was a legit election.
That'll never be proven. I gotta give him one thing, the man one thing. No more machines. It's all going to be paper ballots, which I don't think we've never had that. Machines. It's always been paper. And so it should be. It's always worked.
That's what it was. Going to the doctors were the third leading cause of death.
There you go.
Yeah,
it should always be paper ballots, man, for voting.
Yeah.
Because you take a look at when Biden got in, right? You take a look at when Biden got in, he got so many votes. But you take a look at Trump before and after. Okay, like the last election where Trump just got in, and then when he got back in, when he first got in, right? How does that happen? You know what I mean?
What happened?
Okay, you know how Trump got in the first time, right?
Yeah.
And then Biden got in.
Yeah.
And then he got so many votes, right?
Yeah.
And then Trump got in, but he got so many more votes, like the tables turned on the votes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you got to remember something. They have the Electoral College, which I disagree with. It's like, 5 million people say, I want this guy. Well, I interpret that you want the other guy. No, we want him. No, we're reading your minds. You want the other guy.
It's like the year 2000. Remember the whole hanging Chad The whole hanging Chad debate, it went on for months before they allegedly figured out who was the winner. With Bush and Gore, they had the whole hanging Chad incident with the paper ballots in Florida. Of course, the state his brother was in charge of, I think.
Are you talking about Bush Gore?
Yeah, the presidential election of 2000. Remember the whole hanging Chad incident?
Mm-hmm.
And Zeb was the governor. Is that his name? Zeb? Jeb? Zeb?
Nephilim.
Jeb. Mm-hmm.
Jeb Bush.
Gore was
unspoken
president-elect for like a month and a half, and then all of a sudden something magical happened where Jeb Bush, his brother, was governor, and now all of a sudden Bush is president. That was major, dude.
Yeah.
Al Gore technically won for president-elect. They called him, I swear to God, 6-7 weeks, something like that. And
Right
and then it
after,
just
it went all the way to, yeah. That was right after WAC 2K.
So James,
it would have been.
Sorry.
No, I was agreeing with Watt. That would have been.
The powers that be do not believe that we are capable of governing ourselves.
Well, are we?
Yeah, I was going to say, are you arguing that or not?
I'm not, because I feel that if people were governing themselves, if they were trampled upon by whatever, they would defend themselves.
Did you go through that, Bonnie, around 1865? One governing one way, one governing the other way. Civil War.
No, there's no reason for that. That was totally put on because of the government. It was not only about slavery.
No, it wasn't. General Robert E. Lee agreed with you. He went south. Even though Lincoln wanted him.
General Lee. You've got mail.
Bless you.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when the first time I ever read that question, where the founding fathers sat down to try to come up with some kind of government, and the first question they asked themselves was, can we self-govern? Are we good enough to self-govern? And I remember thinking, what a stupid question. You know, like at the time, I was thinking it's stupid. And now,
darn it.
Did she say a bad word again?
No.
Oh,
damn it.
You didn't.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Oh, that stupid phone. I'm going to have to get on my computer for this. Anyway, the Granges do self-governing too. The Granges is they run meetings and operations very similar to the town meetings, you know, the city council and the board of supervisor, and all that stuff is very boring to most people, and most people are not interested, as you know. So it's hard because I think, yeah, if we wanted to self-govern, we could rock it, you know, but I don't know if we ever will. Like certain towns will, right? Some towns are going to self-govern. Some towns are not.
Thank you
Who'd
for
we
coming,
lose?
Marshmallow Man.
Marshmallow
It's
Man.
good to see you.
I got to get off this phone. It's going to keep doing that. It wants to go to my screensaver for some reason. So I'll be back.
Okay.
Kyle, Mushroom Man. Kyle.
Right? Marshmallow Man? Is that what you said?
See what James said?
James.
Okay, I just heard somebody. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Hey, Louie.
Steve back.
Hey, B.
Y'all are making me dizzy.
I know.
I'm glad y'all are all up here because I need to be excused again, please. I'll be
like,
right
am
back.
I in the live part or is this from an hour ago? I was confused there for a second when we both came on. What's up, Dorinda? Good
Yeah,
to see you, honey.
it's like deja vu.
Yeah, it is like deja vu.
Mhm.
Oh,
So it's happening in a parallel universe. Love
so
that.
it seems. We're about to
Unparalleled.
assimilate.
What? You did read the light. The light came on, the sign said fasten your seatbelt. You wouldn't have a
We don't want to wear a
to take
seatbelt.
Perpendicular. So as far as self-governing, right? I think that would work up to a point, depending on the parties in your community or society. Now, law and order will eventually evolve. There's no way to stop boundaries. So if someone does something to someone else, then it's like, okay, you can't do that. And so I guess where I find that sort of a anarchy point of view falls apart is that the natural order of human behavior is people are going to fuck up and some people are going to do it in spectacular manner, and it will have to be established that's not what you do. So I don't think self-governance works with people who do not have self-control.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's a lot of that, where people can't control
That's just it. In that premise, you assume that some people don't need checks and balances, right? But the reality is they all do. And we have to get better because they see right away, they can see there's no checks and balances, right? Anybody
But
that
is
gets
it
in
checks
a
and
position.
balances governance? Isn't that immediately?
I mean, we don't have to govern, like there's the people that are running towns. If we were uniting and assembling and writing requisitions and demands to this corporation, we have a better chance of them actually, yielding to us. It's not 100% that they will do everything, but there's a lot better chance that a lot of things will happen because it does happen.
Night,
It does
Brenda.
happen. It's happening in Alaska right now. People should see what those kind of orders look like from the people to the government, because we are the checks and balances of every official, is what I'm trying to say. And if we're not, that's what the founding fathers had said, is that human nature is a mixture of sunshine and shadow. And we
But
will
in true
be
self-governance, there would be no hierarchy of overlords.
Well, we the people are above the public officials, but because we don't hold them, we don't come to them and be like, hey, right here is where you're violating your oath because you can't do this thing because it says right here, right? Like we don't know where they actually overstep, so we're not doing that work. That's what I'm saying. That part of it is why we're in such a mess right now.
Can't check if you don't know what the balance is.
Right, and we don't really know how to either. Like, even when I look, and I've been looking at this stuff here in Humboldt County for what, 4 or 5 years now, And it's under layers of this and that, and we're seeing it with the Doge stuff. Like we're seeing, 9-month-old baby and all this shit, and
Mm.
when we get to the point where it's in our own towns and we're able to peel back that layer, those onion layers, and or whack-a-mole, and or whatever this game is, paper chase, it's behind this nonprofit, it's behind that grant, it's behind the Department of Education, it's all this, you know what I mean? It's, oh yeah, this program and that, and I don't even know how to find the money, you guys. I've been studying this shit. I don't, I know there's certain grants, like why Eureka's littered with hypodermic needles, because there's 5 assholes making $5 million from an HCAR grant, and there's no way they're spending $5 million on needles. They give a portion of the needles out through vans now. They don't even have a building anymore. And we allow this to happen. There's so many people that are unhappy with this, but we're not really sure yet how to stop them. And it is the grant funding, but even then you're like afraid to go up. What 2 people are going to go up against a machine like that where the people are making millions? It's a little blurry still. You know what I mean? It's not very clear how we're going
Well, how do we balance self-accountability, which self-governance is self-accountability for what you do. There'll be consequences. Who meets them out, I don't know, but self-control, not shitting in the street or laying needles out everywhere and whatever. So it's kind of messed up because the dream would be self-governance. The problem is the number of people who are incapable of self-governance. Then that starts bringing in rules like an HOA for everyone else. Now all of a sudden you can't have a 20-foot Santa on your lawn.
Well, it really gets down to when people understand that anything that goes against the Constitution is null and void. All their bullshit ordinances, all their bullshit that they come at us with, it really just requires somebody to be fully confident in where they have broken their oath and where they're breaking their law by the state constitution and or the federal constitution, right? So it's just a matter of us being more educated than them. They really do know how to self-govern because they're getting paid good money, and we're also dealing with volunteers, right? People that are just trying to put some food on the table, work their jobs and stuff, you know what I mean? And then they got to sit there and bear down in government politics and try to figure out how they're supposed to take their town back too. Like it's a lot for some people, but when you just get down to it, it really does get down to that ruling of Marbury versus Madison, where anything that goes against the Constitution is null and void. These people, they have ways to be accountable. They have an oath that they took, and they violate it all the time, and they can see what they get away with. And it is behind so many different. It's so easy to say follow the money. It's like, yeah, that's a good cliche. Why don't you show me how you did that for your town? Why don't you show me where every dollar is going in your county? And then we can have a conversation, because I've been looking and I still can't figure it out where it's all, I don't even know how much they get.
I'm reminded when Rockefeller was asked how much is enough. He said just a little more, and the government does that too.
$1 more, right? How much is enough? $1 more.
Say the golden egg.
Right, the golden egg. Yeah.
Do I want to know? I don't know if you're asking me, James, about the money. The money hasn't really been my issue. My issue has been the tyranny with the COVID, the job loss, and the mask and the drag shows for kids. Like, it's a lot.
That's a symptom of a larger problem, though.
Yeah.
Lawlessness. It's complete lawlessness, because the year before all that stuff happened with the COVID masks and stuff, it was the last year of Trump's administration. And as a preschool cook, I had to go to this training thing, and I had to take a mandated reporting class too online. And so I learned all the ways and behaviors that were like sexually inappropriate and everything. And then the next year they're doing freaking drag show for kids at the schools. Excuse me.
Mm.
That's not right. So who's going to stop them if it's not the community? You know,
The
if it's not
problem
someone.
comes in with interpretation, because life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for a drag queen that they want to read books to kids, just a normal book. But they want to dress that way, kind of like a clown. You know, clowns are way scarier, actually, in my opinion. But
Yeah, they
like
are.
they're they're interpreting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness relatively, and I think that's where all the clashes come in. Um, that is their right to pursue that, or you know, different belief systems. Now, there are lines that should never be crossed. There are moral lines, and that's what makes this where a cultural thing becomes a moral issue. Is most of us should agree that you don't do certain things in public, or you don't, you know, like some kind of moral code of decorum. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's what we have laws for. Like, you know, there's sexual behavior these people were doing around children. You know, like I said, drag show for kids, and they were even teaching children how it goes down in a stripper club with the drag show. They were giving kids money and teaching them how to put money in these people's underwear. Most of the people here that have followed me saw it. They saw it when I went there, and they saw there was just a handful of us there, you know, and
That is way beyond. That is way beyond, dude. I do not agree
Yeah,
with that
that's
at all.
insane.
I
and
see
then
adult
yeah,
entertainment as adult entertainment, right? Let's say you go to
yep,
a casino. A casino is adult entertainment. You have to be 21, at least 18, but usually 21 to get in. You put your money in an arm bandit. You push buttons that light off and shoot off hormones in your brain that make you feel good.
Yeah.
It's okay. Now, what is the difference between that and a kid's arcade?
what is different? Yeah, say it again.
As far as what it does in your brain, putting off the feel good,
Mhm.
whatever. Now the kids are in an arcade. They're might be playing some zapper game, or they might be doing the basketball, they might be doing the skee ball, which is so fun, or they might be doing like the claw arm or whatever. That
Mhm.
they are being programmed to gamble. They are being
Right.
programmed to put in a few coins, and you might lose, but you keep doing it because you have the rush of the possibility, the potential. And my point, I'm not backing up drag with kids at all. I'm
Sure.
saying both are the same mental problem. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the endorphins. Both they are programming brains to look for
Yeah.
rewards in certain ways. And
Mhm.
Reaction to a stimulus.
it's a stimulus. And I have no problem with adults going to a drag show. I've been to several.
Me
I'm an
neither.
adult. You go to a bar and
Yep.
it happens to have a show, I'm going to clap and I'm going to ask for another margarita. But I do not want to look over and see a 10-year-old there. Then, you know,
No
you go to a
shit.
casino
Exactly.
and you put money in a casino machine, and you're slamming away and smoking cigarettes and like, yes, this is great. Bonus. Oh my, you get that super high of the bonus, like ding, 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 ding. I don't
Yeah.
want to look over and see a 10-year-old there.
Mm-mm.
Right?
I don't care what people do in their bedroom either. I do not care. And my
Right.
kids are grown. My kids would never go to a school like that. I was there to stand up for other kids. Most people that know me know what I actually did and what I stand for, and why I try to tell people what's going on here in Humboldt County. It's a warning. It's a warning to people. It's not just to be bitching, or, you know, my kids would never go to these schools. That's a fucking guarantee. My kids are grown.
I am homeschooling my youngest because of the way things are set up. Like I'm not being argumentative. I'm saying, Bob, that's a good point. It's all set up for addiction, and the world will find your addiction. It could be sexual, it could be money, it could be food, it could be drugs, it could be, could be love. Love is an addiction. People
Yeah.
ruin their lives.
Oh my gosh,
for all of those things,
Absolutely. And you know what they also did after that first drag show that they did? They went ahead and they had like a special needs art show where there were Down syndrome kids there and stuff, and they were having a drag show there as well, and they were doing the same shit there, and they wouldn't let my friend go, and he's disabled. It was supposed to be for disabled and handicap and special needs art show kind of thing, but then these people are predators, they're predators, and they just, so that's the problem. That's what's hard with the self-governing. It's like, well, that is why we have laws. That's why I bring up the mandated reporting. You can look that up. It's a standard. It's an actual standard. These people broke all the standards. The mayor will openly support it and has said it. She's for them. 2 years old, any age, all age. She's for it. This is the kind of leadership that you have here, Humboldt Christians. It's like there were less than 10 of us there. I don't know what God's going to do with that. That was always my prayer. Like, Lord, I know there's more than 10 righteous in this land. And then I think about some of the situations I was in, and there wasn't, there was like 7, and I'm like, shit, maybe you should just burn this place down, freaking evil.
Well, I think that's kind of the track with self-governance coming full circle. We did a beautiful job at that, y'all. Beautiful job. Full circle on self-governance. People have needs, and they have outlets, whether it's with technology or anything else. And that's where we start governing, is governing those outlets. And I agree 100% with putting things in their context, whether it's age appropriate or place appropriate, or whether you're in public or private or whatever, right? But self-governance almost implies like everyone would have the same point of view, and it kind of makes me think of like FLDS cults that they're self-governed pretty much, right? But they also all live in a certain vacuum. That's just one example. There's a lot of examples like that. And I'm not sure that the entire country would be able to come under a common goal of defining what liberty and the pursuit of happiness is.
Well, when you go take it back to natural law, as long as you're not hurting anybody else, I don't know that we would ever get back to natural law in the sense where you stumble on some unclaimed property and you can build a house and it's your, I'm not sure we'll get back to that standard, but, people shouldn't be in jail for crimes that they didn't do to anybody else. Like it's real simple. It's really quite basic, and it's ancient, goes back a long time, but it's very foreign.
Do something to someone, you should be in jail, but a thought crime,
not necessarily jail, but you're going to be judged by your peers. You have a right to a jury of your peers. That's kind of gone by the wayside too. That's why I love the idea of assembling, because think of it like this: if I have 12 friends that are willing to come in and be a grand jury in a situation where I need somebody to review my case. I've been unlawfully detained. I've been put away for some bullshit the corporation was able to do. If I have my own grand jury, I have my own group of people, and we know how to wield that courtroom with the common law, I stand a better chance. That's a self-governing, that's a high priority goal for me in self-governing. That's the number for assembly is 13, and for a grand jury is 30. But
I think there's going to be always a certain amount of governing. How much or how little is to be determined. And I only say that because from there would have to be policing, like judges and police, because there's going to be laws, right, for everybody. But I think a lot of what the governing would have to do is put things to a vote at a society. Like if like we all on panel here can agree certain things are immoral and wrong, so there's going to be laws for those things, right? Like if you're going to be a pedophile, yeah, you're going to go to jail, right? If you break into somebody's house to rob them, well, you should be able to defend yourself, right, from whatever they may do or rob you from, right? Now, if that person that's breaking into your place gets shot and dies, well, okay, you might have to go to court, but at the same time, you might get off, right? Like say you get off of it, right? Because you're being like a society would be self-governing, right? Because
Well, you would have to educate yourself. You'd have to be educated on your 2A up and down and know some cases, know some court cases. That helps too.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like, say the society, like all the not the government or the governors or whatever that do the bare minimum would be okay. Say, for argument's sake, incest, right, became a thing where now it's become immoral to do that, say, so society's fighting towards or started more of societies saying the less thing that incest thing is wrong to do. Well, then the government has to put it to a vote to see how many people think it's wrong or it's right or whatever. And if the more people that say it's wrong, well, it's just become a law that if that's happening, you go to jail, right? You understand?
Yeah,
where
but
I'm
that
going with
doesn't
this?
you're going, that's mob rule though. That's not how it works. There's government, and that's supposed to be us, and then there's the legislators. That's who would make those kind of laws, or the people make the laws. Like we have the option to make laws too. We have the option to write like I said, directives and requisitions. It's totally foreign to me too. I don't know much about it either. I'm just saying this is what I've been learning. So
like I'm Canadian, but here we can't just carry guns like some places in the States, right?
mhm.
And I'm sure, I'm not good with the laws in the States, but say you can have I've heard of open carry and concealed carried, right? But I'm sure in either manner, you can't just go off shooting people just for the heck of it. I'm sure that's against the law, But if you're defending yourself or somebody with that gun, the chances are pretty good if you got eyewitnesses that you might get off on it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Kind of thing. So, it's just, I don't know how to explain it, but I hope people understand where I'm coming from on that. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Self-defense, right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
But you can't compare Canada with the States. We never had their heritage of weapons. Never had it.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm just using that as an example, right?
I know what you're saying. I agree with what, to some degree, we should have the same thing as self-protection.
Oh, for sure. I look at,
I don't know what, but
I wonder if you can have Byrnas, BYRNA. Those are non-lethal weapons. They even sell some that are like, they kind of look like an AR-15 a little bit, like in Minecraft. The video game.
I grew up and there was a little thing almost like a derringer, and you had a little brass. It was a starter pistol, and the kids could get them for around $10. Drove the cops crazy. They got call after call after call of kids with weapons because they really looked like it. And
They
they
look like
Get
it.
a printer.
They sound like it too.
Yeah, you could get a printer, 3D printer, and print your own too. I've seen that.
Like as Canadian as I am, and I'm Canadian to the bone, I do believe in some of the things that America have, like your right to bear arms and stuff like that, right? Freedom, free speech, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that Iroquois Constitution is so interesting because it goes back to there being 5 Confederate nations. And it wasn't that long ago. It was like the 12th and 13th century, I believe. So that was talked about a little bit. That they discussed that as well. I believe the founding fathers did, but mostly it was the Moses and the Israelites and the Anglo-Saxons. But then there was also this Iroquois Confederate Constitution. It's a really good read, real quick and easy read too. But it must have been nice to have nations getting along, not selling each other out for bullshit.
I think where we went wrong was the corruption in the churches, the destruction of the family unit, families not taking care of each other.
Mm-mm.
I don't want to. Like I'm religious. I believe in something out there. You know what I mean? That's greater than me and the rest of us, right? But there's so many religions out there. Who's to say which religion is right? You know what I mean? You pick one and you believe in it, right?
But it's not. That's why is there so many religions? Because of man. It's not a religion. It's whether you believe or not is where it comes down to it. Do you believe Jesus is the Son of God? That he died for our sins?
Yeah, and some people have been really messed up from that too, like my friend Star, growing up, JW, she just launched her website. I wanted to drop that link actually and share that with you guys. They are there's a group that's collecting data from survivors in the JWs and in the LDS. Both of them for the big ST. And there's talk about corruption in the church. I mean, and front, lots of fronts. And
it's not like we would all be going to the same church either. We're all separated big time. So,
right.
This one family that I went to visit in Kentucky, they had a huge farm, I guess you would call it. They raised tobacco. They grew tobacco farm, dairy, beef cattle. They had it all going on. And then they had their own little church there. And it was the family. The family worked the farm. The family went to church together. It was all family. And so I know that like Mennonites or the Amish, that, they're not going to change their ways for any of us. But it works for them. Seems to, in their way of living and everything.
Even the women of the night, They do their own thing, kind of like the Mennonites.
Yeah. But even the tribes that you were talking about, Dee, they had councils, right?
Yeah, that was very good talking about self-governing. Yeah.
But the councils were kind of like the grand jury. The council would decide if someone was punishable for anything or not, right?
Yes.
The laws, the council.
Yes, and then the women of the tribe, if somebody wanted to leave their position as an elder, then that was when they involved the women elders, and they went through this and discussed who they would like to ask to replace them. So they were very integrated and respectful in all that, in all those ways. And the book was so great, the Iroquois Constitution, that I read, because it wasn't very long, but it talked about their meetings and how many people were at the meetings and what they did. I did a whole bunch of highlights. I should share about that sometime, because I always meant to, and stream about Henry Crow Dog, who's an incredible native elder. He's passed now, but they got some footage of him, and he was amazing. It was an amazing, beautiful, peaceful man. But yeah, I was looking in my own history out here too, and I think it's important to look at our own local history. It's still real fresh out here, a lot of the atrocities that happened with the natives, and we don't really know our own history that great. I think I'd like to know who really built all these buildings that were here and stuff, and what timeline we're really in. And, some of the lies are obvious. You know why they don't want us to know about certain things, but
right.
Some of the other ones are just like, man.
But how does it affect our lives, really? Our personal lives? Whatever timeline we're in.
Well, for me, if we are in post-millennium reign, and if you watch some streamers that talk about that, they'll talk about people that are pre-trib rapture, and a lot of them do have this attitude like, oh, Jesus is coming, God's in control, everything is going to be fine. And that does drive me crazy too. Even when I was believed in pre-tribulation rapture, which I don't know that I do. And I know that I don't have to believe in it to be raptured, even if it's true. So it doesn't matter. But if we're in a post-millennium time and we are in Satan's little season, then everything is about as damn dirty as it looks. And we're in a lot more trouble than I thought, because, I mean, it's really evil, and evil seems to be multiplying, and it just keeps getting darker and darker. I hope there's good things happening, but I don't know.
Well, it seems there has always been evil. If we keep concentrating on the evil and giving the evil power just by acknowledging it.
Well, are we not supposed to acknowledge that that Sound of Freedom and or Tim Ballard and some of these people are actually involved in the things that they say they're against? Are we supposed to pretend like that stuff isn't happening? Because it is happening. And
No.
people are falling for stuff that's really witchcraft prone and spell binding, and you know what I mean? Like, we're not really aware of exactly the kind of manipulations we're being put through. Some of us are, but
well, and those are the people that are, yes, call them out. You're acknowledging their crimes or their perversions,
It doesn't mean I'm dwelling on it, Bonnie. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not
I get
saying
accused of that all the time from the streams I do too. You know, it's like, oh, you're just bitching again. Oh, you're just.
no, I'm not saying that at all, Dee. You know I love you and I love your opinion. I'm just saying if we focus more on the positive, focus more on working on what we can around us. And it doesn't even, okay, we are in two completely different worlds, and I understand that. So where I'm at, my focus is just reaching people and telling them, hey, did you know this is going on? Do you know what this is for? Do you know what this is doing to us? Things like that. I don't have a lot of the issues that you have going on there. There's still issues. I'm not saying it's perfect. There's, you know, I'm trying to be at all the city council meetings. I haven't spoken yet. I don't. It's really hard for me to do public speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably tell, but I'm just saying, like, that my goal is to make sure that the county I'm in is at least working towards better, and the surrounding counties.
Yeah, we have different problems for sure, honey. I know that you're not saying I'm dwelling on it a lot. I'm just defensive because I do get that a lot, that my stuff is negative, and you know, it's like, okay, well, you come here and give a report about it. Let's see how positive you can keep it, you know. I mean, I do try to find the good stories. We like to be part of the assemblies. I'm part of the Grange, and I go to church, and I'm looking where those are the only places people are gathering here when it's not just like a concert or farmer's market. There's not that many places where we gather as a nation in our culture, and especially in godly culture, you know, because otherwise it's just a party scene and you're not going to get any work done there.
Right.
So,
and that's why I see it as, you know, everyone talks about the states, and the state does affect what goes on in my county. I have figured out. That was a hard pill to swallow, but it's still, at the same time, it's, even though we have open carry, you can do whatever here, pretty much anything. Our hunting season is long. It's we have the right to protect ourselves. We have the purple line laws. We have a lot of that, but at the same time, we have the police pulling you over if your light is out on your license plate. We have the meth heads. We have issues, no doubt. I mean, thankfully, my county does not have the immigrants that have come across the border.
Right.
I could see that causing a whole lot more, probably. But, and then I saw somebody saying, yeah, I'm on city water, have to pay for the water. that comes out of our rivers. Doesn't make much sense, but at the same time, there needs to be equipment to do that, so it's got to be paid for somehow. So, yeah, I don't know.
Right, infrastructure. You know,
Yeah,
the things with
You
our
know,
own infrastructure and local places do matter immediate to us.
yes. If we want electricity, we pay the power company for that electricity.
you know, funny thing is I'm part of the prepper group, off grid group, whatever, right? And talking about paying for water, I'm on a well, and I have to pay to be on that well, not like I'm on city water. I've got a UV light that I gotta get changed out, and it costs me $300 a year to have that UV light changed out every year. So I got no bacteria in my water. It kills it, right? Then I gotta pay for filters for my well system. Every couple of months I should be changing them out. There's another $20. You know, you times that by 6, right? You know, so I'm still paying, right? Just to have clean drinking water.
And they tried to do that here. They tried to get meters put on the wells to regulate, charge, whatever they wanted to do. And the ranchers put a stop to that.
Yeah, like all I can go through as much water as I want. It's not like for the UV light. I can go through 1,000,000 gallons a year, and it's not going to affect that UV light. But I'll have to change the filters more often, you know, as opposed to going through half that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the more water I use, the more filters I go through in that year, right?
Yes.
But the water is free. I can don't have to pay for the water, right? Because it's a well.
So do y'all have that much bacteria to have that light on it?
Well, it's the E. coli in the water, right? I'm in farmer territory, right? So E. coli is going to be running through the groundwater because of all the cattle, the sheep, the chickens, the pigs, whatever else, and runoff, right? There's always going to be something in the water that will get us sick one way or another.
Well, who told you that though? Because that's interesting. I know people in the States that have wells and they don't have all of that business with it, like chemical treatment and filters and like and to be fair, in Canada, you have a smaller population, much cleaner environment.
The last house I lived on didn't have a UV light and didn't have filters in it. I got very sick, and my mom had the well tested, and the one thing she did tell me was there was E. coli in the water in the well, and I got sick off that. So
I just dealt with that too on our property.
you know, so
You have to bleach your lines, right?
Yeah, well, I'm good up to that. Like everything that runs up to that UV light might need to be bleached, but anything after that UV light does not need to be bleached at all. Because it kills it. It kills the E. coli, it kills chloroform, it kills whatever bacteria is in the water that could harm you.
Right.
I don't know if it's relevant, but you got to understand Ontario. Most of the farmland's north, and it's a great escarpment that runs up there. That's the runoff he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But we have runoff in our rivers also. that's why I'm kind of like with, okay, on my mom's well, because of her thyroid problem and calcium. So she has, and our water is really hard here. So she had a water softener, and then in her kitchen, she had a reverse osmosis connected to her kitchen sink. And but that was just to keep out the um, minerals and stuff, to keep the calcium and everything that builds up in our shower heads and sinks here.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, soft water, like the water softeners. I need to get one of those because the hard water here, it's not that it's bad. It could be better, but it's gonna be almost everywhere you go.
Oh,
We got a ozone filter in ours. It emits like bubbles, and ozonates the water. But then the lines are really long that they go down, so they can get contaminated.
Well, and I did see a video of a man in Canada. He was in his boat and he was going down the river, and there were some official people with this big jug with a hose on it, looked like a pesticide type rig, and they were just spraying something into the water.
Oh, I saw that. They were wearing white clothing and all covered up too, weren't
Yes.
they?
And he told them to stop right
Yeah,
there.
he was a badass. I like that dude.
Yes, he was.
I liked him a lot. He was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Like, I mean, he really went for the humanity card, but they were just like dumb as stone. I mean,
Yep.
how much money do you got to be paid to go down and poison a body of water?
And they even had an officer with them too, didn't they?
I don't recall. Probably.
It seems like they did.
They're all protected. They know more about us than we know about them. That I can tell you. That I
yeah,
can
it
tell you.
just seems like something extra going on, whether it's industry around that Ontario area or whatever. I don't know. John says PFA, those are like the microplastics, John, if I'm not mistaken, or weird shit. I mean, there's a lot of wells by farms, and it.
Take care, Monty. Thanks for coming in.
Night, Monty.
Good night, Monty.
There's something extra in your systems and all over the nation, the country, yours and ours, for people that have to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I usually say the deeper the well, the better off you are.
Right,
There's a
John.
lot of jokes there, but we're gonna just ignore them all.
I didn't mean any. I didn't mean
I know you
anything by
didn't.
it.
That was my dirty damn mind. It wasn't you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying because the ground for pesticides and a lot of things.
Right.
The
Gotcha.
deeper you go, the ground's like a natural filtration, right? So,
Right.
but there's always the chance, like because farmland, right, and the runoff and stuff like that. That's what can get to your well. Like if your well housing goes down, say mine goes down 70 feet. So that runoff will go down the pipe and everything and get into your well and contaminate everything, right? So that's why we got what we got here at my
Well,
place,
I'm
right?
thinking chemical runoff more than agricultural because nature finds a way to balance, but chemical runoff, think Aaron Brockovich, think, where water sources, I think 3 Mile Island around there. and you'll find leaching of certain chemicals. John says forever chemicals that are in everything. Those are the ones
Yeah.
that they
in
never break
Canada.
down. Nature breaks down. Those don't.
And I didn't know that you could have your well tested for certain things.
Yeah.
And you know, because the last place I lived at, that was my first house in the country, and I didn't know anything of this kind of stuff, right? So when I moved out of that place, and the place I'm living now, I get it well tested every year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. The chemtrails affect the
Yep.
soil and waters. Why is there an echo on me?
I think it's Louis.
Is it?
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the chemtrails. Yeah, they've been testing the water and lots of different areas and snow and everything, and we all know that there's crap in there that isn't good for drinking.
Yep.
Wow.
Didn't Florida just ban chemtrails too? Tennessee did first. I think Florida did too.
Did they?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah, that's something we need to.
They're trying.
Mm-hmm.
I did see it was put up. I don't know if it worked.
Glad you're back, Cal.
Yeah.
Well, there's salmon running down a creek that hasn't ran in a long time around here. I just saw an article because, you know, they undammed the Klamath just recently. And so there's salmon is flowing in waters it hasn't in decades. They dammed that river up 100 years ago. So the tribe had big victory out here just recently. And I think in October, the last one, there were 4 dams, not just one. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
I love Klamath River and
It's
Klamath
beautiful.
Falls. I went there as a kid a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah. When my cousin, go ahead.
With chemtrails, right? Like, even if they stop the deliberate spraying, there's also just chemicals that come from planes in the air. So if you live anywhere near a spot that they fly regularly, commercial or military or whatever, you know, that's still putting off an exhaust that is full of chemicals and nasty shit. So they don't even have to spray us per se. It can just be if you live, you know, under.
Last time, yeah, I was flying. I look out the window and they're letting out. There's a whole bunch of something getting poured out of the plane. I don't know if it was fuel. I've been told they'll do that with fuel sometimes, or if it was like the bathroom. But it went for a couple minutes. It was just like all of a sudden there was some kind of liquid stuff coming out of the plane. You know, I have no idea what it was.
Right.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Mary. I don't know if Bob is still here. He might be able to tell us what's in that. He worked for Boeing. He might be able to tell us what would be coming out of a plane. If you're flying and you look out the window, what is that?
Getting dumped.
Yeah.
Some have said it's fuel. Some have said they'll let out some fuel. I can't imagine why they would do that though.
I don't think it would be fuel. That doesn't make sense.
Know.
You know?
I know it doesn't, but I swear I've heard it.
Right.
Yeah,
It
I'm right in the
doesn't
flight
make
path.
sense. But I remember years ago, they were saying that women were being found with airplane fuel in their breast milk.
Oh,
Ew.
Interesting.
Yuck.
Is that good old Bob 942?
Yeah, he was here a few minutes ago, and I don't know.
He'd know.
Yeah, he would know for
Cynthia.
sure.
Cynthia said they often dump the waste of petroleum product production. Yes, the plane sewages, sometimes fuel. Why would they dump fuel out? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the fuel doesn't make sense. I have heard about the sewage, which I still think Probably not. You know, people who say,
That's
you know, this
nasty.
big blue ice landed on
Oh,
their road.
man.
I
Oh.
mean, I don't know. Maybe over open ocean, I could see that.
The only
Oh.
time I could see them dumping fuel is if they thought for any inclination that there would be an emergency landing and they had an excess amount of fuel, like say they filled the plane up and it was going for like a 2-hour ride somewhere and they only needed a quarter tank in the plane and they had to dump some fuel and they had to make so that it wouldn't blow up as bad or as much or what have you, you know. That's the only
Yeah.
time I can see them dumping fuel.
That makes sense.
Oh, okay. Fuel, not food, devil dog. I was like, food? Why would they dump?
But why would they overpack fuel? Like I don't think
I
that's
don't
a
know.
normal operating procedure.
And why
that-
dump it out? That sounds like a government thing. It's like we got to use it up or we won't get any more, you know.
I'm not feeling that. Then they could give us an extra bag of pretzels. All right. Like, come on, 4 pretzels.
Those bastards.
And that
I know
tiny
it, right?
napkin breaks apart with a tiny piece of spittle. So
Do you remember
I don't
flying?
imagine it's standard.
In the good old days, you remember flying when everybody was smoking and drinking and
Oh yeah.
fighting and shit.
When you would get a meal, they would roll the carts through
Yeah.
those terrible meals, but they were hot. You know, you might have like
Skinny
chicken
little
all
stewardesses.
Yes.
Skinny little stewardesses, always
They're
smiling,
now,
kissing
they
your
don't-
ass.
But they were cute.
They kissed your ass too. Now they bite your head off. It's like, damn.
Oh yeah, they're
Shit
pissed
has
now.
changed.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to say that, but maybe sometimes what they'll do on the air carrier in case if they have to have a crash landing or something or another, so they don't take out the carrier.
Well, I think we were talking more about commercial flights, but yes, I understand in that application. Yeah.
If they have a strong tailwind, they use less fuel. Yeah. So I guess they don't want to touch ground with a belly full of fuel. I guess that sounds like the theme I'm picking up on. Not too stupid, you know. Kind of
No,
think
but
I got it.
Regular occurrence with just straight up dumping fuel, you know, but some of what the planes put out in their exhaust in general, that affects shit too. There's places, you know, that are farms. There's one near me, it's a farm, and there's planes that go over it pretty regular, and it was tested. They actually stopped growing a lot of shit, and they just kind of like become a farmer's stand and get shit from elsewhere because it leached into all the food.
Sure.
The soil, all of it.
You're right about.
Right.
I was just going to say, you're right about the fuel. Only fuel at 747.
No, it wasn't a spray or fuel. It was just what the plane itself puts off.
No, I thought Deanna said something about dumping the fuel. A fully fueled 747 has 12,000 gallons of jet fuel. Just a little trivia. 12,000 gallons. That's almost like 2 tankers. Two, that come into a gas station. There's 7,000. So it's a lot of fuel.
Yeah, it almost doesn't seem possible.
Right.
That's what the wings hold. 6,000 each wing.
20 gallons of fuel.
Well, they also measure these things. I understand winds might come or whatever, but they have a pretty good idea if you're traveling from here to there. Here are the requirements.
Good night, wildlife.
Yes, good night, wildlife. I think they probably stay within parameters. Not to say they would never dump fuel. It's just that's not going to be the norm. There's
But they got also
100,000 flights over the country every day. You know what I mean?
They also got take into consideration delays time to circle around a couple of times, few times,
Right.
you know, just in case, right? Like the weather gets bad, we've all experienced that, right?
Mhm.
So they got to take that into account too.
Yeah, right. Like needing to circle around. Dude, I've been in flights like that. It is scary. They're like, well, something's going on. We're just gonna do circles for a minute. It's like a clencher. Bumpy landings where there's something with weather or something like that, and you have too much on there. I could get it. You want less weight here and there, and but they account for that shit where they put luggage and how they fuel it up. So I don't know. Not to say that I am not looking to fly anytime soon. Like, dude, it seems like they're falling out of the sky more lately, but it's also the media cycle. So it's like, well, is it just the news pointing it out more, or are planes actually falling out of the sky more? Or crash landing in the airstrip, you know?
Seems to me they're falling out of the sky more.
Seems like it, right?
Even the Blackhawks in the military.
I watched a bunch of angles of that, and it was a clear T-bone.
Oh, you're talking about the one over DC?
Yes. Which, oh, were you talking about a different Blackhawk? Like just in general?
They've been all over. I think there was a couple in Kentucky. Seems like on the East Coast there was one or two.
One just went down a little while ago, didn't it? Well, after the Potomac.
After the Potomac?
East Coast, on the East Coast of Pawneestock. There's another one went down.
Right. And they can be remote controlled. There's another plane that can be too. I was just looking at the other day, but yeah, it seems like they are kind of falling out or being taken over. They already have the technology with vehicles. Why wouldn't certain planes have the backup? And supposedly flying is still the safest way to travel, but it kind of seems like anomalies are happening. My kid is laughing at the cat. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Turning guns as a pilot also, I believe. Interesting, Cindy.
I think all this plane stuff, I think there was an article or whatever about a door coming off a Boeing 747 or something like that.
That was a 737 stuff.
Yeah.
They didn't, the rivets weren't done right. They didn't Boeing them in it.
Yeah. And then I don't know how long it was until the Black Hawk, or if there was anything in between when that Black Hawk T-boned that other airplane. But I will even admit there has been an uptick, at least on the news, for airplane crashes or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if there's a correlation in it, but
yeah. I don't watch the news, but I've seen it from just people uploading their videos. That one in Canada that landed upside down, that was pretty crazy.
You came in too hard. They put down too hard and took one wing and the tail and flipped it. It was too hard a landing.
Yeah.
So there was snow, but still.
Okay, well, why would you send two inexperienced women to fly in those conditions? Because a lot of pilots, I've been in airports pretty much every state, and you see them, and it's almost always a couple of men that are military experienced or middle to older age. Like, you can tell they know what they're doing. There might be like the wingman is a little bit younger, but like that plane, two women, why are you going to send them out in a frozen environment when they're very, very young? Like, any oversight as far as who travels what paths, I would think would happen. You know, there are certain airports, for example, that have very short runways. You're not going to send the new guy to that runway. Or, you know, certain airports like DC, that they're the most protected airspace in the country. You're not going to send a moron in that airspace. That's what's contrived to me about it. I mean, I understand the weather conditions, but really, like, where's the oversight in that?
Toronto International has one of the longest runway systems in the world. Couldn't handle an SST like LAX built. But
it was frozen. Don't get lost in the other part of my example. It was frozen. It was a terrible time to send newbies to that particular spot.
That's the airline in, where was it, Indianapolis they flew out of, I think?
I think Minnesota, I think.
Somewhere, yeah, Illinois, Minnesota.
Turning guns, you're pushing it.
I personally believe, you know, and I don't fly anywhere. But the main pilot should have some sort of military background. Only because he's been flying and stuff like that, right? And then the co-pilot should be younger and like learning from him, the main pilot. Just for experience and stuff like that, because they land on boats, they land and fly all over the place, right?
Right.
I guess John Travolta is going to have to give up his plane. That's a lot to ask every pilot to be military trained.
Well, at least, you know, like for commercial, like when you're flying like a couple hundred people here and there, right? If it's some like crop duster, that's a different story.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, a commercial flight, I don't think that's a good training ground for various things, you know. Cynthia, blame women to prevent them from progressing to higher ranks. That's not really what I'm saying. I don't know what they're doing, but I just think it's a matter of experience. It's not really about gender. I'm saying young girls going in an environment like that, especially when there are dozens of passengers, you know, you're responsible for their lives. I don't care if you're male or female. Why hire that? They did make a point to show us it was two young women, and you know, I don't agree with the sentiment that they can't do it. I'm saying that you got to build up to certain difficulty levels, you know, like if you're in Minecraft, or I've never played Minecraft to be honest, but let's say some video game, you build up to different levels. You don't just start at level 10.
Are you still talking about the one in DC?
No, I was talking about the two women on the flight in that landed in Canada from either Minnesota. It was two female pilots. They were young. It was snowy. It was pure ice. They turned the thing on its head. Now, as far as I know, everyone survived, you know, but why send them into that environment when they're clearly not super seasoned, you know.
I think 26 went to the hospital. They let 21 go. Nobody was seriously hurt.
No one, yeah, but still, the plane was on its head.
It still is traumatic.
Yeah, I seen that landing on YouTube. I forget what news station it was, either Global or City TV, and they almost bounced right off the ground,
Mm-hmm.
and then it almost bounced off the ground and went to the one wing. The wing came off, and it boom! It was big ball of fire, an upside down almost.
To be fair, everyone lived. They did a good job. They nailed it. To be fair, they did what they were supposed to do, which was keep everyone alive. My gripe is not there. My gripe is they pulled that off, but they shouldn't have been put in the position to do that in that environment with that little experience.
Oh yeah, no, I'm agreeing that one of the pilots, the main pilot, the head pilot, should have experience there no matter what.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And the co-pilot should be younger, and I don't want to, lack of better terms, being trained. You know what I mean? By the main pilot, you know, so that one day when that main pilot goes for retirement, the co-pilot takes over.
Right. Agreed.
But there should be some sort of to begin with, in the early stages, lack of better terms, a military background for flying, to start passing on to those co-pilots, the younger co-pilots, so that they can learn from them, right?
Pilot, at least a seasoned pilot at the helm, because it was two young women. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, but are you expecting the military to have that class of aircraft?
No, we're still talking about the Delta flight in Canada, dude.
No, well, no, I know what you're talking about, but to have military training, like they don't have that class aircraft.
Like an experienced pilot. It doesn't have to be military. Louis.
No, I know what he's saying, but he said that military training, and they don't have it. You guys don't.
But a commercial pilot, decades of training, yeah, in that environment.
What do you mean we don't have it? Of course we have it. What are you talking about?
No, I'm saying say you took every civilian pilot, and they're classed, right? To expect military training, I doubt very much if you have every aircraft ever built to train on. That's just my point. That's an added.
I don't know.
Military.
We do have an Air Force. So.
No, I'm just saying to have every class aircraft, military is going to have the aircraft.
Oh yeah.
Need, you know.
Right.
Say 747s, that's all they have or whatever. That's their cargo plane. To expect like a 727 or lower plane, you're gonna say we got rid of them decades ago. You know, I'm just saying, you know, it's not likely. Like flying the plane that crashed and flying the 747, 77 when they come out, total different world.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Cynthia said a minute ago, the military jet F-19 that crashed on the east side of Mount Rainier last summer was flown by 2 rookie women pilots with supposedly routine training. The week later, similar crash on East Coast in South Carolina. Cynthia, I remember that at Mount Rainier. I'm in Washington. I remember that incident. And I kept up with it. And then I saw, oh shit, it was 2 rookie women pilots. Now, they did have experience in the Middle East in actual assignments and missions. But you're right, they did. And I hope nothing untoward was going on. But it was 2 women out there, and we lost both of them. and it sounded to me like they served their country for quite a few years out, in different parts of the world, and did their jobs with honor. And why they didn't have backup of not just, it doesn't have to be a man per se, but statistically it probably will be, who has a lot of experience, that they were sent out on their own and they lost their lives. And I don't know, that was an interesting one.
So, couple of men said they're chauvinists. Well, one said he is for sure.
Yeah.
Who?
And then they brought up the movie Top Gun, D-Dog, and flight school. And who was in charge? A woman. Just saying.
Right. Top Gun did make the point to have the female instructor. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's a fine line. We're talking on this philosophy here. It's not that women can't be pilots or anything like that. It's just the experience level, and we have not been ingrained in that profession for very long, and there's a little bit of evidence to show some oh shit results from that. That doesn't mean they can't.
Right.
Oh, Cynthia, yes, the hacking of the chips. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
So women friendly. They're pushing my buttons.
Well, what did you think of that question? So they can, should they? Just because
Yeah.
they can, should they? What do you?
I highlighted that, and that's why I put chauvinist much.
I missed that. I didn't see that.
And D-Dog said yes.
Unashamedly so.
letters.
Oh yes. Unashamedly so as well. I have a man like that. Women have roles, and they're not all the same roles that men have, and I'm okay with that.
We have strengths and weaknesses. Now, some women can work their way there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I see a whole lot of women having to be the mom and dad.
Right.
And thank goodness for YouTube telling us how to do things, because a lot of things we have to do ourselves.
Right.
Can't afford to hire out people to do it. So
And that's, yeah.
At the same time, not all men can do it. You ever seen the firefighter course where they go for competitions?
yes,
They have to run through. Not every man can do that.
yes.
That's incredible, some of what they do.
Even our volunteer department has to go through training, lots of training.
I think that when a woman when it would be necessary for a woman to do a man's job, if we're going to put it like that, is only when there isn't a man that can do it. And if a woman is willing to do it, you had women pilots in World War II. They freaking flew those B-52s, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Was it B-52? Yeah. There was a handful, if not a dozen women that flew, and they probably did it in areas where our country needed that to be covered and done. And we've shown that we will show up and do it if we have to. Now, I don't care for the women that have to like, well, I have a vagina, so therefore you have to let me do this. That's not, I don't care for that.
I don't agree with that either. But the women were the ones making the parts for those planes also.
Yes. Rosie the Riveters, they were doing that. But they also did some prominent roles is the point. And you'll even have women like Mulan, right? There's your first tranny. She pretended to be a boy so she could fight. I mean, you will always have humans of both sexes that I
are
mean, I don't know about
capable.
guys being women. They can't make babies and stuff like that. And that's why some of them hate us.
No, but I
That
still
is
think
why some of
there
them
are
hate us.
women capable of doing a lot of the jobs that men do not feel that they are qualified.
I don't really see it as a man's job or a woman's job. It has a physical demand. Who could meet that demand?
I still look at the 5 women that went to NASA and figured out what nobody else could.
Right.
Right.
But if NASA's a bunch of bullshit, then, I don't know. Just saying. I hope they were smart ones. Of course, there's smart women. I mean, it's just, why do we have to have that kind of recognition? It's. I think the stronger, more beautiful woman is the one who does it, and she just does it, and she doesn't need to be, given accolades or, you know what I mean? Have all the.
Oh, yeah. But I think that the
everything.
point of that story was because they were black.
Yeah, that was for that one, for sure.
That was for that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I think we'll show up when we have to.
We do. And Cynthia says a lot of people, men and women, don't think women should do men's jobs. Flying jets, going to war, cops, Archie Bunker, Ideology 101. Women definitely deserve equal opportunities to excel. Cynthia, I do agree with the opportunity part, and that women can do many jobs men can do, and vice versa. I also believe that there are certain jobs they are better at because men are built biologically different. They have different strengths, they have physical strengths, and
they look way better doing it too.
They look way better.
Way better. They're like out there. Yeah.
And it's not a competition.
It's not that a woman could not work construction or do, just, I don't know, whatever men
join
jobs.
the Air Force. They can join the Air Force, can't they?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now,
all of that.
And that's right back to that. Now they can fly planes.
That's right. They can.
But it's not a competition. It's a lot of women have that desire to excel in whatever, whether it's sports or whatever job they feel called to do. If I wanted to be an architect, okay, because of heights, probably wouldn't be able to go up on the scaffolding, but some women can, or they can make sure that, everything's being put together as it's supposed to be. Or, I mean, I don't think that women, if they have the means and intelligence to do something, are not meant to just stay in the home, pregnant and barefoot, cooking the meals, cleaning, raising the kids, doing the woman's job as a lot of men think they should.
Would you make me a sandwich? I bet you make an awesome sandwich.
I think that's a case-by-case basis. I really do. I've seen marriages.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not
My
saying
cousin.
all can. There's no way I can do a lot of things that men can do, and I'll admit it. That's fine. But at the same time, when I see comments of their cycle has to do with whether they're capable.
Oh, don't you dare say we're PMSing. Don't you dare.
We did kind of have an issue there because BS.
Oh, wait, I got to ask you a question. When you were saying that there was white stickers on the car, were you talking about maxi pads?
Yes.
That's
Okay, I had to
hilarious,
know.
dude.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, we do bleed. That's true. That does happen. And everything is a competition with men. I don't care. Maybe some of them aren't very competitive, but I mean, I don't care, man. I'm not competitive with my husband, and there's been plenty of times I've
No,
been like, this is not a competition. Many
exactly.
fights, you know, doing business together and running a ranch and a
It's
lot
so
of shit. It's
They're
always
scared.
a competition. It always turns into a damn competition
Is
somehow.
it?
Somehow, not as much now, but it just can. And about work, housework a lot. It's like I try to make a point, you know, this is not a normal just house. Like I can't, there was a point where I couldn't keep up with everything that was going on up here, you know, by myself. And, you know, that took a lot for my husband to see that, but he finally did see it. I mean, I can keep a clean
Yeah.
house and everything like that, but there was a time we were building a barn, running a business. We had foster kids. I was getting used to living in the country. I'd been a city girl all my damn life. I didn't even know what a septic tank was. We were having to build one. I mean, you know, there was a lot of things coming at us in those years, and it was still tasked to me to do all the cooking and grocery shopping, cleaning the kitchen. And then I was homeschooling sometimes. And, you know, I remember having lots of humdingers with my husband, just like, I can't freaking do all this shit myself.
Right.
It's not
Every-
normal. This is
Right.
not, yeah. So, but I mean, you know, those roles were always there. They were always underlined. They were just always under the surface. Like we both kind of knew it, and I almost couldn't really get out of it, you know. So I got different help here and there, you know, like I'd get help with laundry, I'd get help if it wasn't him, it was somebody else. For a while when I had foster kids, I was taking my clothes, all the clothes, to the laundromat and dropping them off because I was the bookkeeper for our business at the time, and I had to do that job, and I had to do, you know, a lot of things. In our 30s, we were kicking ass. You know, we were kicking ass and taking names. We freaking worked hard. But now I'm home a lot more. And so, of course, now everything falls back on me. All the cooking, cleaning. Not all the cleaning. I get a little help with that. But yeah, it just happens. Yeah, you're hungry. No one on this fucking panel. I can tell you that right now. Maybe Roots will. I don't know. She's kind of warmed up to the idea. Archie Bunker style, you know. I mean, Archie Bunker, there was a lot of accusations getting thrown around in my marriage early on. Like, I ain't Edith Bunker, okay? You got it? I'm not Edith. I'm not running. You want to be here, Archie? Like, that ain't happening, you know. None of that's happening.
No, she always looked scared to death, and that's no way to be either.
She was shaken.
She was mentally ill. Okay, that show was about a mentally ill woman who put up with a mentally ill man.
Right.
I loved it though.
Mama's family, because Mama's family leveled that shit all out. She was in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Mama's family.
Making your sandwich.
Oh, y'all! I know y'all know Mama's family. Somebody will know.
Yeah. Mama's family. Yeah, the Carol Burnett.
Mama, she was in charge. She was the opposite of Edith. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She pulled out the can of whoop ass all the time.
That's right.
That was a good show. And then Roseanne came along, and it was like, oh, here we go. You know, this is that's what I relate to a lot more than Edith Bunker. That's for sure.
Well, Kim Haggerty said a minute, like man and woman were made to complement one another. It's not a competition. And I agree with that. And you're going to find that dynamic is different in different groups or different couples or different friendships or whatever. Someone will have a strength, the other one doesn't. And, you know, again, it's not really the dogging of the gender flying a plane or somebody having a certain skill. It's more like, be realistic about identifying what yours are, contribute that to your community, your family, your, those of us here, what have you, your own strengths. Don't try to fit a square peg in a round hole, however it goes.
And it helps when your man tells you, like, hey, when I come home and there's dinner and you're home and the kids are there and everything, it just makes everything so much easier and worth it. And it makes, I'm happy to be able to provide that too, because it is a blessing and an honor to be able to be home with your kids in these days. And, let me go take the slings of the world. I didn't want to stop working with my husband, but he was just like, it's too much, he didn't want to keep working together every day and then being home every day. So I went back to doing the what?
Al said, can we change the subject? So I said, inspire us, Al. I want to know what Al, let's spin the wheel.
Yeah, well, if you throw another subject out there, it would help, but you're not really helping right now. It's like saying, don't think of a white elephant. Don't think of a white elephant. You can't think of anything else but this topic. Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness.
Well, yeah, a lot of people have had a lot of heartbreak with, marriage and stuff. Marriage has not been, I've seen a lot of marriages just fall apart. Ones I never thought would either. Long time. There was a guy we met at the restaurant a couple weeks ago. He said he was with his woman 50 years. I was like, 50 years?
Yeah.
Right.
My grandparents, I remember us celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary, and then it seems like there was still 60th. Well, I know there was. They were married 60 or 65 years. It was a long time.
No, then they got divorced.
Oh.
He was 70 years old, and he was like passing through Arcata. And I was like, 50 years? I'm like, dang. My husband told me later, he said, yeah, there was no intimacy. I'm like, oh, he wasn't getting any sex? No sex. Okay.
And that's a reason for divorce.
For years. For a man? Yeah, I think. I mean, it's...
Good grief.
It's pretty up there, Bonnie. I'm just saying. I think...
Well, I mean, I understand to a point, but after that many years, really?
Well, right. After 50 years. I mean, is she going to say, though, go get yourself a little piece? No. Is she?
Well, it depends. A lot of people do that. Like,
I'm saying, yeah. I mean, if I ended up in a wheelchair and I couldn't give my husband sex, yeah, I'm not going to be, I don't know that I would be like, oh, too bad for you two. I don't know how that would work.
Like in Catholicism, they can't get a divorce, and some of them will just have two separate homes and are not fully divorced and go just like live. So, I don't think it's that rare.
No. Moonchild. What's up, Moonchild? Yeah, very valid reason. Most guys like the sex, for sure.
Well, I understand that. I met a guy once that was like, yep, the dinner will be ready. On the dinner table will be everything. But no.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, he was telling you that's how it's going to be?
Yeah.
Nope.
Sure, buddy. Whatever you say.
Nope.
In your fantasy land.
Yeah.
Right. So But
Kind of
just
shows
like
it.
what you said, Dee, if you ended up in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
So is it, thank you, Turning Guns, what happened to the O?
Oh, I thought he meant mouth.
So is
I'm
it,
sure it's not. Okay.
is it men only or is it both? Because me personally, that wouldn't be a marriage killer for me if
Right.
something happened to him. Look how many men get prostate cancer. You know what that means?
It does
No
more.
winky.
That means no nookie,
No
Yep.
winky.
Yep.
amongst other things.
So I just don't think that's grounds for divorce. Just my
Mhm.
opinion.
No, I get it. It's not. But
Divorce is mental.
yeah.
It's really not physical. You can hate each other, but if you fuck well, it's like whatever. But
If
true
you're committed,
divorce
you're
is
committed.
mental and spiritual. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, but how many couples they sit down, if you're able, and they say, well, this is hopefully where the economics are going to go, and hopefully we'll be able to retire, but they never talk about anything than money after you retire. What are we going to do when I'm home? My dad couldn't sit still. He had to retire at 65. He got a courier's job for a credit union. The man couldn't sit still. So how many talk of, about the relationship after retirement, older years?
Or after kids. A lot of couples stay together and then they become empty nesters. The last kid turns whatever age, moves out, gets married, goes to school. Then all of a sudden they have nothing to talk about. They don't have to worry about soccer practice or what so and so is doing in their class or whatever. The kids have gone off and started their life. So empty nesting, I think my parents did that. They were married almost 40 years and then got divorced after my youngest sister,
Wow.
the oldest of six, and she's the youngest. When she turned 18, went to college, they divorced after 35 years. And
Wow.
that actually did more damage to us as adults than if they would have just done it when we were kids, because it
Right.
made it so obvious the kids were the problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I would wonder if that was over before you turned 18. They just agreed.
Oh, it was over when I was 11. I was the oldest, like I said. I actually, when I was 8, it was over. So for about 30 years, it was over, and I knew it.
But
And I
can
knew
I ask
I
you?
for years, you know.
Can I ask you? Was it really that you guys were the problem, or were they not staying together for you guys and for the family? And did they not think that they were doing the right thing? You think, or
They stayed together for the family vision. We were the character of the perfect Mormon family, 6 kids and the 2 parents and just like glowing in Moroni, light, right? Well, once all the kids were gone, but the seeds were planted way before, because my dad was not. I was 8 or 9. The first affair I heard about, he had several, but it's complicated. My mom is not an easy person to deal with. But the thing is, it ended then. It ended 30 years. She held a grudge that long. She did it, but it was still that we all knew. We all told her, just go. Like, but the image of being that perfect family was more important than either one of them living their lives. And that's what makes it so offensive once they do it as an adult. To me, I look back, I'm like, man, you lived a lie for that long for what?
But also, she just couldn't really forgive him. Is kind of like she
It's a
could have
good
said it. She could have forgave him and not like let it set the tone for the whole marriage too, you know.
She did not. And
Right.
and over the years, I learned that my mother was the bigger villain. My dad made corporeal mistakes, but my mom was actually the bigger villain because
Right.
she was the emotional manipulator. You
She
know,
rubbed his nose in it. She rubbed his nose in it constantly. Right.
oh my God, all the time. Just
Yeah. 'Cause I
nothing
have two.
right.
Yeah.
Everything he did was wrong. He could put his
Right.
sock slightly crooked and it was, you know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, that
That
sucks.
caused damage in the long run. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I have two aunties that my uncles cheated on. One of them, yeah, they're both my aunties. But one of them was my uncle and the other one was my auntie. But anyway, the men had affairs, not even just one night stand. They had like affairs, and both of my aunties forgave them, and they stopped having affairs at some point. But there was more than one, you know, and this was like the 70s or whatever. And I watched those aunties all my life, and we all knew, the whole family knew, families know, you know what I mean? Especially you got 22 cousins, everyone fucking knows. So
Right.
we all knew, and you know, but I just thought my aunties handled that so gracefully. They loved their husbands. They did not hold it over them. I mean, I'm sure in private, you know, it may have come up a time or two or whatever, but you just could tell they did not let that. I mean, they didn't want to lose their men, and they weren't like these wimpy women that just like, oh, whatever they did, that was fine too. They weren't like Edith Bunker kind of women. Like they had strong personalities, but they did forgive their men. And I always thought that was commendable.
Yeah.
That's hard to do. It's not easy to do, but
it's not.
It happened.
Is one of the hardest things to do as human beings, man. True forgiveness is very difficult, but if you don't do it, it eats you. It waters a seed inside of you.
Yeah.
I just don't see how if it continues for years, how that trust can ever that bond, they broke the bond.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. And
they work that out within themselves, you know. That's their own private business.
I understand, but
in theory, once you repent.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of groveling in my mind.
Yeah, but my dad was excommunicated from the church. He suffered a lot of repercussions, and he even personally apologized to me for some things I witnessed, and he repented over and over and over, and that was never forgiven or accepted. It's not like he was unabashedly, you know, he suffered a lot of consequences. There were years I didn't talk to my father over this emotional manipulation. Now, the problem was she never forgave him. In theory, God did, but she did, right? What kind of example is that? And I am shitting on my mom right now a little bit. Sorry for the trauma dump.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. We understand.
That's the truth. My perspective of it is, yeah, did he fuck? Absolutely. But he repented over and over and over. How many times did it take?
Yeah. They got to grovel. They do.
A bond broken by anyone is tragic, but I'll point out the pendulum swings both ways.
Yeah. They might have even separated for weeks. You know what I mean? I don't know what all the details were. I imagine there was some degrees of separation for a while. And
yes, sure.
You know, I know this before I was married. I mean, my husband and I both know that one. And he's been on his knees crying at my feet. So, and I've with him too. So that's how it works. And you have to be willing to forgive each other, you know, especially when you're with someone when you're young, super young, and you make dumb mistakes, and, you know, you kind of understand each other's dumb mistakes. if you really love that person and you could try to live without them, and then you realize like, no, I'd rather forgive them than live without them. But some people, I get it. You're talking about narcissists. I'm not saying it's going to work for every man or woman. If someone cheats on them,
Exactly.
forgive them. No, it's not a blanket. It's a case by case basis. That's what I'm always sticking to. It's a case by case.
It might be old school, but it depends on the father of the man, doesn't it?
No.
Well,
I thought so.
my father laid it out to me.
Okay, but
Straight.
Bonnie.
I thought
Okay,
that
but-
because I knew the parents of my first husband, and they were good people. He was a good man. He loved his wife dearly, but that did not get passed down to the son for whatever reason.
Oh, I don't mean that one inherits it. I'm saying this: if you're going to particularly marry, this is the way it goes, or don't bother. He never said that exactly, but that's what he meant.
Right.
You don't get married in this, and this, right?
And maybe it was a lack of communication in that area. I don't know. But 2 husbands, same thing. The second one didn't have a father in the home.
That matters a great deal
Yeah.
to me.
Well,
It
I
does.
also think word is bond. If you tell someone you forgive them, that word is bond. You don't secretly just hate them. And that happens in a lot of contexts all around. If you seek forgiveness and it is gifted to you, you would expect that word to be bond from that person. Like, D,
yeah.
I apologize, I did XYZ, and D says to me, it's all good, girl, we're going to go to ABC. And I'll be like, word is bond. And then in 2 months, she brings it up again. I'll be like, well, I thought that we XYZ ABC'd this. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you cannot pretend to forgive and still hold judgment.
But whenever they continue, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I mean,
Cheating?
yeah.
Yeah,
it
no, that's not a
continues
marriage.
over
Yeah.
the years, and I'm not easy to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like the wafers in pudding.
And so I hung on for years thinking
Yeah.
that eventually it would stop, and no.
Some men just can't keep it in their pants, and some women can't keep their pants on. It's just
I'm not saying I mean, I know how I sound to people. I've seen some of the comments. I'm not against sex in any way. That is not, has never been an issue. But they were what they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't think it's easy for either sex. I mean, I'm looking at it from one way. I could imagine what the woman feels like, but you can imagine what the man feels like if she did it. It's about the same parallels.
Mm-hmm.
How do I accept this back?
Compatibility comes in.
What's that, Roots?
That's where compatibility comes in, because
Mhm.
you find someone that is how it is for them, and that's, you see what I mean?
Well, you ever hear this thing? I married my high school sweetheart, and we've been married 65 years. Yeah, you're the exception. You got married too damn young. Both of you. That's
Girl, you need to get you rechargeable and ditch those batteries. I'm telling you right now.
You need a solar setup.
Solar, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What did they mean by inverter? What does that mean? I need an inverter. You mean what?
Oh, yeah. an
Yeah.
inverter, you can use your car battery. Like, screw getting to the store.
Gas powered.
You know?
No gas powered. No, no.
No, I don't want it to sound like a weed eater going.
I need an inverter. You mean you can stand on your head? I mean, you know, what? But
Yeah.
that's what it's
We are
called.
not
There's no
talking about the
voltage.
same things, Black Watch. We are not. Oh, shoot. Funny.
For me, it would have been 55 years this year.
Oh, really? Wow.
But I told her, you do this, and I'm gone. She did, and I left.
Mm,
Simple.
mhm.
Anyway, whatever.
It is simple when you get down to it. People make it complicated.
That
It
was
is simple when you get down to it. I don't know why everybody has to make it so complicated.
I don't know why I'm laughing either. It's just not even funny, but
not
it is.
long ago. She said to me, I thought you'd get over in 3 weeks. I said, I did 32 years ago. Anyway, whatever.
If you want to, D-Dog. But I was closing it too, but yeah, I'm still here.
You ain't
Hurry
fell
up.
asleep yet.
No, I'm good
Hmm.
for another hour at least.
I'm drinking my sleeping time tea, but I'm feeling like it's not doing
No.
shit. Not
Okay,
doing
good.
shit. Not doing shit. Last time I drank that tea, I drank 3 cups of it, and we were up till 5 o'clock in the dang morning. Remember that? You know, it was weird when I was sitting here tonight. My mirror fell off the wall when we were talking. It just literally fell right off the wall.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What were you thinking about?
I wasn't, and it wasn't that. It wasn't our spiritual conversation we were having earlier either. Thank God, for that would have freaked me
I was
out.
gonna say it's because Dee never felt anyone on her bed.
That would have freaked
Right.
me out.
Because we were
Grandma
talking about
Martha.
the bed.
No, I
being-
can't remember. It wasn't even anything really. I think Marshmallow was talking about some stuff, and it just like slipped right off. It slid right down.
Sounds like you need more stickum, that's all.
No, I think the string broke or something. Oh yeah, this is like hemp string on here, and it just the
I
weight
thought
of it.
it's the toughest.
Yeah, but this is little piddly hemp. It's real thin, super
Oh.
thin. It's more for like. It's just a wick. It's like a wick. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it broke. It was so weird. Huh.
And everybody gets quiet. Okay, go back to sex.
It didn't break. Yeah, no, I'm good. Chamomile and lavender, great tea. Yeah, that's what this is, but it ain't working.
Right. If it didn't break. Mirrors are freaking scary.
Yeah.
D-Dog's the chamomile and lavender. It's great.
Yeah, I'm drinking it.
Oh.
Drinking it. It ain't working.
We've your mind. Don't adjust your television screen. This is not a test.
Well,
We have
we've gone over
stimulated-
a lot of topics.
Did we go around the horn? We even got to self-governing tonight. Yeah, that was fun.
It opened up with an attitude. I was like, I'm going to share these. I'm going to share this. And then the letter that I wrote, and it was like, and then definitely And the trying to figure out how to get through all this crap that they are doing to us. And it comes down to the self-governing, the assembly, whatever. Something's got to change.
I watched a video, and I can't remember the exact term. I hate to say it watch, but it was an interesting thing because they said, I was going to say collective. It wasn't that word. It was the common whatever. And once it's more or less accepted by society, the common becomes the government.
The Commonwealth?
The common, I forget the term. It was more or less your way of living, you're accepted, your standards and everything. And then it develops in the community. It develops in the community and it becomes across the board, and then that becomes the government. It was a concept of you do have input to it. You know what I mean? It's like, really like you say, self-governing. When did it ever work? You look at clans in Scotland. That was the problem. They started to interact and they couldn't get along. And not that I didn't choose it, but that's when George II created the Black Lodge. The only job was to control the Jacobites, the clans. It really doesn't work when you think about it. As long as you don't interact like, not the Mormons, what you said.
So what were they doing that they felt that they needed to be policed?
What's the other thing? Not the Mormons. We have one.
Jehovah's,
Go ahead.
Jehovah's Witness.
No. The Dutch said it, the ones the electricity and all that. But as long as they stay isolated, it kind of works. But once you start interacting, and you have to, it starts
like
calming.
Amish.
Amish, yeah. St. Jacobs in Ontario is Amish. I've been in there. It's an interesting community. We spent a week, almost a week there. But, if they start interacting, it doesn't work. I mean, they still have the horses, the carriage, the quilting. We got some of their drapes and quilts. Incredible work.
Yeah.
Incredible. But as soon as you start to interact, they could be changed. But if the boy wants to go out and do this, leave. Don't come back. And that's more or less. Sorry.
That's because once they go out to society, it's just like our children.
Yeah, but this is the common, what this guy was talking about, was that, that can be regionalized, if you will, but they're at odds with each other. He's kind of looking at the way government come across. I forget the word, common something.
Yeah, the Amish and the Mennonites live like that.
Yeah.
The Amish.
Mennonites are a little more sociable than the Amish. They are more out in society. But it just seems that once they go out into society, that's when things start changing. And usually they will turn away from their teachings that they have been raised with. Some will come back and do what they were taught to do. Some don't.
That's a hard process because I understand that they don't take them back.
But it's the same with our children. I raised my children in church, and they saw the good and the bad. And then I raised them just reading scripture and praying. So they saw the difference in that. They saw people coming together that would just when we lived in the apartments, the apartment complex, people would start coming in and we would just sit there and sing worship songs, talk about God, whatever. And so they saw that part of it too. And it doesn't have to be a religion, is what I'm saying. But at the same time, once those children grew up, they chose their own path. We can't control that path. Just like God gave us free will, He gave those kids free will too. Once they grow up, you hope that that seed was planted. You hope that they will go the way they were taught, but it doesn't always happen.
No. I mean, it's my experience, Bonnie, because it was Toronto and other areas. The ones that turn out well from apartment living are few and far between. I've seen too many developments going up and where they end up. And the effect of,
Times have changed drastically. Just in the past 30, 40 years. It is just completely different.
I don't know.
Because of everything that's being put out there, I feel like. I just think that they're trying to normalize things that should not be normalized. They're trying to force us to accept things that I don't feel we should accept.
That was a part of one of those videos too, when you try to normalize something. And I'm not going the same way you did. It was on a higher level, if you will, when that becomes the normal. They were talking about Russia in particular. They were talking about Putin. And he's never had a job outside the one he has, but he's worth $2 billion. And one of them cost 2.1 billion house and $2 million a year for landscaping. He also has a $500,000 wristwatch on his wrist. But the Russians look at that as normal now. That was their point. That's normal. Just the way things work. The rich get richer.
And the poor get poorer. There's no middle class.
There was a parallel there, Bonnie, but I won't say.
Hello, D-Dog.
Hey, Bonnie. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good.
Devil Dog. What's up, Devil Dog?
What up?
Need that
What'd you say?
This is the quietest I've heard you be. I said I knew that.
I was just about to bounce out. My tea kicked in. I was gonna say good night, Irene.
Good night, Irene.
I should find out what this T-shirt says here, or it doesn't say anything. It has words. It says, "I think I found your problem." Looks like a brain butt. Oh, it's a butthole. It's a butthole.
Oh, good Lord.
That is in it. I don't like that one. Aki.
Okay, there.
Aki one.
Well, okay. I talked to a couple of members of the state legislation, and this is the shirt that I picked out to talk to them.
Oh.
Because sometimes my shirt says stuff that my mouth just won't, so they keep listening.
How did it go?
It went fine.
Good.
We're continuing it again Friday.
That
I
is
don't-
up. So, what's your input besides being a chauvinist of the, of the self-governing?
What's my input on what?
Self-governing.
Well, self-governing is just keeping yourself under control and protecting your family and your property.
Exactly.
Everyone should be doing it.
I think everybody basically is.
No.
No?
No. It's called sleepy time, Cheryl. Sleepy time tea.
Okay, what's your definition of self-governing? What you just said. So, what do you mean by no?
I didn't say no, did I?
Yeah, after D-Dog did.
No. I just sighed. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm breathing heavy. I just was tired. I'm yawning and sleepy. Sorry.
You're fine. I'm glad you're getting sleepy.
I see them self-governing at the Grange. I'm part of those meetings, and they have, there's a format that they follow, and even my county is self-governing. They get paid, but they do the operations. I mean, it's like, look around, it does happen. People that say we don't self-govern, they're not paying attention. You see it on the assembly calls. We hear some decorum stuff. We're not actually governing there, but trying to learn.
To give you an example of what I'm talking about, it was a town that I, for the most part, lived my life in. We had a really good mayor and council, really good. And every highway with a 4 is Ontario owned. I don't know if I told you about it. And we went regionalized for health, right? York region, they started to do this and everything. But it was a regional road that ran east-west. But everybody used that instead of the 401, right? I mean, that was the alternative coming home. So a subdivision went in. So the town council said to the division, while you're building and you're going to come out onto Taunton Road, you're going to have to pay to widen it. That can handle the load. So they thought that was it. Then the Ontario Municipal Board sent a 20-year-old with a ruling. You want it widened, you pay for it. And you will allow the developer to put the subdivision in. Shortly after that, the mayor said, I'm done, after about 15 years. If we don't rule, I guess there's no point. Doesn't work.
Is that safe to play?
150,000% safe to play, and it's information that everyone needs, and it's not my smart ass shit.
Oh.
Okay, I will
We'll
share
be the
it.
judge of that. Let's see.
As soon as you see who the creator is, you'll know it's safe.
Western North Carolina last year, where I used to live, there were tens of thousands of people who showed up to help from all over the country. No one asked them, no one paid them, and most of the world has no idea they were ever even there. And it was in that 7 days in North Carolina that changed everything. everything for me. It was humanity. There in front of my very eyes. Even with lack of leadership, failed protocols, and overwhelming inefficiency from the state. It was people saving people. The nobodies took up the slack. And so I'm just here to remind you that we don't need our false idols. We should no longer rely on politicians who bow down to money to manage our city or our states. We need to find the real leaders everywhere and empower them. Western North Carolina was proof to me that there is an army of good people left in this world who want to do good things. We just have to give them places to gather and give them the ability to act.
For people like me, for people like you, wish I could just wake up and not be true.
People have no idea what we're capable of collectively. Like all of these problems that we have, all the suffering that we have would stop if we could just ignore our fear and just believe in ourselves. Let's figure out how to bring family-owned stores back to little towns, even if we have to do it one at a time.
What you do, and then I'll think you know, but I know that you do, because your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end.
I think a sanctuary would be the word I would use, but just create places that good people can gather and do things. I'll never put a dent in Live Nation or Ticketmaster. They'll have millions and millions of dollars, but if I can find a way to do it better that cuts the middleman out and it gives a rural space that never had music coming in it before long-term economic impact, and it brings cultural relevance back to a town that's basically forgotten about and dying. It's like, why wouldn't I, So a lot of these rural revival shows, the first one's going to take place on Main Street in Spruce Pine, where there was just devastation from the flooding. I've said this before, but like music isn't something we're taught or learn. Like it's a part of us the same way we breathe, Music is important because you can listen to a song from your childhood and somehow it's like you're all of a sudden, it's like you unlock this memory that you would have never even for the rest of your life been able to get otherwise. And you're back in your grandma's house or you're with your best friends doing something, or like we need music for that.
He's a beautiful man.
Yeah, he's got a lot more wisdom than anyone gives him credit for.
I think he's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But the point that I use that video for, well, it's only a few hours old, but I'm going to start using it. There's a local developer in my area, and he owns a couple of the storefronts in my downtown. And he has his rent priced to the point where nobody will rent it because he's almost twice what going square footage is. And that's just so that he gets the tax break off of his Detroit properties that are making him a lot of money. Because if you have rental property you can't rent out, you get to take that rent off as a tax break.
Right. Right off.
Loss.
That sucks. So he's keeping that building closed to anyone that would want to make money or that would want to help the community.
Right, but him and I, we've been talking for a few months, and I've taken him to a couple of factories that are for sale that no one will ever move into because they're crap. And he's looking to sell the property downtown to a group that I'm forming, and he's going to pick up one of those factories instead.
Nice.
Good.
But
Is it
if
for
you
our?
don't talk to people, you never get shit done.
True.
Yeah.
It's who you know. That is for sure.
Hi, Metal's wife.
Hey, Billy.
Well, I'm not sure what kind of shit I want to do out here anymore. I mean, it's not. My options have gotten smaller and smaller is the problem. But I'm just growing food. I put my tomatoes in the ground today. I got 18 tomatoes in. It ain't a lot, but I got some strawberries in my green stock, and I was gardening today, so it was nice. That'll be good. It's the best I can do.
Your tomatoes, are you going to make sauces and ketchup and barbecue and all the other stuff that goes along with tomatoes?
No, I only can 2 kind of tomatoes. One of them is just roasted. I'll roast them for 20 minutes and then I can them. And then the other one, sometimes I blend it up. It just depends. Why I don't remember why. But
yeah, a puree that you can make any sauce you want out of it.
And that's it. That's all I canned. That's all I care to can for now.
Yeah, a family or group of 6 people through their tomato consumption in 1 year is equal to 100 plants.
Mm-hmm. If you like ketchup.
Well, there's more than ketchup, salsa, diced tomatoes. There's just a ton of shit. You know, baked beans has tomatoes in it.
Yeah. It isn't a lot. It does.
Yeah, I'm down to just a few pints now. I opened my last quart of tomatoes last week, and I used them pretty sparingly, but I don't know how many I got. Not so many, but this year I'm definitely aiming for a lot more because I can grow tomatoes up here real well in the hoop houses.
Well, I think that's kind of the moral of the whole story we're talking about is do what you can where you can. I don't grow tomatoes and peppers very well, but I've got apples and cherries and zucchini and cabbages and asparagus and a lot of things, potatoes, a lot of things do grow well out here. And so it's like with being disappointed a second ago, Dee, you said, well, I don't know what else to do out here. Well, I think a lot of our disappointments come from expectations. You might expect people to see your vision quickly, or that there's a time where this is common sense. Let's make this change. Or, you know what I mean? Like, not have goals and expectations. But when it comes to being disappointed or let down, that is where that comes from. Because a lot of us have been ahead of the curve for a long time and kind of waiting patiently, like tapping our toes, yet being patient mentally, you know, like, come on, people, catch up, so to speak, which I hate ketchup. If I see someone pour ketchup all over eggs, I'm immediately furious. But as far as, you know, what do we do? It's right where you are, and don't expect people to be able to do things they don't even comprehend.
Oh, I sure don't anymore.
You're being an example.
I'm a terrible example.
Yeah. And Roots, I'm with you. Ketchup does not belong on eggs.
Oh,
or
God,
steak.
No, or steak. Oh, if you have to put ketchup on steak, it is something else.
Well, why even put A1 next to your steak? That just fucks up a good flavor.
No,
I love A1. I love A1. Leave my A1 raisin paste alone. I love it.
I do like A1, but
I like the taste of my vegan cow.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they're grass fed, they're delicious. Yep.
Did you say Virginia was giving out samples? I'll have 6 quarts of tomatoes, 5 pounds of cucumbers.
No samples here, sir. This is not the Avon lady or Mary Kay.
This ain't no drive-by.
But don't think your efforts are fruitless, Dee. You know,
I don't. I don't. I just think my county's gone. It's fucking gone. These people are, I mean, there's more streamers now, so they're getting more information out there about what the public thinks. And it's just like, holy shit, this place is so gone. It's just,
people
they're
say that about
crazy.
my state too, and I don't think my state is gone. I think it depends on where you look, what you're hoping to see, and it's not gone. You know, maybe
I lived through it. Like I said, I used to pray, oh, there's more than 10 righteous in this land. No, these people are feckless out here. They're letting, there's just too much has gone by where people did not put up any kind of fight. Like if they're just allowing this shit to go on, and they don't care. I don't think they're ever going to care. I don't know what it would take. I can't even imagine what it would take for some people to actually think, oh, gee, maybe I should do something about this.
All right, let me ask you a question. Does caring mean you all have to do the same thing about it? Because I think
no.
I mean, like, I think people do know, they're aware, they do care, and they have different ideas about what to do about it. And for those of us that are like, well, do this, come on, like, participate in this, it's extremely frustrating when they don't, because you think that's the right way, you know? But I mean, I see that a lot in general communities, is people disagree on what, we all see the same problems, but we disagree on what to do.
The solutions.
I don't see the churches doing anything, is what I'm saying. I think tariff Chinese goods. There you go. Yeah, I get lonely. That's why I'm on here. Of course I get lonely. All my friends moved away. I could be very whiny right now. I don't want to be whiny right now, but I just, like, a lot of things have just changed in ways that are negative for me. People have changed. The county's changed. They're going in the opposite direction. Like at a time when right now the theme is less government, this out here, we're sanctuary city, we're they're digging in their heels more on what is the opposite of the, what are they doing? They're just trying to grow government here. All the good jobs here are government jobs. So I don't know. It's just wild. It's just wild to every day I read the paper or look at news, and it's just like, damn, I just feel like it's, I'm up against a flood of stuff that's just crazy. It's all crazy to me. But
there's no going home, because I know a guy that lives in Chicago, like a suburb.
Yeah.
He says, I can't stay here because he's about to retire. $9,000 property tax, and it's going up.
A year?
A year.
Goodness.
He can't live. He can't do it.
What size property are we talking about?
Right.
You know?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's everywhere though. Like, I mean, I've seen it here.
Yeah, but you'll tell me all the time, well, that would never happen here. Like the drag shows for kids and the.
No, not that, but the property taxes and the electricity and the water and those things are going up. Gas has gone up. Eggs. I mean, the things that everybody else is seeing like that.
Well, it's just weird to live here and think that there's not to see any consequences of all that stuff. Like I really thought by now there would be some consequences, for even the masking and the vaxxing and the drag shows. It's just like,
People would wake up.
it's all accepted now. It's like, oh yeah, we lived through that, and now we're all just moving on. And it's like, oh wow, okay, it's a trip. It's a trip.
And I haven't seen a mask in a couple of years. Like, I mean, if somebody elderly maybe has a breathing problem or something, once in a while I'll see them.
Yeah.
Like one, but not. But we knew, I mean, right at the beginning, when they said it was so contagious, so you had to take it off a certain way, you couldn't touch it, you couldn't do anything. But here they are laying in the parking lot, and you know somebody's going to come out there and clean them up and put them in the trash. In the regular trash, not in hazardous material bin, in the regular trash. So
the normal trash was overflowing with them.
Yes, we knew then something's not right here, because if it was that bad, they would have had those receptacles out there, especially for that. As soon as you walked out, or did they expect you to just keep it on until you got home? I don't know, but they weren't. I mean, so it just didn't make sense from the very beginning.
Devil Dog, did you say what you went to speak to your legislators about?
It's about this new bill that's going to restrict guns more, and they're starting to understand that they can't make any ruling, any new rules or laws having to do with guns, and the ones they have on the books all have to go away anyway.
Because criminals are going to get guns no matter what.
Yep.
Okay. A gun-free zone is a turkey shot. It's just open bagging, no limits. It's stupid to have a gun-free zone, period.
Yes.
And, if you don't want to go as far as to release the gun-free zone idea, that bullshit, set up a program with the sheriff to train teachers who are interested on how to pack and protect the kids.
Yes.
My big thing is, helping the school.
Yep.
Because I remember when I went to school in 7th grade, I took a loaded shotgun inside the school, walked all the way back to wood shop, and I handed it to the teacher.
For what?
And I had to build a new stock for it.
Oh.
And that was okay, because I told the office that, hey, I'm going to be bringing a shotgun in, I'm taking it over to Terry Reed's office and everything else, and I'm building new stock. They said, okay.
Yeah.
Nowadays, holy crap, you got a fingernail clipper with a little knife on it, you're getting expelled. You're fucking kidding me.
Yeah. There was a while if girls took Midol to school, and now they can take gender affirming drugs, but you have Advil with caffeine. No, you got to go.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Seriously.
Even back 100 years ago when I was in school, if you needed aspirin, you had to check that in with your with the school nurse, or if you had a medication you had to take during the day, you had to check it in with the school nurse, and then you went and the school nurse gave you that at that time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same here. Even
Parental
with
consent was a thing. Yeah, sorry.
It wasn't 100 years ago. Even with my kids, it was the same thing.
Yeah, parental consent.
I
is a
always use
thing.
that term whenever I'm talking to people. 100 years ago when I was a kid.
Right.
You know, it was more than 100. Come on.
And all the
okay.
all the pickup trucks had a gun in the back window, and everyone carried a gun.
What's this say? Who lit the fuse on your tampon? Ew. Too
I
visual.
can't believe you have that on
God.
paper.
Fucking gross. Disgusting.
Well, that's why I laughed so hard when Navy Vet put that into chat. That sticker was given to me 20 years ago by the chapter president of the Avengers out here.
Huh. I don't know. I'm trying to think of. I guess Uvalde was the closest, and that's quite a ways from me.
They're turning the frogs gay.
I seen that Alex Jones one, and I laughed my ass off when he did that.
For real? Was he serious?
That was deep.
It was part of a long rant that I don't even think he took a breath during the whole thing. And he had the veins popping on his forehead and everything. And he's like, they're even turning the frogs gay.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, go. Sometimes I enjoy listening to crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously.
Fine
You wouldn't
line
be here.
Insanity. Was he wrong? Was he?
I don't know. Are the frogs gay?
He wasn't wrong, because they're transing animals for no reason to measure the psychological effects of DMT on gay lizards. I mean, he wasn't wrong.
Damn.
I'll tell you what, our government will pay for fucking anything except for something that'll help.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
Leave the homeless homeless.
Oh my gosh. Too much.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, the homeless problem. When they came out with that fake runny nose thing, I think everyone called it COVID. I'm like, cure, they they finally found a cure for homelessness, and it didn't work. We got more homeless.
Right. None of them seem to get it.
Hey, Bob. Who are you? Who are you? I try to figure out what both sides are thinking, right? And they say we who refused it, the sleeper, we're living in fear, right? And then on the other way around, I think they're living in fear. The people who absolutely line up for every new booster, even though they keep getting sick, they are literally living in fear and
Yes.
not even seeing, it's such a powerful, it's a tool that both sides use unabashedly.
True.
So, Navy Vet, did you see my sticker? I held it up for you.
That sounded a little bit gay, but
stop it, you silly bitch.
Did you see my sticker? Did you see my sticker?
Yeah. Did you see my sticker?
I hung it up for you.
I'm not talking my tramp stamp.
I heard you, for sure. Mhm.
Yeah, word.
Excuse me.
Okay, that's enough hip for me.
I mean, full circling it, Dee brings up a good point, and a lot of people here, we always talk about, all right, we know what the problems are, we know who the enemy is. What do we do about it? I think a lot of it is self-accountability and understand the game they're playing. Part of it is fear, part of it is making you feel like you need them, and that includes Trump also. There are some things where he's making people gassing them up in a savior complex kind of way. I'm saving you from these commies. We have to be really careful. Discernment is both wings, man. We can't become those people in the echo chamber, not kind of seeing, yeah, is Alex Jones ridiculous? Absolutely. Has he been right a lot? Absolutely. Does he say it in a way that's like cartoonish and mockingly? Absolutely. And we kind of brought this up with Uvalde, and Alex Jones had that thing with the shooting, and some things are not real. Hey, buddy.
No. Not in the way that they portray it, anyway.
What's so funny, Bonnie?
Gotta do it. Don't you take those off? That.
Hey, ladies.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yay.
Mom,
Just in time for that.
And this is for D.
No, I knew that was coming. Yeah.
It's not coming. It's not even breathing heavy.
So phallic and gross.
Wow.
Do you want to show your sticker again for Navy then?
Okay, everyone is fucking beautiful today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your beer glasses.
And that's for Navy vet.
That's gross too.
Yeah.
Yucky.
Hey,
And this is for Trump. Read it, motherfucker.
Tariff Chinese goods. Mm-hmm. Trump's your
Okay,
favorite.
that's enough being stupid.
Okay.
Those are kind of cool. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I agree, Echo. Alex is 100% controlled opposition, without question. Yep.
You ever see that starter pack meme? It shows paid opposition starter pack, and it's Alex Jones and a couple other, I think Tucker Carlson, and I don't know who else.
Yep.
I don't think Tucker is actually in the list, but I'll put that motherfucker Ted Cruz in it.
Yeah. I don't know about Tucker. I have no idea about any of them, really. I couldn't tell you if I trust
We'll
or
call
don't.
them winos. Whistleblowers in name only. They're winos.
Mm-hmm.
They have to slowly let it in, seep it out, and do it in a way where most people don't take them seriously. And some of us sit back and rub our chins and our beards. I'm rubbing my beard right now. I'm like, isn't that something? You really did kind of put that out there.
Fuck.
Snap into a Slim Jim while wearing these flashing
Okay,
glasses.
God damn it.
Slim Jim. Snap into a Slim Jim.
You need to snap into a Slim Jim.
Yeah. We got the meat.
Yeah. Old
I
Macho
don't
Man
feel that
Randy
far.
Savage.
Hmm.
You know, way back when wrestling wasn't half as gay as it is now.
It's always been gay as fuck, dude. Wrestling has always
Right,
been
but
gay.
it's way worse now.
I don't know, man. There was a lot of
I
glitter.
remember in 72 or 73, I went to a wrestling thing with my grandpa to see the original Iron Sheik. And when he was done, the other guy was just covered in fucking blood. Now that's wrestling.
Yeah, that's wrestling. Hmm.
And now it's just a bunch of girly men hitting each other with their fucking purses.
Mm. Yeah.
It just sucks tripping on them, Echo.
Do your ears go? Do they travel to and fro? Can you tie them in a knot? Can you tie them in a bow? Yeah, I know you can. Can you throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier? Do your
Your
ears?
ears hang low.
Do your balls hang low?
We knew it. We knew it.
Mullet head. Love you guys.
Doc.
Hey, Bonnie, have you ever seen my pet rat?
Yes.
Oh.
His name's Harry.
Yeah. I don't like Harry.
I like Harry.
Yeah. Do y'all know what it means when a woman says she caught a rat?
I'm not looking at you no more.
Yeah.
No, what does it mean?
You caught a rat? It's when your Aunt Flo comes to town. I caught a rat.
Oh, no way, huh?
Yeah, it's a thing though.
Did I ever tell you about how that lady of the night, Dolly, up there in Ketchikan, Alaska, kept herself sterile as she turned over 35 tricks a day?
Ooh.
Any guesses?
Oh, please tell.
She stuck a $50 up her woohoo. Was it a silver? It's silver, right? A silver. Is that what a $50 is made of? Silver?
So if she didn't have a $50, would she use 50 pennies?
No.
A roll of pennies. I mean, a roll of pennies isn't that impressive, you know.
Is there lead in it? I can't remember what it was. No lead. Catch a can. Yeah, there's silver.
Poor Kim. Jeez.
Yeah. But you know what elbow skin is? That's leftover testicle skin that guy didn't know what to do with.
I don't know. That's terrible.
Well,
It was
I've never
supposed to
heard
be.
that one before. That's so true. Though. And then why do women have elbow skin?
What?
Maybe a little, yeah. And maybe that as long as you realize that goes both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, gravity is a bitch.
Sure is.
There's no such thing as gravity. The world just sucks. And that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
I've heard of this lady before. Her name was Iona Nipple.
Oh yeah, that was a trip. I couldn't believe he said that. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah. He had a friend. Last name was Nipple, and the mom's name was Iona. Iona Nipple. Yep.
David Devine told us that. Yes,
Yep. Hmm.
that's right. Couldn't believe it, and we were never gonna freaking guess Iona syllables and all. I'm like, what letter did it start with? How many syllables?
Iona
Iona.
is 3 vowels. That's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a short name. Yep.
Well, there is a lot of air traffic out here these days on the Pacific. A lot.
We'll say that.
Hmm.
Mhm.
What kind of air traffic?
There's lots of new helicopters, private charters, a lot of private charters, a lot of flights, private planes, a lot of medical ones too, Mercy Medical Center. But there, a lot of them going to McClellan, the old Air Force base.
Hmm.
When we first moved to California, it was because my husband's cousin was stationed there. He was in the Air Force. That's how come I ended up in California, is because somebody was in the Air Force. But they shut that down years ago, years after that. It'd been closed for a long time. There was a video on BitChute about them opening back up McClellan Air Force Base just about 2 years ago or so. So flights, yeah, I don't know, just a lot of stuff. At
If it's
night,
on the internet, it's got to be true.
and at night there's a lot of drones. Well, I see it with my bare eyes. I take videos of them all. I just look on the flight aware to see where they're going. Not all of them will show up either.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the things that we actually see. Like every now and again, I'll pop onto Monkey Works. I'm looking around, talking about things, and I'll be like, okay, well, I know there's things here or there, and I definitely never see it on his show. So, it's obviously a few interesting things to glean, but it's mostly feeding. It's a feeder crowd on that genre. But they are definitely not showing certain spots. Oh yeah, not at all.
This one, like this chopper says P&W Canada. This is owner Fee Health LLC. And there's a lot of Canadian aircraft here and there. Helicopters.
That must be all it. The CAW went, I think, to Kanpur or Unipur. CAW was gone quite some number of years ago.
Uh-huh.
Eurocopter.
I think on the internet showing satellite images from public local websites are not going to show anything important. That would be a national security on every level. And to be honest, I hope they don't. I hope you don't see this shit on flight radar or whatever if it has to do with the security of our country.
Yeah. The other day there was two aircrafts that were diverted, which I don't see that very often, but it was foggy and they went up to Crescent City. So I just keep an eye on it because I can see a lot going on just in the sky. So I just try to, and it's definitely heavier traffic of things that are not commercial flights. There's a lot of private medical choppers and air flights. I mean, just far more than I think we're having incidences for, I would say, but who knows? I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Really. Not a clue. Well, maybe a couple clues, but nothing confirmed, No idea.
Andy's comment.
A lot of old base things are closed or used for trapping and housing kids. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt
Yeah,
it.
most of the old bases that are closed are being used for storage.
Yeah.
Storage of what?
Well, like NAS Memphis, the Naval Air Station, which used to be Avionics School and AE and AO. All that is the old Navy airport has a bunch of fighter jets that have been decommissioned, and the old barracks is gone, and the old PX is just a document warehouse.
Hmm.
You know, what they could do is fix up them old houses and put the homeless from Memphis in it.
Right. Something.
No, shit. I'm sorry. It made sense. Fuck. I can't do that.
No, we can't have that.
No.
But then where would we put all the documents and secret shit if we put the homeless there?
Well, the housing area is almost a mile away from where they have the documents. And instead of putting a guard at the front and rear gate and patrols going around, put a fence around the fucking PX and put one guard there. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so now my next question is, how much do you think we have not digitized? So, in my opinion, document storage areas is like a cover for something else, because I am certain we have had enough time and resources to digitize just about everything. Now, storing certain other things, certainly, you know, but as far as documents, information, whatever, do we really have these libraries all spread about? Are they combined? Is there one large, like the Vatican has tons of data? Now, do we really spread our data around like that? Have we started to put it on a digital thing, you know?
But look how many times the digital things change.
And they fail. It makes them, they can be manipulated. It's not a good thing. I'm just saying, do we really keep hard copies of everything?
A contract in the digital form has no effect.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be paper. So enlistment documents are a contract. The paper form is forever. Because I can write off to the headquarters and get the information of my dad's entire service record, you know, from when he was in World War II in Korea with the Marines. And it's still paper. They'll give me a digital copy that I can review, but I can also require that I get a certified copy of the paper.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. So your assertion is that we have hard copies of every government contract ever.
Well, we have to.
Mm-hmm.
Because digital contracts have no effect.
So there's been no law or anything that makes digital copies valid, because everything's going to digital. Biden is being put under the microscope for the auto pen. You know, does this all lead there?
Well, if they could ever find a format for a digital copy of a document that you can't manipulate the words in it, then it'll be fine. Because I can go into any PDF that anyone has or gives me, and I can change any word I want.
Okay.
Right.
So you're saying they have no digital way to make an ironclad contract digitally. Then how does Bitcoin work? How does the auto pen work? How does, I can sign my tax return digitally. How does that work?
It depends
Right, but as soon as they receive it, they print it, and then it gets stored.
depends how the PDF was created with the security on it. If you look at a PDF file, you can look at the security, how it was created, what you can do and can't do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's
Yeah,
the
but
reason.
all encryption can be hacked.
Yep. Agreed. That's kind of the point of my questioning. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying, have they put things in place here? Because that's where we're headed. That is what's being built around us, is making digital identities valid.
It's not legally binding though, it's digital.
It's legally fine. They can put you in fucking jail if you digitally sign your taxes and lied like a motherfucker for 10 years, and then they figure that shit out. They'll still put you in jail on it, right? So there's a gap between enforcement and the reality. Like I said, I'm not arguing whether or not having a hard copy is valid. I'm saying, is that really being enforced?
Well, like you said, it's certified hard copy.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you send the government a digital something with your auto pen on it, they print it.
Mm-hmm. But so printing it makes it valid?
Yeah.
The printing has the file name that it came from and the time and date of printing.
But again, does that make it valid? It tells you the
You can take their paper copy that will correspond with the digital file, and the date of creation is the same.
Mm-hmm.
But the paper copy is what has that's actually the binding contract.
So, Devil Dog, if I gave you my sign in and password to ABC, and I was like, go ahead and sign this, and you digitally had my sign in and password and go in, and then they print off a copy, it's valid, even though you were my secretary, let's say, and I didn't authorize the action you did, but you have
Well, just a minute. Okay, Root, you said for me to go ahead and sign it, so you gave me permission to sign it.
Mm-hmm. Now, how do they prove that? How do they prove that? When you go in to investigate digital signatures and someone says, oh, so-and-so gave me permission. How do you prove that? Without having the actual person doing it. Like, and I'm bitching against digital signatures. All right. You could have given me permission, but with a legally binding contract and like copy and pasting a signature, help me close the gap here, because that can be exploited easily.
Okay. Now, for us to communicate and for you to give me permission to use your auto pen or autograph or something to file a document for you, are you going to be calling me by phone, or are you going to be emailing me?
Shit. In the broader world, they do it all by email, digital, whatever. They aren't even
Let's
talking.
just say that
There is
you
no
call me. If you call me, as soon as I answer my phone automatically records the conversation because of the apps I have on it. If I'm talking to somebody, out and about, and I have my phone in my pocket, my phone, as soon as it hears my voice, it automatically starts recording, and that's just to protect me.
Well, good to know.
Yeah, well, yeah, but plausible deniability is the loophole here. Okay, so we all bitch about, well, let me see a video or a phone call or whatever of such and such file, right? Now, anything that is digital gives you plausible deniability because that can be manipulated. It can be spoofed, right? So
Right.
the bindingness of that.
Well,
I that's too big of a loop to
can I say
set
something?
anything on.
Roots,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
earlier I was telling you about my friend Star and her website, and I'm going to drop it again for you guys to see this. There's a couple PDFs on here and everything. So if survivors want to fill out and share their story, they can, but Star told me they have to mail it in. And I was like, well, you know, I use the argument, well, you can just DocuSign. I mean, even I do that with like mortgage paperwork or whatever, right? And she's like, no, because this is going to be used as evidence in court, and this needs to be mailed in. So it's funny that
Yeah,
you were
with the
bringing that
tracking
up.
number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so there's like specific directions on here and everything, but it's a pretty big deal. She's got herself in with some people that I'm really thankful that are going to help her, and her play was somebody's going to be doing and has already expounded on what she wrote, the play called Lollipop in Daylight, because she was drugged and used through the JWs, through her family. And what's crazy is when I went to celebrate with her this week, I took her to breakfast. We went to this place on the plaza, and her stepdad, who she said molested her and was a severe beater of the mom and the boys, and is like all this shit. He's standing on the corner with JW signs, luring people to him. And it's just, that's another thing that's just so surreal. It's like, how can this be? How can we be in this world where a man like that can just be, you know, she's telling me, yeah, that was him. That's one of, you know, one of them, but she was also her grandpa. And just the whole thing is so fucked up. But anyway, I'm proud of her for aligning with some people that are really good movers and shakers, because I don't think she could have done this by herself. Really, I don't. And so, but yeah, you got to mail that stuff in for her thing, which I can kind of gave her a little shit about, but she put me in my place really quickly. And I was like, okay, gotcha. Evidence. Just say the word evidence. I hear you.
Just like with notices and affidavits, you have to mail them to your representative with a tracking number and signature and everything else for them to become binding.
Right, the certified mail.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about records of general contracts and people who enlist and people who have whatever, and the extent to which they actually keep hard copies in the grander scheme, where they store them. We were talking about bunkers and bases that are supposedly abandoned, and the information they may or may not have there. And I do not think that it's simply storing hard copies of contracts. There might be a few contracts that are important enough to store hard copies of signatures, but overall, there's something else going on with all that mess.
I was only talking about NAS Memphis. I don't know about the other bases. I only know about that one.
Right. There's so many spots too, because it's like, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And it's weird because we are, like with your friend Dee, we are bound to some of those digital contracts X, or you have to say something to make a certain thing happen. The government accountability, I'm not so sure if they even go that far.
Yeah. I don't know. Couldn't sleep, Monty? Your phone charged up now?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey, Monty. For fuck's sake.
Round 2 or 3. What are you doing, Black Watch?
Falling asleep.
Oh, yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Not like you West Coaster barflies. You can stay up all night.
No, I don't want to.
Black Watch, I'm just a few miles from you.
You are? I looked and I can't see it.
This is not Tinder, you guys. You can connect in a different way, but we don't know.
Stop it!
Is he being gay again? Is that what's going on?
They were being gay again.
Oh, Roots. How could you think that way?
Yeah. D, I'm only a few hours from you.
Oh, honey.
Yeah. We'll get it
I'll meet you
together.
halfway.
I can't wait to see your bushes. You were telling me about your bushes earlier. I can't wait.
You better stop it, Ritz.
She can take charge. D would be taking charge. That's what's up.
I am pleading my fifth right now. Stand up. I am gonna just stop you right there, Roots. I'm gonna stop you right there.
Dude, I'm leaving to make a sandwich in like 3 minutes. We need to know, is Bonnie awake?
Sandwich? Did I hear sandwich?
I want a sandwich too. Shit, I'm hungry.
I think I heard sandwich.
I think I heard something. Bonnie, are you with us? She piped in for half a second, I think.
Bonnie's muted, so she's probably snoring.
Black Watch is snoring. I haven't heard from Marshmallow in an hour. He's gone too. Oh my gosh, half this panel's asleep, you guys.
Well, that's a lot better than out in society where everyone's asleep. They're just walking through their day.
Okay, I heard my name.
Oh, did you?
Sleep.
Oh shit, we lost Ritz. Damn it. Ritz, you didn't even say goodbye.
And I'm leaving.
I'm getting in the car, baby. Oh shoot.
But I do need to close it down. I got the kids coming over to work tomorrow, and
all right, honey. Love
we're
y'all.
gonna hopefully
See you
get
next
some
one.
stuff done. Thank y'all very much. Always.
Peace.
Thank you for having me up. Good night, panel, and good night, chat.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.
What, D-Dog?
Have a good night.
If you don't know your rights, you're being cornholed.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Might see you tomorrow night. God bless y'all. Stay strong. No fear. We got this. Good night.